I've just been told that this is now live on YouTube. Just in case anyone wanted to know.
Very cool. No pressure here. Whew. I have an audience. Well, good morning, folks. As you're trickling in the room, one of the strange things of presenting online is I like to, not only see everyone, but ask you questions, see how things are going. So I'll say it again before we start, but if this is a topic that interests you based on your role, because you create a lot of views or because you don't, I don't know, I'm kind of curious what you do, and feel free to drop a line if you're a site builder, an architect, and I'll make sure to customize some of the things I explain along the way to fit the folks that are, interested and eager to learn. And Tim, I see your question. So I'll just say, I probably will not be looking at chat during the session just because it's one too many things. And so if you do have questions along the way, it might be best just to prefix it with the word question and all caps. That way we can find it in the history, or Tim can find it. I will be asking for them at the end of the presentation, and I will do my best to make sure that we have, plenty of time to look at those. I have a lot of code examples to show, and I got to remember that asking for your questions is probably more important than all the show and tell I could do. All of my code is in a GitHub repo, so I will share that, and the link is in the slides, which are already on the website.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining. And we're going to get started real soon here. I just wanted to check that the captioning is working. And I don't see them yet, so I'm going to check on that.
All else fails, I am sharing with Google Slides, and I can turn that feature on. I know that's probably not as well. I just want to be consistent.
I see the captions. So if folks, you should have a caption, a closed caption button at the bottom of your Zoom window. unless you're in Chrome. We've had trouble with Chrome, but every other browser or the app. And then you have to do show subtitle. And I'm seeing testing captions, captions testing. So at 10 a.m. those should
Oh,
be
good.
going. Yep.
I was checking the YouTube live for that, and I see that
Yes,
now.
the YouTube live
Thanks,
will,
Abby.
it'll go over there, but it is delayed by like 15 seconds. So
Yeah, I see that.
yep. No, I think we're good.
Excellent. This is exciting. I've been stir crazy. Granted, I work at home, so working from home this year has not been a huge change for me. But I miss going to Drupal camps. I didn't realize how much I relied on it for all my vacations, and so it's been a bummer. And it's been neat to watch our community get better at delivering this content. So I think the first one I did in April, I went to a camp and there were no caption services. It wasn't even necessarily on folks' top of mind. And in the last couple of months, everywhere has one or multiple mechanisms. So I'm just so excited to see us rise to that challenge.
Awesome. Yeah, that's good.
As I see more folks trickling in, feel free to say hi in the chat, and maybe if you want to tell me what you do in specific, maybe how your role pertains to views, whether you're a site builder, whether you are a developer who hates views, which, spoiler alert, that's where I came from at one point in my career, or represent your organization in some other capacity, because I'll make sure to hone in on those topics as we move through the slide deck. There's way more than I can cover in an hour or 45 minutes. So this is a chance for me to at least hit the folks who have some vested interest. Hello, folks. Maintainer of views Bootstrap. Exciting. Good morning, Beth. I definitely wore that site builder role for a long time. And there are so many folks now building the site in so many different ways. I don't even know what it means. So it's funny, when I started with this presentation, I called it Empowering Site Builders. And I was like, no, I'm going to call it Site Owners. I'm going to really focus on one side of the spectrum. I feel like a lot of folks
Jim,
called Site Builders might already have it. Oh, yes.
Hey, I'm the moderator for today, and just wanted to say thanks for Jim for presenting today and everyone for joining. I'm going to go ahead and start recording this session now. And I would ask that you please keep yourselves muted till the end while the presentation's going. Appreciate that. So we've got Jim Vomero, and he's presenting Empowering Site Owners by developing custom views plugins. Take it away, Jim.
Well, hello and welcome to the session. So we are going to talk about views, that core module for rendering content queries, and we're going to look at the benefits of extending them. So through these custom plugins. This presentation has 3 sections. So I'm going to start by talking about the evolving roles of site builders. Then we'll look at some Drupal views basics. And finally, we'll consider some advanced problems where you're going to need custom queries or subqueries, expressions, joins, and other ways to teach views new tricks. I hope you leave this session feeling empowered to use views even when you're developing complex features, and that you're ready for site building workflows that are inclusive to folks of all technical levels. By all means, feel free to tell me about yourself in the chat, and I will try to address problems that maybe reflect your group. And I just see someone recently said they have a love-hate relationship with views. That's going to be part of my presentation today for sure. So my name is Jim Vomero, and I'm a senior engineer at 4 Kitchens. I have over 10 years experience in Drupal, and I use the framework for all my nerdy hobbies. So running calculations for my brewing of beer, to planning my retro arcade projects, to teaching kids to survive the zombie apocalypse at local summer camps that I run. If you have any questions after the presentation, feel free to reach out. I am always excited to talk shop, and I'd love to keep the conversation going. I'm a web chef at 4 Kitchens, and we build websites and apps for organizations that depend on large scale or unconventional content. So we work with associations and publishers, enterprise organizations, media and higher education, and we make big websites. Now, I'm sure a number of folks in this room have worn the badge of webmaster at some point in their career. And this job was often a catch-all for every aspect of design and development and DevOps and marketing, communications. And so often it started as a department of one for your entire company's digital presence. And today, even if you still have too many responsibilities and are wearing too many hats, organizations have shifted around responsibilities as websites are no longer a novelty, but you still might find yourself fairly busy. More and more people are coming into this space to help out with the company's digital platforms. And all this rapid change can feel unsettling for those of us who have to support these underlying technologies. You know, life might have felt easier, or at least more stable, when only one person was able to make changes to the website. So let's jump in the Wayback Machine, go back to the mid-90s, when static sites were all the rage then too, but really because it was the only option. So HTML files were manually created in your editor of choice, maybe Notepad or VI, and then deployed. Super manual processes, thanks to the webmaster. As websites became more important though, this webmaster became a bottleneck. And your tech guru was copying and pasting content for emails. Or I remember opening up Microsoft Publisher files where an image was in there embedded, and I would have to find a way to paste it out, slowing down our content creation process. Things would evolve though, and we would have contributors become more tech savvy. So maybe learning through tools like Microsoft Front Page or Netscape Composer was mine. You'd be able to learn how to edit HTML. And folks would start to ask for FTP access to the server, which scared a lot of us, as our platforms really weren't ready for that kind of collaboration. So as the web was moving from this static brochure place into something really interactive and dynamic, we desired this fresh and collaborative environment where content can grow. And this idea of content management became to the forefront, and websites needed to be updated now daily with people wanting to add and edit content. And CMSs just took off and really dominated the web. So not just Drupal, but WordPress, Joomla, Red Dot, Plone, Nuke. There's so many others I still have nightmares of. These tools gave us libraries to help us make better websites faster. It didn't solve all our problems though. It seemed that our content owners always just wanted a little bit more access. So they needed to update a menu or modify a template, organize multimedia, create dynamic lists, like today's session about views. And folks were really starting to expect a back-end interface to be able to make these changes. As developers, this started to scare us again. Someone in my position might have an instinct to lock down configuration. And if someone says, can I change something in the sidebar? I would say, oh, well, that's in a template. Why don't you add a Jira ticket? And we'll bring it up at our next change in management board, at our quarterly stakeholders meeting, wherever have you. Well, it's safe to say that CMSs are still evolving. And we need to find ways to balance access to the content management tools with acceptable website governance. This next section is going to get a little graphic because we are in the middle of a codeless movement, and you can follow the whole genesis on #NoCode on Twitter. It's this convergence of mature web apps and the APIs becoming very available. That's bringing out a whole new suite of tools. And there's already a lot of buzz over things like Zapier and IFT for integration, or database replacements with Airtable, Smartsheets, Notion, and a ton of no-code app building tools like Webflow and Bubble. And I hope you can embrace these tools. They don't eliminate the need for a developer, but they probably shift our responsibilities to other parts of the stack. And we have to adapt because software is pushing the envelope, making it easy and even fun to build websites. So page builders are super common now. And I routinely look at our competitors or other folks in the industry, MailChimp, Squarespace, Wix, just to see how their no-code platforms are evolving. In Drupal, we're on a similar path. So for years, we had the panels module, which was great, but it could also be overwhelming. We're now at a point where field API and configuration are robust. And we see the layout builder becoming part of folks' daily workflows. So as developers, our content owners don't need us to click a button for them. Given the right workflow, many of these folks should be able to update fields, displays, menus, configurations on their own. And we don't want to be a bottleneck. We want to empower them to change their content. So for today's presentation, I've created a demo site for experimenting with views. Now, as a millennial, nostalgia is a bit of a drug. And so it's going to center around 90s movies that I saw when growing up. And all the examples are from real client work we did last year for a multimedia company that was hosting streaming TV shows. Our demo has 3 content types. Movies are the core content. Cast is a role in a film. So an actor might have 0 or more parts. And the actor is the role in that cast, or the member of that cast. So an actor can play 1 or more roles in a movie. So the relationships are movies, have cast members, have people. There's also 2 taxonomy terms. Category or genre is our top level term. And that is evergreen topics like action or comedy. And keyword are for more temporary campaigns. So like movies based on a book might be the tag in Drupal. All of the data comes from the Movie Database API, and all my code is shared on GitHub for you to explore later. I'll have that slide or the link at the end of the slide deck. So views. All right, onto the subject at hand. It's played an important role in the story of Drupal, and it allows site builders to fetch content from a Drupal database and represent that content as a collection of renderable elements. So there's a lot of display mechanisms, and you can do all this without writing a single line of code. Personally, I learned Drupal views before I understood how databases worked. In my early years with Drupal, I learned the concept of selecting and joining tables, traversing normalized versus denormalized content, the practical limits of filters, groups, aggregation, and all these database principles without knowing them by name. To me, I was just interacting with my content types. So a lot of site builders, I think, are in a similar space, very familiar with Drupal's information architecture, but lacking the formal computer science knowledge. And I think views is just a wonderful place where site builders can take charge and create complex and dynamic displays. And while there is a bit of a learning curve, there is no shortage of training material on the subject of views, and it's very low for the barriers of entry to get started. The benefits of using views are just like the benefits of using open source. And from what I could tell, this crowd has used views before, so I'll be pretty quick on this slide. They're feature rich. There's a lot of things out of the box that you don't have to recreate because Views is going to do it for you. They're extendable. They work with a number of modules, and a site I create right now in Views, I feel like is going to be supported years to come in future versions of Drupal. So we're limiting technical debt, and they're very consistent how they store configuration. Oh, I should also mention that a number of my slides are going to have a collection of movie on the right-hand side. And so to go in the spirit of my theme, they all have a thematic grouping. So this is totally realistic hacker movies. And I don't know, see if you can guess the other collections. All right. So I'm touting Views like it's the best thing since sliced arrays. But most of my career, I tended to avoid them with a passion. And I think the reason for me is something shared among a lot of developers. I like to reinvent the wheel, mostly because I want to make sure I have the best and leanest tool for the job. So it involves building something from the ground up. I can stay more organized in custom code. You know, there's very little room for annotations and views, and it doesn't take much before the view is so complicated that someone can't figure out what's going on. There might be multiple arguments and relationships, and you're just lost in a world of overrides. Also, we just hit a limit of what Views is capable of doing out of the box. Clients will always have special requests, and they don't need to know, and they shouldn't know, how the content model works under the hood. Working in Views, like any framework, can feel restrictive in this way. So if you share my feelings, please keep an open mind. For most sites, I have overcome these issues of Views by extending them through custom plugins. So we're going to look at our 90s movies website for some examples. Oh, in this collection of movies on the right-hand side, that is called Kool-Aid Man. And that's movies where a character breaks the fourth wall. All right, some examples. And if you're familiar with queries, you can see my sort of short annotation of what it might look like. And if you're familiar with views, you could probably get a concept of what this are. So just to pick a few of them, action and adventure movies, that is a collection of movies where the genre is action or the genre is adventure. So yep, it's in one of those two. Family comedies, that is going to be where the movie is a comedy and the movie is a family, because we don't want R-rated comedies to creep into that collection of movies. Or jumping down to something more complicated, box office bombs. So that is, in this case, we're calculating that as looking where movies where the profit's greater than zero, the profit is less than zero, and profit is calculated as revenue minus budget, and we're going to sort by profit ascending. So we're going to look at the worst ones first. These are fairly straightforward. We're going to look at some examples of how I created these, and then we're going to create our own. And this collection of movies on the right, that is called I'm Too Old for This Shit. And that's movies where someone dies in or near a bathroom. All right, enough slides. Let's look at some code. I'll get you oriented to the site first. So this is my demo site for the day. And it includes a lot of the bands we just talked about. So action and adventure films. Here is a simple Drupal view. I'm using a jQuery plugin because I am not a front-end developer by any means, to just take a teaser view and put it in this nice animated slider. But this is just the teaser of the node. And if I look at this view in particular, we see, and let me zoom in. We see that the action and adventure is content of type movie, where the genre is action, or, and this, I must have had the wrong one loaded. So action, and it's not including family movies. So we're getting rid of the kindergarten cop from this list of action movies. So that's just an example of a simple view. If you're new to views, there are some great presentations, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time orienting you to it. We're going to mostly look at fields, filters, and sorts for this. Let me close this one and show you what the nodes look like on this site. So here's a movie, Forrest Gump. All this data comes from the database API, and it's all text fields. So IMDb ID, a synopsis. One of the ones that's most important here is poster path. We're going to use this in our first example. So the image asset doesn't live on my site. It's going to come from a remote server, and I have to prefix this with a path name. So being able to render an image is going to be important, but here are the other things tagged to it: taxonomy terms, actors, things of that nature. Budget. We'll use these fields as we go. So let's start with our demo view. And our demo view, I've created a blank view here. It is rendering as a table. So maybe this is an administrative interface. And I did include a header across the top that's just going to say how many things are displaying. So as we update the view, we get some feedback. I'm only showing 10 at the moment. And it is movies that are published. Let me remove this. We'll recreate some of these fields as we go. If you're getting into queries, this is how I learned them as I was learning my database jargon, is changing things in views and seeing how this updated. So just like above, we are selecting some node field data. This is our base table for anything that's on that node. And we're going to look at the node data where the node status is 1, so it's published, and the node type is a movie. So nodes that are published, or movies that are published. And we scroll down, we see we have 436 of them, of my wonderful 90s movies. All right, let's do some fun. So let's say we want to add a field. And I mentioned that there was that poster path, and that is this field right here. It is a text field on the node. And if I click, and I'm just going to accept the default settings, I've added a new field. One thing to note, and I'm going to go back and forth on this, and it might not be obvious why right away. I added a new field and it did not change the query. So keep that in mind when we start doing more advanced examples. I'll show you why. But here it is. There is our movie title and our poster. And that's not the most useful thing to me. I mean, I want to actually see what the poster looks like. Well, just using views out of the box, let's have some fun with it. So one of the features of views is you can rewrite the field with tokens and other values. So let's override the output of this. And in the magic of the internet, I already have the code ready here so I don't mess up my live demo. So I want a link, and it's not going anywhere at the moment, but it's going to show an image. The title field above it is going to be the alt text, and we are dropping in, and I just know from the movie database API that this is what I prefix to show the poster path here. Now if I click save, we should see now that each one of those text fields is rendering as that rewritten HTML. It's a field. This works, and you've probably done things like this in your views, but it's already making me feel a little dirty because I'm creating HTML in configuration, and I'm doing things in the theme layer that, I don't know, they're stored in a view. It's not very accessible. If I want to do it somewhere else, I now have to remember to update all the views where this thing exists. I could certainly trick out some more things. Let me open this field up again. And let's say, for example, the movie didn't have a poster. There is another section down here where you can do no results behavior. So maybe I have my default poster in here and I put that copy here. I'm going to hit the limits fairly quick though. In fact, if I were to just change the order of the fields, things could start to break. If the title field is not in the view before the image field, this value is not available, it gets complicated quick. And if you want to add any dynamic logic, for example, maybe my site is internationally changing the box art based on where you are. So the movie API allows me to request box art for Spanish language if I use a different endpoint. I am now at a disadvantage because I don't know an easy way to add PHP or other dynamic code in here without adding some more modules on and putting maybe business logic code inside configuration where it really doesn't belong. So I'm going to remove this field. It can't hurt us anymore. We're going to create our own. And let's create our first views plugin. As I said, all this is on GitHub. Go nuts and feel free to ask questions. I'll share the link at the end, or you can just check out my slide deck. It's already online. I have a module in here called Movies Views, and it's a blank module. If you've never created a module, it's going to be a lot of boilerplate. So if you're new to module development, this is going to be a session where you're going to copy and paste a lot. And if you're used to module development, but you've never done object-oriented code, once again, there's a lot of boilerplate, but it's just copy and paste. It's the same no matter what we do. So let's look at some examples. And the first thing that you'll have when creating a views plugin is an alter hook. And this is going to let Drupal know that you have a new views plugin available. And so the hook is hook views data alter. And so I have my module with the hook data alter, and you'll see it becomes very similar. So my first field plugin, it has the base table. So this is going to be just for node field data, and I'm calling it demo field plugin. I've used that as an ID here. So keep that in mind, demo field plugin. It has a title, demo field plugin, just the uppercase letters, and some help text, a field for this live demo. I have a number of other plugins in here as examples, and we'll look at some of these, but it's the same thing over and over again. So yay, you've learned the first step. Let us open, and that was called demo field plugin. Once again, if you're new to Drupal module development, especially Drupal 8, 9, we are using a convention to put our custom code in certain folders to stay organized. So source plugin views with that exact, capital case P, lowercase for the others. This is where all our plugins are going to go. And the first one we're going to look at is a field plugin. So source plugin views field. These are where all of my field plugins will be discovered and available to Drupal. And this one called demo field plugin, if I scroll up, we'll see that it has this at field annotation and demo field plugin. So this is the same name that it was called in the alter field. Once again, if you're new, I apologize, but if you copy and paste this, you are in business. The important part is we have the ID here and that we have this available. So every field plugin is going to have two parts. First part, the query. This is where we can override everything that's currently going on in the views query. So when our field gets to modify this view, it could change, alter, add logic to this existing query. The second part is the render. This is when we go to actually display the field. What does it look like? And so in that case, it's going to be the thing that appears, right here on the right. Let's add it. Called demo field plugin. There was our title with the uppercase, our description. And I'm just going to allow the default settings for the moment. We'll scroll down and we should see our query method was empty, so nothing changed in the query. but our render method had something in. Example, field plugin for each one of those. Looking back at the code, we hadn't changed the query, but we are changing the render. And what we're returning in the render is something renderable. So a renderable object, in this case, just a string. Not super useful because I don't know what to do with this information. It's just text. But sky's the limit what you put in here. In fact, I could end the session right now and you're ready to take on Views plugins. You just need these two methods. But let's do something fun while we're here, shall we? One thing to note, we have this values being passed in. And I just happen to know that inside that value is the current entity for that row. So we're making a view with node data. Each row is a node. I have access to that full node at the moment that I'm in this render method. And there's times where it's advantageous to open that node up at this point. In fact, it's one of the reasons that as I add node fields here, we don't see the query update. It's because the node's already fully loaded. So we have access to that content. And unless there's a reason to do more processing at the query level, let's just access the node directly. So there's my entity. I grab the entity. In this case, it's a node. And I could do some checks. So for the sake of good commenting, I left out the name of the field. So the field I'm interested in is called poster path. Perfect. So I'm looking for this field poster path. And just for good housekeeping, let's make sure that the node we're looking at has the field poster path and that it is populated. It's not empty. If it is, return nothing. We're not going to render it in this view. But let's assume that we have that data. Keep going. The path, since this is a node, if you're used to using the field API, we take the entity and we say, get this field, and we're going to turn it to a string. So in that case, this is our path variable, and this should be pretty underwhelming at first, but I promise we're ramping up to something awesome. We are now returning, instead of that static text, we're returning the path, so the field value, and that's just field API. Has actually nothing to do with my presentation other than I'm trying to make an interesting example. I hit update preview, query hasn't changed, but the data has. So now we're back to where we started before with having the field display. Let's try to get to the point where we are rendering it somewhere interesting. Now, what I had said before was it just has to be a render array that we're returning. So in this case, I could return the entire, I could use the image template out of the box. And so the image template has some variables. And if you're used to Drupal theming, this shouldn't be a shocker to you, but I have access to the entity. So let's take the alt text will be the node title, and the URI for this image will be this path. So the same thing we built in Views, we've now recreated here. Hit update, preview, and we should see, wow, awesome, cool. All right, let's have some more fun with it. Everything I just did is pretty underwhelming and would beg the question, why would you go through all this work other than maybe like keeping things in PHP? It's because we now have a single place to do other types of logic. So for me, one of the first things I may want to do to empower a site owner is give them some options of what they're rendering. You know, the request came in from the client, I need to show the box art, but they might need it in multiple sizes. So if you're used to object-oriented programming, this should be fairly straightforward, but I am going to do some magic and copy and paste some things in. This plugin extends plugin base, which has some methods. And so two of them that you can use in all of your field plugins, one is called define options and the other is build options form. What you put in here is going to alter the options when you're managing your new custom field. And so this is using the Forms API. I've added a new option called image size. And it says it specifies an image size. And there's two options. It's a select list. One's called thumbnail, which is using width 92. One's called box, which is width 500. This is just Form API stuff. We're passing it to the form by reference. And we're setting a default value with this define options piece. Oh, also I have a new interface. So once again, sorry, there's a lot of boilerplate, but you get used to it pretty quick if you're working in this space regularly for anyone who's a new developer. And there we go. We should now have this image size should now appear. And I don't know if I have to restart things to make that work. So let me refresh. And when I look at our field now, there should be a new form element. It has some help text for our editors and our site owners, along with the option, do I want it as a thumbnail or a box? Of course, I haven't actually done anything with that logic. That was just in the form. So come down to the render method, This is where we decided what would display, all the way down to where we're returning. And the trick here is I need to get the size that was selected in that option above, and there is a method for that. So the size equals this options, and then the name of the form element that we defined above. It was called image size. And I can now use this size variable instead of hard coding it here. Click save. And I will now change the image size to box art and hit apply. And I think now we've officially taken this to somewhere that's not easy to do in other ways. You know, you could create field formatters and trick out nodes in different ways, but we now have a spot where we can add interactive or dynamic business logic to our field, but the person managing the views doesn't need to know how the magic works under the hood. So this is where we can do our translations or sample images or any of the other things that may pop up as a business requirement, in this case for the box art. We can have in this field as business logic that you don't have to write any code to make appear. I know I'm running. I have to pick which examples I want to do cautiously because we only have so much time, and I want to make sure there's plenty of time for questions. So let me just look at another example of a field plugin. So that was the demo. And I have a bunch here worth checking out. Profit is an interesting one. So, oh, I should mention on the field, the demo one we just did, we never actually modified the query. I didn't see, there it is. Here's our empty method. I didn't see a reason to. I already had the data I needed available to me, but I did leave it blank, and that's because it's required by the class we're extending. So this is enforced through an interface. So you will need to leave this empty if you're not going to change the query. All right, so let's look at our profit. Here's one where I do want to change the query. And one thing to note is this object has access to the query. So this query variable is a representation of everything that's currently happening in here. And so this is where we can start to modify that query. And for folks who are unfamiliar with the database API, I guess the most important thing to note is I have access to the query and I can change things. So let me skip all this for a second and say that this is the only line that matters. Add field. So I'm adding a new field to this query called profit, or I could filter, or I could sort. In this case, I'm adding a field. For folks who are a little more comfortable with this, I'll quick walk you through the code. I just define this as a base field, so know that this is node data, just kind of abstracting that a little. And I'm using a join manager. This is a little underwhelming also because Drupal can do this out of the box by using its relationships. That's what a join is. I'll quick skip over here. I could join on a bunch of fields and get access to data, but I wanted to show an example in my code so folks had something to look at. And so I'm adding two new values, one for, let me scroll down, one for revenue and one for budget. So I'm looking at the revenue field, which is a field on the node for the movie, and the budget field, which is a field on the node for movie. And I'm adding those fields to this view. I'm also saying, make sure they're not empty. If so, don't consider this movie because this is from a publicly editable website. Sometimes they don't have that data available and I just don't want it to skew my results. So I've added two where clauses to hide movies where the budget or the revenue are empty. And then here is the last little piece of my database work is a calculation. I have this formula, which is to take the revenue minus the budget. And we add it to the view and we call it profit. Anything you want to do in a normal database API, you can do in this query method. And then to make it appear in your view, you have to do it in the render method. So I called it add field profit. I have access to it by going values profit. That will give me access to anything I did up above. And this is another example of why I would use a custom render or a custom field plugin is because I wanted to have some ownership of what that looked like. So the data coming in was just an int, and I want to convert that to something that looks like currency. So I changed the number format to have the right decimal. I'm prefixing it with the US currency symbol. And if I want, once again, I could maybe add some logic to adjust for inflation, or I could add some logic to change the currency based on user preference or whatever that might be. So put your PHP logic in here, keep it out of the views. And just to be curious, let's look at what the profits are. Custom profit calculation. I'm just going to accept the samples and we'll see that we now have the query has changed significantly. So we are selecting a lot more. We're adding a revenue field, a value field, and a budget field, which is this calculation of of revenue minus budget. So revenue minus budget as profit. And we are joining on those tables. So we have access to that data, and we're adding those filters I mentioned to make sure that things weren't empty. And here is where our values are rendered. Just to skip, well, no, I don't want to skip ahead too much. Let's look at an example of a filter. So that was a field plugin, which I use the most often. Somebody wants something in their view. I need to do some logic. I'll create a plugin, and now you can manage your views, and you don't need me to push buttons for you. Here's an example of a filter plugin. It's extremely similar. So this is a lot of boilerplate again. The name of it, the ID that you specify in your alter hook, is consistent here. So it's called example field filter plugin. And in this case, we only have a query method. So what do we want to do to this query to filter the data? And I do have an example here just for fun. Anytime you're doing a filter in using like a database API here, we're going to add a where clause. So in this where, we're going to say where the title contains an exclamation mark. And I've called this excited titles. That way you can see just the movie titles that have that exclamation mark. And let me remove the profit field, because that was filtering ones that didn't have a budget or a revenue. And we'll add excited. Thought it was called excited. Maybe it's called something else. Oh, I'm adding a field. I shouldn't add a field. It's a filter. There it is, excited titles. And to look at the code one more time, there is just a query method where we're modifying the query to add a where clause. So let's apply the default example settings. And we should see that we're left with, I want to see nodes that are published, that are type movie, and where the title contains an exclamation mark. And we see some fantastic 90s movies right here. The where clause can also, the filters. Let me do this again. Anything you want to do in the query, you can do in this filter. And you can also add filters to the field themselves. But I try to keep my code organized so that my field logic is just relevant to the field and my filter logic is just relevant to my filter. But feel free to try to find a balance between when you're using the query method versus the render method. And to go back to like our very first example, demo field, I chose not to do anything with the query because it just wasn't performative. I already had access to the node. But in the example of using the budget calculation, I certainly had access to the budget field and the revenue field. But if I were to do that at render, it means for every row, I would look up values, make a calculation, and then process it. And that's pretty intense. It's way more efficient for me to do that in the query. So you're going to have to find your own balance if you're going to use the query method versus the render method when you're in a field. For the filter, you're always going to be using the query method. And then the last one I just want to show off is the sort. So it's not a custom sort to a view. It's very similar. It's all boilerplate. Copy and paste this. We're extending, in this case, sort plugin. The ID is going to be example sort plugin. It's the one that would appear in the alter hook, says, hey, we have a new plugin. And we just have a query method to alter as our minimal thing. There are other things like to add form options. So query method here, I have access to the query, and I did load in an example. Oh, no, wait, that's just, here's my example. Let's sort by profitability. Through the magic, all the work is done. This is the similar code that you saw before where I'm joining. I did want to show an example of a different type of join. So if you're interested, I have that in here, just doing the join on the revenue, the budget to calculate profit. So in my query, just like before, I'm calculating profit as a field called, well, in this case, it's formula, but I've added an order by the formula. So this is the exact same thing we looked at before. Thank you, Tim. I see the note. But we're ordering, we're sorting by the profit of the movie. Let's take a peek what that looks like. I know I'm going through these examples fast, but they're on GitHub. I'll add the revenue field back in so we can prove that it is working, or the profit field. And we are going to sort by profit. And you can see I actually changed, instead of calling it ascending and descending, I changed the labels from hemorrhage money to the least bad first. And I did that through this method called sort options. So I was able to change what my sort options were, just something that's now makes sense to your content owners. And even for me, when I see a date sort ascending, descending, I was like, ooh, geez, what was that? How'd that work again? Let's check out the movies that hemorrhaged money worst. We see it's changed query dramatically. And oh, I'm still just sorting by, or still filtering by excited titles. Let's look at all of them. Let's get real nostalgic here. The worst movies of the 90s that I saw. The Postman. Man, do we underestimate that the theme of democracy in the post office could be something people would play into? Didn't do well. Sphere, there's some good movies on here. I don't know what they're talking about. So those are some examples of fields, filters, and sorts. I do have some other things in the Git repo worth checking out. Most important thing is you can separate those concerns and move all that custom code into a place that is very accessible. Back to the slides, so I can open up to some questions. First thing I want to say is allowing your users to create their own views can be scary, but with a little work, we can offer access. And so some strategies to keep in mind: creating new permissions and roles just for folks who can access views or a subset of views. It's not too hard in Drupal to say, create a custom permission where someone can't create views, but they can edit views that start with the prefix of content underscore. That might be a simple permissions handler to create. Definitely develop a training program so you have some peace of mind of who's going to be making changes. I suggest a feature request process where someone just can't make changes as they see fit, especially for enterprise organizations. There's probably some brand guidelines, accessibility, security, and folks using views have access to sensitive information. So you want to make sure they're trained and that their changes are getting approved, maybe through a code or a change review process. So keep that in mind. Process is going to be important, but just making things difficult by saying you have to come through me to create all your views is not a good security policy on its own. Oh, and the movies on the right, that's called Rocky's Horrible Picture Show. And that's movies of Sylvester Stallone that got 2 stars or less. How do we manage this? How do we actually do it? This is my last big thing, because it is scary to let folks change your views. And for a small team, how do you keep this code healthy for any size team? For a small team with great autonomy, I suggest, and this might scare you, working on production. I certainly have some family sites, some friend sites that are not updated often. And for me, my strategy is to take nightly backups of the database. And if they have to make changes on production, I check that code out and I export that configuration and I check it into my repo. So I save that configuration. It's not so scary, but maybe a more practical option for you is just to ignore the views configuration. So using something like config ignore allows you to ignore a set of configuration, untrack it. And you could even do things like prefix all views that are prefix content underscore, we're going to ignore from config. And what this allows is views to be treated as content on production and move down the stack. I do this all the time with the web forms module, where content owners who are well-trained are allowed to create their own web forms, and it's not something I'm enforcing through configuration anymore. They needed that environment to be like a web form builder role in Drupal. I would do similar things with views. The most robust solution of how you can roll this out, and I do this, I did this recently with a university that needed a large tech stack. We had a copy of their production site, which was their content staging server, and is behind a private IP that mimicked production. And this was a place for them to create views freely as they needed. And when the view was ready, we had some scripts that used Drush and some command line tools that would pull the configuration out, check it into Git, run our integration tests, visual regression tests, things of that nature, get built on Circle CI. And we would say, okay, your views, they're acceptable. They worked. All the changes are now in version control. They were made on this separate server, pulled into our code, and now we can deploy into the real production. That strategy worked out pretty well if you have the DevOps support to pull it off. And my last category of movies here on the right, that's called Droid Rage, and that's movies where someone fights a robot. So I'd like to leave you with a simple sentiment. Empower your site owners, because the role of site builder just keeps expanding. And our technical literacy of all our users is increasing. So look for ways where developers can step aside, not be your bottleneck, and let the content delivery process really be owned by your content owners. So thank you so much. The GitHub repo is on this slide, along with my contact. I'm in Jim on all the platforms, and I'd love to answer some questions.
Hey, Jim, thanks. That was great. So glad I picked moderating this one because I really wanted to attend it as well. So,
Awesome.
So we had a couple questions here in the Zoom chat. I didn't see any over on Slack. The first one was from Max Starkenberg, and he asked, how does one see the DB query and views previews? Some other participants answered that. Could you show us the views settings screen?
Let's look at it, because that is really worth knowing. And I can't stress enough how I didn't go to school for computer science, but I became pretty good at database administration solely from starting by using views. So when you're looking at your list of views, there is a secondary tab for settings. So you're probably familiar with this interface. And there's quite a few things going on in here that are useful. But scrolling down, we have show the query. You can also look at performance statistics. So I talked about, do I do this in the render or do I do it in the query? You could kind of plug out some performance statistics to go, oh, wow, this one's 100 times slower, and get a sense of where your code should be moved. So definitely check this take a look at this. I also use the Kint module, or I guess Devel, to dump things to the screen. Since this preview is through Ajax, I have to use, I believe it's a DSM or DPM. DSM. DSM will debug onto your screen if you don't have something like Xdebug. Next up.
Okay, the next question was from Lyra. How does a view get attached to the custom view module to use its rules?
Oh, yeah. So one thing that's important is we are organizing our code as, in my case, as abstract as possible. So I am finding each one of my new fields in the module in its own file. So I have a field called, this one's called actor shortlist, and it will show me the top 3 actors for any movie. And this one is called my list. And this is on this website I have where you can say, I want to watch this movie later, and you add a little heart. Each one of these is a field, but it doesn't mean anything to the site itself. I'm just defining the options of what you could do with this field. The view itself, you're gonna attach by editing your view. So when I create a new view and I add a field, I have access to an instance of that code. So I want to add my new, in this case, actor shortlist. I have now added an instance of that field to my view, and everything else is just working with Drupal out of the box. So when if you're using, say, the configuration management system, I export my configuration, it's going to be in a YAML file that says this view uses this field, and Drupal will know what module that field's from through its discovery mechanisms. Hope that helps. I hope I got the question right.
Yeah, so Lyra had a follow-up there. They said the custom fields are available to any view you create. So basically,
that's correct.
You're creating a views plugin and it's available to any view.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. Someone asked, would defining new permissions and roles for accessing specific views be made via a custom module?
Probably. I think right now, the out-of-the-box views permissions to me are too all or nothing. And as much as I want to trust and have great training, it's just too much. Folks could do some real damage. And what I would probably do is create a new permission. There is another type of plugin that allows you to find permissions in Drupal, and you can do things like say, can the user do X, Y, and Z? And you've created a new role, and you can add that permission to it. So it's outside the scope of this presentation, but it's actually a fairly, I would say, small to intermediate programming path to create a new permission in Drupal and give it some custom values. I would even go as far as to say they can't edit all views. They can only edit views that have a certain naming convention. That way it helps me further control, the content views versus maybe some blocks that are critical to the site's performance, or some data feeds that I don't want anyone editing.
Great, okay. Let's see, another question. We're almost out of time here, but I'll try to get to these. Can you build a field plugin where it is limited to a view style and the field name is determined from one of the style options?
I don't really know. One thing that you're definitely limited by, or can be limited by, is the type of entity you're pulling from. So even though a user can have a name and a node can have a title, those are very different fields. And so you have to decide early on, am I doing this for nodes? Am I doing this for users, a custom entity, or all of them? I can do it globally, but that means you have to write your code a little more platform agnostic. But they're meant to be pretty flexible. So even at that level, it really is open to everybody. I think it would be a pretty advanced workflow to prevent folks from using it. In fact, the only time that I think I've really limited views was, I don't know how I did it. I guess it was because I was changing the base table again. So instead of just a node or a user, a Solar search was another example of one where I wanted to use views out of the box. I wanted people to be able to edit their views. And it was actually for this TV site we built last year. And I only wanted folks to be able to use this field on those. And so that happened by attaching it in here instead of node data. It was the Solar result. So I think the easiest thing is to organize it by your entity type, but to get more granular, I don't know a way to do that out of the box. It might be in there.
Okay. Let's see. Could you put up the demo site again? Someone asked if they could take a screenshot. I just assumed the home page, maybe.
Let me open this up. Oh, there's some gems in here.
I think because we're out of time and we need to let the other speaker get in here and get set up, I'm going to have to end it. But I've got everyone's questions, and I'm going to give them to Jim. And if he's willing to stick around on the Slack channel, #coding-and-dev, you can join there and hopefully ask us the questions there. But I'll give them to him. And thank you, Jim, and thanks everyone for attending. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I'll see you in that Slack channel, and enjoy the rest of the conference. I'm excited.
Cool. And the next presentation in this room is Drupal hosted on Kubernetes. So if you're going to that, you can stick around. Thanks.
Hi, Tim, I just wanted to do a quick test. This is Sunil, the next presenter.
Gotcha. Oop, I gotcha. I just made you a code.
Okay, perfect. And I can just do a video test too. Is that? Just want to make sure it works. Just,
I'm still standing as still.
yeah, I think
Jim.
that is. Let me try this.
I see you now.
Oh, perfect. Awesome.
Do you want to test sharing your slides or screen?
Yeah, yeah, sure. Let me try that as well. Yep. Yeah, let me just go in here. Do you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, awesome. Great. Wonder
We can leave it up there since there's only 8 minutes left.
Okay, we'll do that, and then I have to kind of maybe switch to my terminal at some point.
Did you share your whole screen or just a tab or just a?
I think I just shared a tab. Let me just go back here.
Okay, that's fine. Or you can switch during, or you can share the whole screen if you're comfortable doing that.
Yeah, let me try that. Might as well just do that. Be much easier. Do I keep the chat window open or closed? I wonder. Best.
What was that?
The chat window. Do I keep that open? I'm sharing my whole screen now. Wonder if that.
I see your slide.
Okay.
Do you want to switch to your terminal?
Sure.
Great.
You see that?
I can see that. It's a little small. If you have plans to show that, you might want to zoom it bigger if possible.
Let me yep.
If you want to respond to chat or questions as we go along, you could. It might be better to do them all at the end. I'll log them and I can read them to you, or you can read them as well.
Sounds good. Yeah, that's fine if you want to do. I was there at the end of the other session. I did see you do that. So
great. So and you can just ignore the chat then if you want.
Right. Okay. I'll
so you can focus on your present.
Yep. Exactly.
So hi everyone. See, there's 17 of us right now. We'll get started in about 6 minutes. Please remember to stay muted during the presentation. Appreciate that. You can ask questions in the Zoom chat, or if we have time at the end, we might do some voice ones. We didn't in the last session. Mark Gordon, where do I find the Slack channel name? The Slack channels are per session track. So in this case, it's DevOps performance, security, and privacy, which is hashtag DevOps-performance-security-privacy. You can find that in Slack under the channels plus button. All right, well, because we want to respect everyone's time, we'll get started in just 1 minute. I just want to remind everyone once again, please keep yourself muted. Appreciate that. We'll keep distraction free during the presentation. We'll take questions either on Slack and, oh, I put the wrong channel name. Sorry about that. Sorry. In Slack, here in the Zoom chat, and if we have time via voice. Sunil, if you want to join the Slack channel, I invited you to it, and if you have time afterward, if anyone has follow-up questions,
Absolutely.
after the session's over, you could talk to Sunil then. Sunil is presenting Drupal hosted on Kubernetes.
Yep. Thank you.
I'm going to hit record and go ahead.
Thanks, Tim. So welcome everyone. I am the Director of Technical Architecture at IQ Solutions. Today I'm going to be talking about Drupal hosted on Kubernetes. This is kind of an introductory session, introducing you to Kubernetes if you haven't already gotten on that bandwagon, and how you could use it to host Drupal. Also, before we get into Kubernetes, I just wanted to give a brief introduction about containers as well. So let's get started with that. If you have some time, I'm going to do a very brief demo as well at the end of the session. Just a quick introduction about IQ Solutions. We're a health communication company based in the DC area. And we provide a whole gamut of services in the communication arena, right from social media, digital strategy, content strategy, obviously mobile, website, and application development, and a host of other features, services. And these are some of our clients. And with that, I'm just going to get started with our discussion for today. So before I just jump into Kubernetes, I wanted to talk about like traditional deployment. You've probably seen this before in other presentations, but what is the role of the container in today's kind of environment? A traditional deployment, we've had that for years, where you log into a bare metal server, you have an operating system, the hardware, and you're installing apps out there. And obviously this became cumbersome and expensive. So we came up with the virtualized environment, which has been a very popular model. And in that model, you have virtual machines. You're dividing this environment into virtual machines, and you're trying to install apps out there. But again, it's not as efficient enough, because you see each of these virtual machines has its own operating system out there, and a lot of underutilized resources in that sense. And so here we are now with container technology, where we're kind of cutting out the virtual machine and just building these containers and separating these apps into single service containers and microservices. And this is kind of the world we live in now, which is kind of everything is built as a container. This is what it would look like in a microservices architecture. It's standardized now. We have Docker and other container runtimes out there, and makes it highly repeatable. Gives you all the isolation you want. It's very portable, so I can take these containers and run it on a local environment in a staging environment across different operating systems. And we're running it with a lot more efficiency, with a lot more resource utilization efficiency out there. So these are some of the benefits, and we kind of now build our in a previous architecture that we saw, you'd have a lot of things kind of mixed onto the one single server, which is a problem. So I just wanted to also mention the Docker container runtime. It's not the only one around, but it is definitely the most popular one. And for our examples out here, we're going to be just talking about that. There are others out there that are the cloud native, Cloud Foundation is kind of, you can find out more about them if you want to use them. But I think Docker has become the standard going forward. So we'll just talk about that. So let's talk about traditionally what we did is if you had to deploy code or we wanted to make a change to a library that we were using, or modify, the Apache configuration, or make a change to the PHP configuration, we'd log into the server or a VM directly and make those changes. And even on every code deployment, we would go, either we'd have some kind of continuous deployment process that would copy the code over, and you'd have multiple servers where you would do this. With the container approach, you probably heard this term immutable. Every time you make a change is you build a brand new image. So everything is burned onto the image and tagged with the new version, and then pushed onto a container registry. So that is kind of the container lifecycle model. So it's something, before you even get into the whole Kubernetes space, this is kind of one of those things you need to, in your organization, get some sort of a process like this in place, automated or not. So speaking of the container lifecycle, I just also wanted to briefly mention about container registry. So you'd also need a container registry, a secure container registry. And so developers, when they build these container images, they would push it up to a container registry. A lot of the big cloud providers, over here, we're talking about Azure, but GCP, AWS, all of them provide container registries, and they're fast and highly available. Some of these cloud providers also add a lot of value adds on these container registries. So now, instead of scanning doing on your actual server, they can scan your container registry and tell you if any vulnerabilities exist. So that's kind of another value add of these container registries. But now that you have a container registry and you have your containers built, that's when we really start talking about Kubernetes comes in place. And just really going back quickly on a typical architecture, what you would have to do is, you'd have a load balancer, you'd have 3 Drupal web servers, you're load balancing across, you'd probably have a Memcache, a MySQL, a Solr. You might even have Memcache on every of those web servers, which, that's a possibility. So you'd have to configure networking, create route tables, do the load balancing, install the software, configure it, install the databases, caches, and all the other things. And obviously that's not about it. You'd have to also just go maintain these servers, update all of them. This is kind of our typical architecture. So what is Kubernetes? Now, we talked about, that was kind of like an introduction into this whole, why do we need something like Kubernetes? And, we build these containers, and now there's got to be a way to orchestrate these containers and just get, we looked at the last slide, we got to do everything that last slide was doing in Kubernetes. And it's a lot of those manual processes are kind of automated in Kubernetes, managing and scaling these containerized applications, making the networking work. And the great thing about this platform now is everything can be, it's all about automation, and everything is about configuration. So everything is stored in a configuration, making it super easy to source control, manage, automate in a CI/CD system. So that also, if you're just brand new to Kubernetes, what a lot of folks ask, why is it Kubernetes? And it's the Greek word for captain, and everything around this is like around the whole maritime kind of concept. And as we go along this presentation, I'll keep touching on that. Briefly, Kubernetes provides you service discovery and load balancing. We need hard disks. We need to mount storage onto these containers. So it helps with storage orchestration. It helps with the rollouts and rollbacks. If in a traditional deployment, we would have to either take a server out of a loop or do changes after business hours, or do things. We want to keep the application up and running. So some of those things can get much easier to manage with Kubernetes. Automated bin packing. So Kubernetes will assign CPU and memory to each container, and basically it does the allocation for you, and you have the knobs and levers to kind of control how much of that will be allocated. It provides some self-healing functionality. If a container is unhealthy, it'll probably, if there's a memory leak of some sort, it'll probably restart that container. It's not obviously going to fix that container. You still have to take care of that, but it might buy you some time. And we'll talk about some of the self-healing as we go along. And also secrets and configuration management. You're going to have keys, your credentials for your certificates, your private keys, your logins to the database. All of those are kind of have to be managed someplace in a secure way. And it provides you the ability to manage those secrets and configurations. A typical Kubernetes cluster, this is what it really looks like, is on the left-hand side, what you see is the control plane, also called the master. And Kubernetes stores everything in this database called etcd. And it has this, everything around Kubernetes is kind of like API based. So it's all central to this API server. And these are some of the components of a Kubernetes cluster. What on the right-hand side, you see the nodes. Those are the workers. So if you go by Kubernetes as a managed service with one of the three big providers, or even Linode or DigitalOcean, what they give you is the control plane, and you specify how many nodes you want, and they'll provision that for you. One other way of looking at this is Kubernetes is kind of like one giant computer. So if you're buying 3 nodes with 8 GB each, you're getting 24 gigs, and they have 4 processors that makes it 12 processors, and then that's your whole your compute cloud available to you, and so it's kind of aggregated into one big number like that, and Kubernetes will manage it. Will manage all the resources. It looks as a one unit. So with that, how do you manage a Kubernetes cluster? Everything is like API centric in Kubernetes. There are lots of tools around this ecosystem that are coming up. You have Visual Studio Code as well. They have an extension to talk to this API server, but traditionally the way to do it is with kubectl. It's the kube control. It's a command line interface that you install, and then you define all these YAML files of what you want Kubernetes to do for you, and you push through. You apply these YAML files to this Kubernetes cluster, and it will deploy the pods and everything else to do the scheduling for you. Kubelet is the scheduler that talks with this API server, and so these are the worker nodes. It'll decide where a pod should go, whatever specification you provided. So you use the kubectl tool. We'll see some of that in the demo. And I wanted to talk about namespaces. So we talked about this one big giant computer. So you may get a 6-node cluster, and let's say this is not production, but this is your staging, QA, and development. You definitely want to kind of split it up in a way, isolate that, so that each of those environments is very clearly isolated. So namespaces is the way you would do it in Kubernetes, the use case out here is for development, staging, and production. You can also set up access and resource limits for each namespace using a resource quota object. So you may give development only so much CPU and so much memory, whereas you'd give the other environments a little more. And I have an example out here of a kubectl command. I'm just trying to find out all the pods that exist in all the namespaces. In this cluster, I only have this is basically the kube system, which is what Kubernetes, when it gets installed, these are the components it installs. We saw that diagram earlier on. You can see this core DNS, there's etcd, it's got the API server, the control manager, proxy, the scheduler, and the storage provisioner. So those are the things we're going to talk a little bit more about, and we have a dashboard as well. We would kind of split up our, like, let's say we had a client, the client name -stage could be one methodology that you choose to do of defining a namespace, and within that namespace you'd have your Redis, your Solar, your MySQL, your Drupal, everything out there, and you'd have an ingress bringing traffic into this namespace. So namespaces are a way to divide your Kubernetes cluster into isolated spaces. Nodes we talked about, these are the compute instances for the cluster, and I have a Kubernetes command at the bottom. I have an alias set up, and so it just says kubectl get nodes, and I want wide, and you can see these are underneath Kubernetes has these Ubuntu machines, and the Docker container runtime and the kernel version and all. I can see all of that. I'm never going to be able to log into this. It's completely managed by Kubernetes itself. Obviously, you could choose to do this on-premise, but there would be a different kind of undertaking. A lot of my examples out here are going to be like, you'd have a cloud provider to kind of deploy, to buy the Kubernetes managed service. So nodes are the workers. So let's talk about pods now. We've been talking about containers, and now in the Kubernetes world, suddenly a Docker container becomes a pod. And basically, pod is the way a container is represented in Kubernetes, and its storage in Kubernetes. So you can have a single container, or you could have some sidecar containers within a pod. And going forward, we're just going to reference containers as pods. So sidecars are essentially you could have another process running, another container running in your pod that is probably doing some sort of monitoring or doing some sort of log analysis or log shipping. It's not a very, it just depends on the use case. I don't think you would need to worry about this depending on what you're trying to do. But generally, pods are like one container in one pod is probably the most common use case. Let's talk about deployments. So we talked about kubectl and how you send YAML commands to Kubernetes. So deployment is also a kind of object in Kubernetes, and you can see the API version out here. This is across the board. You're going to see this. There are exactly 4 parts of a kubectl YAML file. There's an API version. There's a kind, and I'm saying deployment out here. I'm giving some metadata out here. I'm assigning some labels, and this is an Nginx deployment. And then I see a specification. So metadata and specification is what we provide, and status is another node that gets generated when you look at this deployment once it's in progress and you query it inside the Kubernetes cluster. It'll tell you, status will tell you exactly how this deployment is doing. It's got all the other information that etcd manages, Kubernetes manages about this deployment. So we would assign this metadata, and then the spec is the important part. As we would tell Kubernetes, if we want this deployment to have 2 replicas, and we would assign again metadata around that. And the specification here, I'm trying to run Nginx out here, and I want to use the public Nginx version 1.16, and I want to expose the container port 8080. So this is basically, once I do this and I submit this, I'm going to have containers for Nginx running, 2 of them on Kubernetes once I submit this. Again, you would have you would build your own containers for Drupal. Or any other, Solar, Elastic, whatever you need. These are the kubectl commands you would use to kind of get this. You could just say apply -f. Either it could be a URL or a file stored on your system. You probably have these all stored in your computer, which is kind of through and source control this, because all these deployment files actually will constitute making up your entire system. If you want to describe the deployment, you would do describe deployment. You could also query the pods that this deployment is going to implement by using a label, and you can delete the deployment. So in essence, a deployment manages a replica set. Replica sets manage pods. This is kind of like the layers as we go down. And a pod is an abstraction of a container. So I hope that's clear. These are some other kubectl commands you can do. You can change the deployment by just setting the image version. You can look at the rollout history. You can undo a deployment. You can roll it to a certain revision. You can just restart a deployment. And so these are all the rollout commands out here. And then at the bottom we have scale. So if I wanted to change the replicas, if I we saw like we had 3 web servers out there, and in the Kubernetes world, it would be 3 pods. But if you wanted to change it to 5 pods, we would just change the number of replicas. And so you could have 5 containers of Drupal running by changing the replica count. This is how you would scale and update deployments. This is some other kind of deployment files that I just wanted to show. So let's say if you were implementing Elasticsearch in a single node kind of deployment, this is kind of an example. I'm using the public Docker, the public Elasticsearch container. I'm using version 7.71, and I wanted to, and these are some environment variables I'm passing on to it, and I want the container port. This Elasticsearch is going to serve up on 9200. For Memcached, I would have another container. And again, I'm using this is the Google Memcached official image, and I'm exposing the port. And so I think what we've seen in this space is like there's a lot, just like how in GitHub you had public, public repos out there, and in the open source world, we've seen that, there's a lot of collaboration, and this is very similar. And, you have Docker Hub, where there's an official image for pretty much everything out there, right? So it's a great place to go check out and start learning about how some of these things are done. The Docker file is there. All the versions are that are supported by them, and these are like official. So the MySQL container would be managed by Oracle, and they have all the experts who know about that technology, and so it's a great way to go learn things about that. And these public repos kind of really give you a lot of insight of how things are done. So now we talked about pods, but again, now we also do need to network this and make it a service. So we have 3 pods out here, and we have a service. So services are basically used to logically group a set of pods together and provide the network connectivity. And it can be if you don't want to expose it, you could have a cluster IP. Load balancer is typically what we use. And what that would do is expose the service, and cluster IP would just keep it within the cluster. The API version, again, the kind, the metadata, the spec, very, very similar methodology being followed across the board. And every time you declare an object, it's the type of object. Here it is, service. And you could also have services pointing to things that are not actually stored in Kubernetes. These could be external to Kubernetes. So let's say you had a MySQL sitting somewhere else. You can think of an external name as like a CNAME pointer. So it's a way to define services that don't sit in the cluster. This is how a service gets mapped onto a deployment. So I'm going to tell this service, hey, listen to target port 8080. And make it available on port 80, but the selector you need to look at. So it's going to go find all the pods with the selector app nginx. With the match label is going to be nginx, and it's going to, so when I change this deployment to, let's say, 10 pods, this service will now load balance 10 pods. Right now it's load balancing 3 pods, but so it's as easy as that to kind of start scaling these services up and down. So that's how services are mapped. Another concept I just want to throw out there is the ingress controller, because the first thing when you do is when you start up a Kubernetes cluster, whichever provider you're with, to bring traffic into your Kubernetes cluster, you're going to have to define and launch an ingress controller, and it provides these ingress controllers are kind of Nginx one is the most common out there, but there are others out there. You'd have to look at your cloud provider to see but they have very tight integration with the web application firewalls and the load, the firewalls with AWS, Azure, GCP. It's a single entry point into your cluster. It provides you SSL termination if you wanted that. So it really, what this really does is I can have multiple domains I'm serving up through a single ingress. And I can have different bots within that being routed to a different service. So it really lowers your cost for you don't have to have multiple external IPs being exposed to the world. And you could also have this within a VPC or VNet, and then use some other kind of another kind of firewall product that actually talks to the ingress. And again, everything out here is managed by configuration. So I have, again, this is the kind of file that I have is called ingress out here. And I have 2 hosts out here, and they're both pointing to different services. on port 80. So I could have two different, with one ingress, I could have two different Drupal instances out here that are being served up. And without having to have multiple external IP addresses, all controlled by the host name. And you would also have your certificates and all the SSL termination in here if that's what you wanted. So let's talk about obviously we've talked about and if we were doing we're hosting our Drupal site, we do want persistent volumes. Persistent volumes are going to be used for obviously for your SQL, but also for static files that Drupal saves. So the way to implement that is through a persistent volume. Persistent volume is defined. You would define what storage class you need. The storage is going to persist across all the clusters, across the cluster, and will be available to all the nodes. And if the pod goes down or recycles, this data is always going to be available, so it's persistent. So storage classes, there are different kinds of storage classes, object or file storage, and this is what we would need if you were saving static files, in the site files directory for Drupal. This is known as object or file storage, and then for disk, you would use block storage, which is much more low latency. The thing about block storage is that you cannot have rewrite many. It only writes to one. You can only write to one disk. Storage is not namespaced. It can be available to the entire cluster. And pods access volumes using claims, PVCs, persistent volume claims. This is a definition of a persistent volume. I'm defining the capacity I want, and the storage class is specified out here. And there's a secret that is, we'll talk about secrets right now. And I want the access mode to be read write many. So this is kind of another way of showing this is your cloud provider will provide you different storage classes, and you can even build your own custom storage classes. But a volume claim will say, I want, do I want file storage or do I want a disk storage? And that'll define, whether you want a persistent volume or of a certain type. But this can also be automated depending on storage classes. So it'll automatically generate the persistent volume. Generally, what you want is for single pod access, like a MySQL or a Solar. You cannot have you can have multiple pods writing into the same disk. You'd want file storage for that, and this is a very good use case for us, where we store files, static files in Drupal, and multiple pods will need to access it. There are other, it depends with different cloud providers. Recently, AWS announced EFS, which is basically kind of providing this sort of storage, is a recent announcement. Prior to that, folks were using, direct access to, because you want concurrent access to this folder using S3FS or Fly System or something, one of those modules in Drupal, and accessing file storage for our static files. So a pod being mapped, we have a volume claim out here, and this volume claim is going to get mounted to a certain path. So in this case, I'm mounting this volume claim to site's default files. This is where I'm going to store all my static files. This is how you would specify it in your, again, the kind is persistent volume claim. And then this is within my pod itself, in my deployment definition, that I'm mounting the volume. So configuration maps is another object type in Kubernetes, and you'll see it used pretty often. They're basically abstractions for volumes, but it's a way to manage configuration. And it's super fast. It's basically stored in the etcd database, and it allows you to easily update configuration without changing your container. And so things like your MySQL configuration or your Nginx deployment configuration would be stored in this. You don't want to keep redeploying those. If you change the configuration map or you change a setting, Kubernetes will automatically recognize this and kind of restart that deployment. see, secrets. Yeah, so let's talk about secrets. So this is another Kubernetes object type, and again, you would use this to store your MySQL database password, username, any keys that have to be stored. You would base 64 encode that, and then apply it via kubectl. You would store this. Once it's set and put inside your cluster, it is not going to be visible to anybody. So that's the reason we have. This is a mechanism that Kubernetes uses to keep everything contained within the cluster, and as folks come and access it, they're not able to see the real values. I wanted to introduce the stateful set object. I think it's probably kind of a little bit out of the scope of like an introductory kind of discussion, but stateful sets are used for databases like MySQL. If you wanted to have Elastic or Solar in a Zookeeper format where you have a clustering situation, this stateful sets are the next version of it's sort of a deployment, but it has a unique ID to each pod name, because what happens is something like I'm just going to use this next slide to explain this. When we say stateless applications, and Drupal is a great candidate for that, because everything is stored in the database, and the file system is also shared. So any kind of state is never stored in the container. It's always, but something like MySQL does need its own dedicated disk for reading and writing. You can only have one master. So they follow a master-slave kind of methodology, where MySQL pod 0 will always be the writer and read, and all the other pods are going to be like the slaves, and they're just like data replicas. This is a much harder thing to manage when state is involved. So you have to know a lot more about how things work in here. You'd probably use a chart that we'll talk about in the next slide to manage this. So that's stateful sets. You could, I did show deployments for Elastic in Memcache, and you can do the same with Solar. Those are things that you can actually do in a single pod and actually vertically scale it. Databases are hard to scale horizontally. It's more vertical scaling. And daemon sets, I just want to, is another type of object. I don't think I'm going to spend too much time on this, but it's basically a way that all your monitoring and Kubernetes in itself and kube system does install a few daemon sets. What this really means is you define a definition, and Kubernetes will make sure that a part of that definition is running on each and every node. And so every node has one of these. So, coming back to our discussion, database must be persistent. We looked at that. Drupal file directories must be persistent and shared among web containers. The CSS and JS aggregation that needs to be persistent into certain directories, again, would be shared in this file, static file directory. And then the next thing is, how do we get our settings and configuration onto the deployments, and how do we run cron jobs? So in our settings page, we would be, we'd have all the environment variables set up out here for Drupal. And in the deployment file, we would specify the values, and each one of these deployments, for each, let's say you had a staging environment, a QA, things could vary, and you would store that all in source control, and the deployment files would be there. So, once you construct a complete deployment for with the service and an ingress and everything for, let's say, dev, it's all about just changing values in a YAML file and reapplying them, and then you have a brand new environment out there. So you can see a lot of those benefits. You get right away with something like this. Everything is completely stored in configuration. You're never gonna have to log into a server and do any of this, or change any of the environment variables, or change any of the setting files. So it becomes super easy to manage this, even if you're just doing it, in dev and QA. And we run some of our sites in production, and we this is a great way of doing things. So you can see out here in my deployment YAML file, I have my database password and my and the DB user. These are basically these are secrets. You can't see it, and but everything else you can see out here. I've got the Redis host. I've got the DB port, base URL, things that are not the recapture site key, and if I was doing some geocoding, I could store those as secrets too, or just specify the values right here. So, going back to stateful sets and databases, we've found that, you can do MySQL within, you can run it in a Kubernetes cluster. It just depends on your level of proficiency of how much you want to take on and manage. But in a production environment, we tend to use RDS, Azure MySQL, or the GCP MySQL that's provided. It's just a more robust option, especially if you're managing customers' data in production. You really want to be, if you're going to do that MySQL in a stateful way, this is probably the better way to do it. It's probably more highly optimized by a cloud provider. And there are options for read replicas, and it's probably might even turn out to be a little more cost effective. It just depends. And then again, you would use a Kubernetes service to point to this external service declaration. Or you could go directly to that, the RDS or MySQL instance in Azure MySQL instance by specifying it in your deployment environment variable. And then, to maintain, the Drupal cron heartbeat, you can have Kubernetes provides you a cron job object type. So it's like a cron job is essentially, it's like a one line of a cron tab file, each one of these YAML files, and you can specify the schedule, and you'd have a container with the CLI tools installed. So you run your drush cron, or if you want to just go to cron PHP directly, whatever you could specify it here in that. And these are some of the local development environments. So even when you get into this whole thing of working with Kubernetes, we've kind of also converted all our local development environments using Docker Compose and Lando. Everybody's kind of in that container mindset of working with how things are done, and the goal is to contain everything into as into a stateless container image as possible, so you can scale and deploy it and kind of have a container workflow within your organization. So I want to check how we're doing with time. Okay. Yeah, so your continuous deployment process would be you'd have base Docker images for PHP and Drupal, and then you would just copy copy your code over into these containers, and then push them up into your registry, and you can get a lot of automation in your continuous deployment pipeline. So a Jenkins build would look something like this. We have we do all the Docker building, and when we log into our container registry, we build a web image with the latest branch. The Docker file will specify where the code has to be copied into. We have the base Docker image that I just showed you. You would log into your container registry, push up the image, and then you can use kubectl commands in your deployment to kind of make sure you're pointing to the right Kubernetes cluster in a right namespace, and then you can just set the image deployment to the latest one. So relatively easy to kind of automate. And then you could also have lifecycle events. They're out of scope of discussion, but even if you're using Helm or using just plain kubectl, there are all these lifecycle events. So you can do your drush update DB, configuration import, cache clear. Of course, if you're doing this in production and you're doing update DB, you also have to have you should have your database backed up and all of that. So it's not going to be as Drupal manages state in the database. If you're going to update the database, then rolling back is not. You want to have take all the necessary precautions that you need to bring your database back to the state it needs to be in. If you're going to go back to your previous container, and also through keeps we have a lot of you have all the kinds of knobs and levers you need to manage requests and limits for resources. So this is a good idea to have this on some of your deployments, because if you let it go without any of these request and memory limits, they could be a process. They could be maybe your Elasticsearch goes and starts taking up 3 CPUs and takes up a lot more memory, and then it will cause a problem for all your other parts to go in a pending state and not get scheduled. And so it's hard to it would be hard to kind of debug a situation like that. So it's a good idea to kind of to use requests and limits. Request is basically the minimum amount required. So, I want 250 milli CPU out here, and I want 64 meg memory. That's my minimum I need. And if Kubernetes has that, it's going to go schedule this pod. And you have a limit out here. If I say if this pod is requesting, if it's going over 500 milli CPU, then you want to put some CPU pressure on it. If it is actually going above 128 meg, the limit that is set out there, this is actually going to, evict the pod. It's gonna go in an evicted state. It's easy to evict pods with, there's nothing, you can't put any kind of memory pressure, so they get evicted. Whereas CPU, Kubernetes has some control of giving you a certain amount of millicores. I also wanted to kind of quickly introduce any discussion about Kubernetes is Helm. It's basically a package manager for Kubernetes. It's like, think of it as like the Yum apt or the other package managers that exist. So it's a great way to package YAML files and distribute them in public and private repos. And it's a great way to learn, actually. I mean, I go look at some of these Helm charts just to see how things are done. And it's a great way to learn. Very easy to spin things up and down. I want pretty much everything out there. There's probably a Helm chart. Any kind of software that you want to run, there's going to be a Helm chart available for it. So this is a Helm chart, just like this is a open source Bitnami Drupal Helm chart out there. I just wanted to show this, everything that we saw out here is kind of defined in, you have a requirements YAML, which is going to give you, this needs MySQL to run. So that's going to be, that's one of the dependencies. It's going to be specified in the requirements, and also in the chart YAML, which is kind of will give all the basics about how this chart is built. And then they have values YAML, which is basically all the overrides that you can do. But if you go look at the template directory, it has this Helm chart is going to go in how a deployment should be done, how a persistent volume should be defined, persistent volume claim, how the ingress should be defined, the secrets, the service, any secret TLS, SSL that you're doing. It's all stored in these template files. So you can pretty much you can get a Drupal running up in a couple of command line instructions with overriding the values YAML file. And specifying what you need. So it's a great way for packaging and templating applications. We tend to use a lot more of kubectl just because we are kind of just more comfortable and we want that control. But you can build your own Helm chart for your own, and it's highly, highly repeatable. But it's also just a great way to try new things out. And so as I mentioned, it's a templating engine. If you were defining your own template, you would have a values YAML file, and that would actually translate the values from there into whatever container image. And I'm probably going to just show a quick example of the values file. Use cases for Helm, definitely you're going to have to install it for if you're doing something like Nginx ingress. The first thing that your cloud provider is going to make you do is launch an ingress. And you're probably going to use, and they're going to give you Helm instructions to do that. And then for stateful sets and daemon sets, things that require a lot more knowledge about persistence and operators, and there are recipes out there, just to get this up and running. Again, this is like if I was wanting to run the Helm chart for Drupal, I would go add the repo, the Bitnami repo to my Helm repository list, and then I would just go install my release. And I would, in the values YAML file at the bottom, I would just do the overrides. Here it's being done all in the command line. But if I wanted to modify the database username, password, excuse me, I'm just gonna specify these values in the values YAML file. So in a summary, I just wanted to kind of Kubernetes, while it also gives you all this orchestration flexibility, it also gives you a lot of portability to move across clouds. You do have your container networking, the networking and storage that is different among these cloud providers. They all do different kind of storage classes and different options that you'd have to look at. But overall, once you have your application, in a state like this that is running on Kubernetes, it offers you, you can move it across any way you want to. It gives you a lot of that portability. You're not tied to that one cloud provider. It definitely gives you better utilization of your compute cluster. So let's say we had dev staging and production, you probably won't have production on the same cluster, but you could give, fewer resources to dev. You could even take down your dev or staging if you wanted to do something else on a compute cluster for a while and then bring it back up. A topic I didn't touch upon is Kubernetes is it's not just Drupal and PHP. It's like, if you had some decoupled sites and you wanted to do some Node.js in there, or you had some Java applications, Solar and Elastic, of course, they're all Java apps. But if you had anything else in your kind of environment, it's a great way to isolate it and kind of run it in a container and orchestrate it with Kubernetes. It's super easy to stand up environments and upgrade them as needed, and it's all automation friendly. Everything can be scripted to a point, and right from deployments to how things are managed. So these are some links that I thought if you're getting started out with Kubernetes, this one link of State of Managed Kubernetes in 2020. It basically gives you an in-depth analysis. I'll share these slides as we're done out here, and then gives you kind of a comparison of providers. But this is, again, these things change so rapidly. So you definitely want to look at the documentation that your cloud provider has and what new things they've introduced. As I was mentioning, EFS and the file storage kind of they specifically have something now for Drupal, WordPress, and all of that. So what storage class you should use if you wanted to go down that route and not the S3 route. So I think with that, I was gonna do a quick demo. Do we have time for?
Hi. So we've got people have lunch. So maybe we could do some of the questions and then do a demo. I don't know. What do people want to do? Do people want to do questions? If so, say yes on the Zoom, maybe the little icon. I don't see any yeses. So
there are questions in the chat.
Yes, I see the questions. Absolutely. Thank you. So let's do the questions real quick in case people need to get going. All right. So the first question I saw was on the channel in Slack from Chris K. He asked, for hosting multiple different Drupal sites, should each site have its own Kubernetes cluster or K8s cluster, or is there an advantage to running multiple sites in one cluster with the appropriate ingress routing?
I think that's the whole. I think that's better to do it in one cluster. Now, the one thing I would say about that is, Kubernetes also has versions that it maintains. So if you had a prod cluster, that's the only place I would keep things different, because you don't want to upgrade your production cluster without having done it before in dev and QA. So that we generally keep that cluster separate from the production cluster. But it would make it would be a lot better to do it all in one cluster if you had multiple sites. That answers the question. Yeah.
Okay, and we have another question here. Why not use a pre-made solution like Acquia, Pantheon, Platform SH, etc.? What are the benefits of doing it yourself?
Yeah, exactly. That's a great question. You could definitely use Acquia if you're just doing Drupal, and it's a completely managed service, and definitely it works well. I think if you had multiple sites that you were hosting, and you would definitely see some advantages in terms of cost, and also the other thing about sorry, I lost my train of thought out there, but yeah, you would definitely see advantages and costs. But if you had other kind of workloads out there, so let's say you had some kind of a decoupled site out there and some other things, or a static, that's when you have different workloads. It's a good way to mix and match those things with one sort of system. Yep.
Okay. 2 more questions that I have logged here. Let's see. A question around this setup. If there are no changes in infrastructure / configuration, but changes only in the Drupal code, then does it rebuild the entire infrastructure or just update the Drupal Docker image and then rerun the associated services? If you want to read these questions, they're in the chat.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I see that question. Yes. Yeah. So in that case, if there's only a change in the Drupal code, then you would only rebuild you would only build the Drupal image again, and with that we saw, you would just update that deployment, and that's all that's going to be needed. You don't have to rebuild the entire infrastructure. Yep.
Okay, the last question is why use Bitnami? And then after that, if anyone wants to raise their hand to unmute to ask verbal questions, why use Bitnami?
Yeah, so I think that this is only for an example. We've kind of done our own custom we use that as a way to look at what other folks are doing with different kind of container builds and what are the best practices out there. But I don't think I'm not recommending or kind of saying Bitnami is the way to do it. But there's a lot of resources out there for you to go check out, and you would to get to your perfect environment.
Go ahead, Salim.
Yeah, how many sites? I take it you've set up sites and you're hosting and managing sites for your customers. And how many sites are you hosting and managing?
We've quite a few actually, quite a few. In production we've got a bunch, and then obviously we've also in our development and QA and all of that, we've completely gotten rid of all the virtual machines we had and trying to do all through Kubernetes. So
are they in like tens or hundreds or?
Tens or hundreds, not hundreds, but I would say 20s or 30s maybe. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Would love to see the demo.
Okay.
Yeah,
sure.
anyone that wants to stick around, now that we've got through the questions, he can go ahead with the demo, and thanks. Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. So yeah, do you guys see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, let me just make sure.
Can you make the font a little bigger, please?
Sure. Let me see what I can do out here. How's that?
Yeah, better. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. I'm just going to close the chat window out here. So yeah, I wanted to just show, there was a question. I use Bitnami out here. It's one of those easy ways to get a site up for running in a demo environment. But I just wanted to show a couple of. So right now I have. So I'm going to do a couple of kubectl commands and. So here I have my ingress controller running. I have a Drupal GovCon and welcome, which is just basically an image out there that that would look like something like this. It's basically a test. So here I have my container just rendering this, and this is if I wanted to go ahead. I'm just going to look at the welcome YAML file. I'm running a container out here and I'm passing one environment variable out there. If I wanted to change this environment variable or change the image that I'm using, all I would do is modify my YAML file. And then I would just go ahead and I would go kubectl, apply. And it's actually terminating that one container out there and now running the new one. So I have a new deployment in place. And I just changed the environment variable, and it's running the machine with the new container with the new environment variable. So you can see how quickly I did that. Right now we're just using one pod out here. But if I wanted to scale this, let me go into, let's say I wanted to change the number of pods. I wanted to scale it up. I would just issue this command, and then I would say, and you can say it's actually fired up 10 of those pods now. And if you wanted to go look at I'm just going to do a kubectl. So we have a service out here, and I'm just going to describe. I'm describing the service out here, and you can see the endpoints I have now. It's load balancing between 10 of those pods, and so it's highly flexible if you had to change things, and kind of scale things up. Everything is stored in configuration, so all of this would be stored in my source control. The current state of my cluster for each of my environments, everything can be easily managed. So it's just like makes it really easy. I wanted to show you this values YAML file. This is like the Bitnami Helm deployment that we just saw out there. And I wanted to just use the 906 version of Drupal. I applied that and ran it. And I just want to try it out. So these value YAML files will actually override some of the settings and be used in that template that we saw. It'll get replaced, and I go back out here and I go. This is the site that I just launched. This was just only for the demo, and I'm using 906. But you could take something like this. It's a great place to start and get going and see how these you can make a copy of that chart and just kind of work it up to what you need it to be. So. I just wanted to, obviously this is very introductory kind of commands out here. If you are familiar with the system, this is, these are some of the commands, you could look at the ingresses, we could look at the services, deployments, we can roll things up. This was the command that I used to actually fire up with my own values that I wanted. I could hop into the container by using exec. I could look at the logs. So with that, I think, that's all we had on the demo. Be any other questions?
How
Okay.
are you managing? Sorry.
Go ahead.
How are you managing dev test live?
How are you managing? Sorry, I didn't get your question. Yeah.
Dev test live environments.
Yeah, so we have it namespaced, and we have obviously we have a lot of it automated, in the sense that we have YAML files that are organized by those environments, and it's also in our Jenkins we have we've configured it as we change things in an environment, it gets automatically deployed to that environment. So we don't manually go start running these commands ourselves, but we kind of have an automation via Jenkins.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I guess with that, I would say, thanks for coming to the session. Hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you. Yes. There's one more question if you have a chance.
Okay.
Kevin Holland asks, came in late, apologize. Does the solution allow for blue-green deployments?
Yeah, you could do that. I mean, definitely. I mean, you could have, two full environments, like, but I think Kubernetes also does give you other ways of, where you could achieve something like that. It's so easy. But if you wanted to, the answer is yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for presenting today. Thanks everyone for attending, and we'll follow up on the Slack channel if you have any additional questions. And take care. See you later on today.
Great. Thank you. Thanks.
Hey, Tim, you can make me host.
Hi, thanks. Here we go.
Yep, got it. Thank you. Hey, Dori, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Great. So how does this work? Do I just start my screen share now and leave the main slide up?
Sure. I think that's a good idea, seeing that we have 15 minutes and so people will know.
Okay. So you can tell me if you see this. How is that?
Yep, I see it.
Great.
Awesome. And I'll start recording at 1:30.
Okay. So do we see the participants' thumbnails on here or not?
So most people haven't been showing their screens, but I think it's good as a presenter if you do show yourself.
Yeah.
But I've noticed, unless you ask folks, but most people don't really want to share their screen.
So this went back to not sharing somehow.
Yes, I noticed that I no longer see your screen.
Yeah.
So you try share screen again.
Yeah, that's odd. Don't know what happened. No, I can't seem to get back to the main screen. Are you sharing right now?
I am not. You should see, you see the share screen at the bottom of the?
No, everything disappeared.
Okay, so you find your Zoom dashboard again.
I do not see it. That's the problem. I got this little, nope, I don't see it any longer.
Are you on a Mac?
Nope.
Okay, you're on the Windows.
Yeah, and I've never had any problem. But all I have is your little thumbnail. Let's see. Okay, now I'm back. I'm co-host. Share screen. Okay.
Yep, got it.
Back? Okay.
Yes.
I don't know what that was. Okay, so how do I know when to start?
Around about 1:30, you should start.
Okay, so you're just going to turn on the recording at 1:30?
Yep, and I'll say something to let you
Okay.
know.
Yeah, that would be good. Thanks.
Yep.
So if people are posting to the Slack channel, are you watching that?
So for the sessions, they'll post their questions in the chat, and I'll be reviewing, the chat. I'll be looking at the chat, so I can kind of help you with that.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, because right now I think we only have like one person here, so we got to wait until it's still early.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Dori, whenever you're ready, you can start.
Okay. Welcome, everyone. And just a reminder, if you are watching us from the YouTube channels, you can go into Slack, into the Being Human room, and post any questions or comments you have there. If you're here with us, please use the chat function if you would like to ask a question or have any comments along the way. So we are indeed going through troubled times right now, and you might be feeling a fear of unemployment or a fear of returning to the workplace. Maybe you're having trouble balancing schooling your kids with doing your work, or maybe you're just craving human connection. So today we're going to talk about how to be more resilient. And whether you're already a leader or you strive to be one, you'll learn why it's important to consider the human side of the workplace and how you can bring a sense of compassion to the office through mindful leadership. So let's start by taking a moment together to arrive. I'm sure many of you were in the wonderful keynote and you're still thinking about that. So you're maybe sitting in the past a little bit. Or maybe you're looking at the schedule, thinking about where you're going to go next, doing some future thinking. So let's allow our minds to catch up with our bodies and be right here and in this present moment. Taking a few deep breaths together. Bringing our attention to body sensations. Maybe your shoulders are starting to get tired halfway through the conference. Maybe there's thoughts arising, wondering why we're doing this. And maybe there are emotions on top of that. A little discomfort maybe in sitting silently, wondering what's coming next. Let's take a few more breaths together. And we shall begin now. So we've really lost focus on the human experience in the workplace. And this past July, the National Bureau of Economic Relations published a study from Harvard Business School and New York University. There were 3 million people, over 3 million people in the study, and more than 21,000 companies across 16 cities in North America, in Europe, and in the Middle East. And the study was about the impact of COVID on the nature of work. It found that we are working an average of 48 minutes longer per day. We're holding more meetings and we're sending more email, especially after hours. And other studies of VPN data show that people are putting in the US, up to 3 additional hours per day and working at very odd hours. And that's primarily due to the blurred schedules and boundaries between home and work life. There is no place to go and we're stressed out. So I'm no stranger to stress. In Myers-Briggs speak, I am an INFJ, which is also known as an advocate personality type. And that means that my passion of my convictions is perfectly capable of carrying me past my breaking point. And after 4 decades in tech, I can tell you I have experienced burnout, anxiety, and panic more times than I can count. So I searched for better ways to navigate life and its stressors, and I have recently transitioned my work to teaching and facilitating mindfulness. So today I'm going to share how mindful leadership can help you change your relationship to stress and provide you with some useful concepts and tips for being a more resilient leader. Stanford studied a meta-analysis of 228 studies examining how 10 common workplace stressors affect a person's health. And it turns out that stress, workplace stress in particular, results in 120,000 deaths per year. Now, this is comparable to the 4th and 5th largest causes of death in the country, which are heart disease and accidents. And overall, stress increases the nation's healthcare costs by 5 to 8%. And looking at these 10 workplace stressors that they studied, work-family conflict increased the odds of self-reported physical and mental health by close to 90%. And employees who perceive their workplace as being unfair are 50% more likely to develop a physician-diagnosed condition. So with the World Health Organization recently making workplace burnout an official syndrome, we look for ways to rethink the workplace because our thinking cannot be all about profits and costs. We need to focus on human well-being. So we look for solutions to change the workplace behaviors that actually result in stress. And those include things like bias and listening and problem solving, blaming, micromanaging, multitasking. I think you know the list. In 1995, Dan Goleman wrote this book called Emotional Intelligence, and there was agreement and research around the benefits of emotional intelligence in the workplace. Those elements being self-awareness, self-management, motivation, empathy, social skills. However, this book did not transform the workplace the way he thought it would. So, in 2005, he wrote another book called Working with Emotional Intelligence. And there's a chapter in this book called the $1 billion mistake. And the mistake was that emotional intelligence was being taught through lecture and reading, really similar to what we're doing right now. And people never practiced or embodied the underlying concepts of emotional intelligence. And so what Goleman found was what was missing were the fundamental components of mindfulness. Mindfulness practice includes resiliency, perception of reality, focusing attention, and empathy. So when we bring mindfulness into the workplace, we see individuals are more resilient, which has a positive effect on the organization and on the well-being of the individuals. And in fact, a recent study aimed at understanding how mindfulness-based interventions can have a positive influence on occupational health. And it found that these mindfulness interventions help people to respond with awareness and focus on moment-to-moment experiences rather than always being on autopilot. And therefore, they experience a lower level of stress and fatigue. So you know how when we were driving to work, you would get in your car, you'd find yourself in the parking lot at work, and sometimes we have no idea how we got there, right? That's being on autopilot. So it's not simply enough to say that, oh, I'm going to be more aware or attentive tomorrow, because really the problem is in how the brain thinks. So your perception and your behavior are guided by mental models. And a mental model is a thought process that you use to examine a problem or make a decision. And it's the mind's way of making sense of something for you based on your history and your context. So when you try to apply your mental model to every situation, you're often very limited by your own experiences. So if you know the proverb, if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Basically, if all you're dealing with are your own narrow experiences, then it's harder to find solutions to problems and think out of the box. So for example, if you want a promotion, you might say to yourself, gee, what 5 things do I need to do this year to get that promotion? But a different mental model might be, what 5 things do I need to avoid this year to get that promotion? You can see a totally different shift in perspective. So we build these models over our lifetime, and we don't recognize when we need to let them go. So another great example is perfectionism. So many of us in school wanted those straight A's, and we wanted to do all the extra credits so the teacher would notice us, and perfectionism became ingrained in our way of being. So now, as we become adults, we start applying perfectionism to everything, to our work, to our relationships, to our families. And we all know that doesn't really work. So to be a more mindful leader, we need to look at breaking down these patterns of our mental models. And Dan Goleman teamed up with Richie Davidson a little over a year ago and put out this book called Altered Traits, and it looked at the science behind how meditation changes how we think and feel. And of course, they found that meditation helped in recovering from stress and reducing reactivity. But they also found that it helped our ability to focus and see things from a variety of perspectives. So to start breaking down those mental models. It also helped in lessening our identification with our ego, our need to always be right. And it surprisingly also increases empathy and compassion. So these are the very same skills that Goleman discussed in the emotional intelligence series of books. And now we can see the link between changing workplace behavior and mindfulness meditation interventions. So this is the definition of mindfulness that we will be using for today. And its mindfulness is paying attention in a particular way, on purpose, in the present moment, and without judgment. This definition comes from John Kabat-Zinn, who is the founder of mindfulness-based stress reduction program over 40 years ago at the University of Massachusetts, and that is the program that I teach. Mindfulness allows you to intentionally bring your attention to the present moment and notice what's happening inside you and around you. So it's a way that we can pause and we can reframe our stress, our fears, our biases, our assumptions, and we can become more accepting of yourself and others. So mindfulness also allows you to see where you're stuck in your thinking, where you're using those mental models, and you learn that your narratives are subjective because they're from your own perspective. You also start to recognize that every moment is changing. And you'll uncover more appropriate responses to psychological threats by using your mind to find more clarity and balance in your responses. And indeed, when we bring mindfulness into the workplace, we can see both financial and humanistic return on investment. Mindfulness helps reduce reactivity, change our perception of reality, focus our attention, and build compassion. And these are the skills for a healthy and less stressful workplace, and they are the skills for emotional intelligence. And the key here is that these are lasting effects because mindfulness takes advantage of the brain's neuroplasticity, which is the ability for the brain to reorganize its neural connections and change how it literally processes information. So we need to be proactive about our mental health and those who work for and with us. And mindfulness pretty much helps everyone at every level. So the question becomes, where do we start? Okay. It's tempting to start by creating meditation programs for individuals at work. And while that is true, the meditation would be helpful to everyone. It's important not to make this the individual's problem to solve. It isn't about saying, just take a few breaths in the middle of your day. We need to change the culture. So we start with the leadership. Only once leaders embody mindfulness will extending it to the staff be effective. So to begin, there are 4 qualities that help a great leader get through troubled times. And these include vision, which is planning and problem solving and focusing on the big picture. Communications, it's collaboration, being open to all voices in the room. Courage, embracing change while you remain credible and aligned with your vision and your values. And humility, being able to manage difficulties and learning from your mistakes. So embracing these qualities, even though they are soft skills, does not make us soft. With both leadership and mindfulness, we're not looking to avoid difficult situations. Okay? We see the ever-changing reality of the workplace and the marketplace. And we learn to use this reality to shift towards greater alignment with our values and with the needs of the workplace, with other people's needs. So now we're going to unpack each of these key qualities and see how a mindfulness approach allows us to build our leadership skills. And each of these can be a session in themselves with exercises and practices, and these are the things that I do for organizations. So what I'm going to do today is give you just some tips along the way to how to grow these individual leadership skills. So we're going to start with vision. You need a clear vision of yourself as well as what you want to accomplish. So there's 2 elements to that. Your personal values and where you're taking your team. And the greatest challenge to achieving your vision is your own innate reactivity. When you react to everything that's going on around you, you tend to become very task-oriented. And you stop thinking about how the tasks fit into the vision, and you're back in autopilot mode again. Okay? And a recent study showed that when leaders demonstrate patience instead, the creativity of their teams increases 16%, and the productivity of their teams increased 13%. So practicing emotional awareness allows you to connect with your emotional triggers. And it helps you to pause and evaluate your response patterns and those mental models that are causing you to be reactive. Okay? So think about how you react when you receive a nasty email, or you get cut off in traffic, or you lose a big contract, and you get angry. So where do you feel your anger? Can you tell where in your body you feel your anger? And if you'd like to use the chat, you can put those feelings into the chat. So when you get angry, does maybe your heart begin to race? Do your temples get tense? Do your shoulders come up around your ears? Do your hands get clammy? Where do you feel your anger? And it's important to know that you can actually feel your emotions rising before you react to the situation. And we do this by using a practice called STOP. And the S in STOP obviously stands for stop. The T stands for take a breath. This is our ability to just slow things down and notice what's going on. The O stands for observe, to notice what's happening in the current context of things. And you might observe something for a few moments, and then you're ready to respond appropriately, or it might take a few hours or a few days. For me, I sometimes deal with responding over a series of months with personal issues. So not to feel like we have to jump in and react to everything the moment it happens, but to start to feel the emotion that's arising and decide when is it appropriate to proceed. So when you increase your self-awareness, you become less reactive. And this emotional awareness then allows you to build resiliency. This is the human ability to recover quickly from a disruptive change or a failure or an emotion without being overwhelmed or acting in some dysfunctional or harmful way. We all know that feeling when we hit send on an email when we were angry and we wish we can take it back. So using the STOP method allows us to take a break and decide how is it that we really need to proceed so it's best for everyone. So resiliency is not just a mental toughness, it's the ability to work through your emotional pain and suffering. It's not allowing your emotions to dictate your thinking and your behavior. And resiliency, therefore, keeps you aligned with your vision and allows you to overcome setbacks and failures. So in the 1970s, a researcher named Suzanne Kobasa found that resiliency was actually protecting executives at Bell Telephone from stress. And this was almost 50 years ago. So first she found resilient leaders perceive difficulties as challenges rather than threats. So right now, being home with COVID, instead of seeing that as a threat to how we work, a resilient leader would see that as a challenge to help find new angles and new ideas for problem solving. Next, resilient leaders focus their attention on what is within their control and accept what is not, being more flexible and adaptable. So we can't control that the workplaces are closed, and we accept it, and that reduces our stress. And finally, resilient leaders feel committed engaged, and connected with their work. And this allows you to show people how your work and theirs fit together into your vision. So the next quality is communications. And we find communications really difficult because as humans, we cannot let go of needing to be right. But when you rely on your own way of thinking, your own mental model, your potential for finding solutions is really limited. So listening is central to all your relationships and is an undertaught skill. And this combats that lack of awareness. You want to learn to listen in a specific way. And I know this is going to be challenging, so let's accept it as a challenge. You want to learn to listen without an agenda, without interrupting, without judging, without fixing, and the hardest one, without planning what you're going to say next. This is called empathetic listening, and you can practice this by having an open mind when you listen to your coworkers or even to other people who you have other relationships with. Particularly works well with personal relationships as well. And you want to listen to both the words and the feelings behind the words. Okay? Additionally, another practice you can try is inviting voices. This also helps reduce bias and opens our perceptions. We invite voices in policy, in meetings, in decisions that affect everyone. And this mindful listening is radically transformational in that you begin to recognize that your perception of what's going on is subjective. And when you open yourself up to other people's perspectives, it allows you to shift from your own experience and then cultivate trust through awareness of others. So next, do you have the courage to face risks and challenges? Risks and challenges. We all fear change. We hate to make decisions, or we talk ourselves out of needing to make decisions. And when the appropriate response is to embrace the change and accept whatever new realities come along with it. So research shows that acceptance is very constructive. You're more likely to have a growth mindset, to fix a past ethical dilemma, to increase your motivation and that of others, and to spend more effort improving yourself because you're confronting your own mistakes and your weaknesses. So one way of becoming more accepting is to journal about how your work and your life can be more aligned, to find out what's really important to you. And I had done this. I have been running a Drupal agency for the last 16 years, and I still do. But I realized that I wanted to spend the bulk of my time from here out teaching mindfulness and bringing mindfulness into the workplace. So I had to reframe how I worked with the tech community. So that fear of change was something I needed to overcome, and that acceptance of finding what's really truly important to me right now had to be listened to. So the mindfulness practice of acceptance shines a light on the truth and allows you to respond with greater clarity. This is because reactive leaders stay on that autopilot mode again. So they make knee-jerk decisions based on their mental models and their old habits and limited information, or even worse, based on their emotions. Responsive leaders, on the other hand, know when to gather new information from many sources to make informed, intentional decisions. And this gives you the ability to be more flexible, to move in quickly in new directions, and to be more effective by making wiser decisions. And finally, humility. Being humble means admitting what we don't know. It means being okay with making a mistake. It means being okay with asking for help. Good leaders know they cannot let their ego get the best of them. But you are hardwired for the negative. That is how our brains work. And we work hard and we play hard. And when you're not perfect, you criticize yourself really hard. In a Seinfeld stand-up that I heard recently, he said, people like to be close together because it makes it easy to judge and criticize. And that can't be more true. Your sense of self lives in your mind. And rather than reflecting on the negative, comparing yourself to others, or judging yourself, can you shift to find opportunities to reflect on what is going well? Remember, we talked about resiliency being the opportunity for challenges instead of threats. So one thing that you can do is exactly the way we started this session, pausing and noticing your thoughts and your emotions throughout the day. And say to yourself, is what I'm doing right now helping me or harming me? Another thing that you can do to quiet that inner critic is to treat yourself as if you were your own best friend. You know that when one of your friends makes a mistake or does something wrong, you put your arms around them and you say, it's okay, you did the best you could. But you don't do that for yourself. So when something goes wrong, when something doesn't come out the way you'd like it, instead of bringing up the self-criticism and judgment, can you treat yourself as if you were your own best friend? And finally, you might try building a gratitude practice. This looks like journaling to recognize when you're being critical or judgmental. And by doing that on a regular basis, you can start to see that pattern, that mental model, and start breaking it down. The research shows that practicing self-compassion and gratitude not only makes you more resilient, but it also builds empathy for others. And we saw empathy as a key emotional intelligence concept earlier in the session. It allows you to connect to the pain of others, what people are going through in their personal lives that might impact them at work. And this is really a critical skill right now. Empathy makes you more relatable and approachable. It sets an example for others, and it creates a more humanistic work environment. So whether you continue to work virtually or you're planning a return to the office, consider starting with a blank page and notice what's needed from a human perspective. Some people have felt very lonely and isolated these past several months, and other people have really enjoyed the solitude. Some people loved the flexibility of working when they wanted and where they wanted, that sense of self-determination, and other people missed the guidance and camaraderie of a team around them. So consider the workplace issues that matter to your coworkers, and especially if your offices are going to reopen. Think about the issues of commuting, of hours of work, of food and coffee, of office layout, job design, the ability to care for family. Right? I invite you to approach these times with kindness and patience. New fears are going to arise as we re-enter the workplace, and mindful leadership will allow you to bring a new perspective, to listen more deeply to the needs of those around you, and to adapt to the change while you're cultivating trust through compassion. This is your opportunity. It's all our opportunities to decide what is truly important in the workplace. People need time to adapt to change and to mourn what no longer is. Each person has their own unique set of stressors, their own perspectives, and there is no one size fits all. So on a regular basis, ask people how they're doing, both personally and professionally, so they feel a sense of inclusion and belonging. and make sure they get the time off they need for family or for resetting, setting a tone that emphasizes concern for their welfare. And you can start now by being more flexible, communicating with more care, and being a role model that encourages personal control and well-being. And you can begin your own journey to mindfulness by starting your own practice. So mindfulness consists of both formal and informal practices. And today we're going to do a really short formal meditation practice together so that you can experience it for yourself. And this is called a focused attention practice. It is a meditation that keeps you in the present moment and builds your resiliency. Also helps build concentration. And you're going to be guided on how to focus your attention. And that is known as an anchor. You'll notice when your mind will start to wander. And in fact, there have been studies that show the mind wanders 47% of the time. So that is in the nature of the mind. So when your mind wanders, you bring it back to your anchor without that judgment or self-criticism. And the science shows that the practice of acknowledging that your mind has wandered, bringing it back from wandering, is actually what changes the functioning of the brain, the neuroplasticity that I talked about earlier, and supports the development of the skills that I just presented. And as you strengthen your ability to concentrate, you'll be able to shift to simply noting your inner experience, noting when that anger arises without getting lost in it. And you'll be able to connect more easily with your inner resources. So a big myth about meditation practice that I want to clear up here is that you should experience a blank, calm mind. That is not the practice. As I said, the mind will wander, and the practice is to bring the mind back from wandering. So here's a few attitudes that can make this practice a little easier for you. First, begin with no expectations. Okay, meditation has no goal other than being yourself. You're not striving to get relaxed, to get enlightened, or to become a better person. Okay, have no judgment. Just watch whatever thoughts and feelings arise without acting on them in any way. And be an observer. See what just arises in the present moment. And finally, have a beginner's mind. Approach this experience as a new opportunity with a new perspective. Begin with no expectations, have no judgment, be an observer, and have a beginner's mind. Okay, so together, let's come to a comfortable seat with our feet flat on the floor. Sitting in a comfortable but dignified posture. And your hands may fall into your lap in any way that you like. If it's comfortable for you, you can close your eyes or you can lower your gaze, but it's fine to also keep them open. Beginning to sense into the body, noticing the whole body sitting and breathing. Being alert and awake and present. Rather than falling asleep, we're going to fall awake, putting out the welcome mat for whatever arises. Noticing how we feel in the body. Perhaps there are areas of tension or pain. And if we can soften those, that's wonderful. But if we can't, just allowing things to be as we find them. accepting the pleasant and the unpleasant. Bringing our attention inward, bringing our focus to the contact points of the body. The place where your bottom hits the chair, your feet are settled on the floor, or your hands on your lap. Each time your mind wanders off, bring your attention back to the contact points of the body. You may find your mind wandering to the past, thinking over things that you've done, places you've been, regrets that you've had. You might find your mind wandering to the future, racing ahead to the next session you want to go to. Each time your mind wanders off, gently but firmly bring it back to the anchor, to the contact points of the hands or the feet or your bottom on the chair. And now, if it is comfortable for you, if you would like to change your anchor, bring it to the breath. Breathing in, knowing that you're breathing in, and breathing out, knowing that you're breathing out. Each breath being unique, having never been breathed before. There's no need to change the breath in any way. Just notice how you find it. If you have trouble connecting with the breath, you might want to place a hand on your chest or your belly and feel the rise and fall of the body with each breath. Noticing the cool air coming in through the nose and warm air on the out breath. Perhaps noticing whether the breath is fast or slow, deep or shallow. And using each opportunity when your mind wanders off to acknowledge the wandering, to accept it without judgment, and to bring your attention and focus back to the breath. And now expanding your attention once again to the whole body, sitting and breathing, the room around you, thanking yourself for this gift of present moment awareness. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes. And we can take questions, or I'd love to hear your feedback on how that practice worked for you. So please feel free to put your questions or your comments into the chat. There's a comment from Larry. I think we in the tech world are constantly evaluating, planning, and even solving as we listen, not very mindful. And Nika says, would like to learn how we do all of that and be mindful, especially during these times. From Ashley, lovely meditation, thank you. From Marie, great session. From Mike, thank you. From Nika, enjoyed your session. So please, if any questions arise, we still have a few more moments to put them into the chat. I teach both individuals and organizations how to bring mindfulness into their lives. Mindfulness-based stress reduction, also known as MBSR, is the gold standard in mindfulness training. The program's been around for 40 years, and it is science and evidence-based. There is a lot of research about how this program helps reduce stress, anxiety, depression, and our relationship to pain. My next set of classes begins October 10th, and you can contact me if you'd like more information on that or on bringing mindfulness into the workplace. One question from Marie. Other than the books you mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, are there other resources you would recommend? Oh, yes, Marie, there are a lot of excellent resources. The books from John Kabat-Zinn, particularly Full Catastrophe Living, is a great start for individuals to understand how mindfulness fits into their lives. There's also a wonderful book called The 10 Habits of Mindful Leaders, Mark Lesser. So you might want to look at that. I've taken some of his classes and workshops, and he focuses particularly on mindfulness in the workplace. He is one of the co-founders of the Search Inside Yourself program at Google. So his name is Mark Lesser. And even works from Brene Brown, from Sharon Salzberg, from Kristen Neff. All of those works would be around compassion building and self-care, which are also a very good resource for mindfulness. Marie, if you want to hit me up, I could send you a list of books or articles based on what it is that you're looking for.
Thank you, Dori. It was a nice session. Good information.
Thank you, Nika. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. We're going to relinquish the room now for the next session, and I hope you're enjoying the conference.
Okay, I just stopped recording.
Okay, thank you, Nika.
Oh, no problem. That was good for me. you forget to breathe sometimes.
Yes, keep breathing.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Do I just leave the meeting at this point?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Have a wonderful day, everyone. Take care, Nika.
Bye. Hi, Joe. Sorry. I'm going to make you a co-host. I figured it was quicker for me just to speak to you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Give me a minute.
Okay.
There you go. Hi.
Hello.
Welcome. So I think we can start in 7 minutes.
Sure, absolutely. Happy to do so. I'm super excited about this. So, hey everybody, who's tuning in? We're just I guess we're just doing a little bit of the backstage stuff now.
Yes. I'm gonna mute myself now. Okay.
Hey, fair enough. I'll be right back. Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna. That's like that's a wicked delay. I think like a 30-second delay on that.
Yeah, I heard that. I was hoping it was just me. I thought it was my internet connection.
Hey, everybody. Thank you so much for making time to be at this talk today. I want to first just start by thanking all of the, I want to just thank the organizers for putting on GovCon. This is one of my favorite conferences. And I love the community. I miss my friends in it. And I can't wait to see everybody again and add some new friends to this cast of characters. There's a pretty wicked echo on my end, about a 30-second echo. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off my audio. If there's any issues that that need to be addressed, if you can't see me or hear me, please put it in the chat. I have a chat open in another window where I can see any messages coming in. I know this is a great conference. There's a lot of great talks going on. I want to make sure there's a really good use of everyone's time. So I just want to set the table at the outset about what we're going to get out of this talk today. This is going to be a really tactical talk about writing a really solid RFP document. And even though it's going to be tactical with some very prescriptive takeaways, it really is RFP writing from a user-centered design approach. And meaning specifically, and I work at a user-centered design agency, so maybe I just see everything through this lens, but really, ultimately what we're asking is, what do your users need? And in this case, your users are a good partner, a solid partner, a great fit for your project. And what do you need from those users? So, you need you don't just need a proposal, you need a great proposal. And how do you write this RFP and inspire people to drive them to convert? How do you inspire great partners to put in great proposals? And then finally, what are the design constraints? What are the constraints we need to work in? And of course, the RFP document has constraints in terms of being a PDF or Word document and what you can present in that format, but other design constraints like the process. An RFP process has a lot of issues that need to be navigated, and the document that you produce needs to overcome those design constraints. So that's what we're going to talk about today. And again, at the end of this, there's going to be some really actionable takeaways, tactical approach to writing these RFPs. So without further ado, my name is Joe Crespo. I'm the Director of Accounts at Atten Design Group. I've been with Atten for about 7.5 years. Atten's been around for 20. We provide... We're a full service digital agency. We do user engagement strategy. We do accessible and responsive design, and we do open source development, primarily with Drupal, but also with WordPress, React, and Gatsby. Okay, so that's enough about me and Atten. I guess that's enough about Atten. Let me talk a little bit about my personal career, because business development is relatively new to me. I started out 20 years ago as a graphic designer and then became a web designer. I became a back-end web developer pretty quickly. I was not a great designer. I stayed in back-end development for a long time. I really enjoyed that. I moved into project management, led a team of project managers here at Atten. And then about 3 years ago, I transitioned into sales. And so I spend a lot of time, my full-time job is really, I spend a lot of time thinking about the RFP. And really at the outset, and I want to make sure that we have our nomenclature really clear, because I want to differentiate the RFP document, which is what we're going to address today, versus the RFP process, which is oftentimes the thing we have to work against. And if you've gone through the process a bunch of times, it's going to sound familiar to you. But if this is new to you or a new responsibility of yours, all RFP processes sort of follow, whether they're really locked down and stringent or they're really open-ended. They all sort of follow the same pattern. A team needs to buy something. The price threshold goes above a certain dollar amount. It triggers the RFP process. The team works with a procurement officer within the organization and to write an RFP, and then the timeline, the process kicks off. The RFP is issued. There's a question and answer period, whether that's written questions or a vendor call or one-on-one calls with a number of vendors. They all take different formats. Then it's after the questions are asked and answered, proposals are submitted, finalists are selected, those finalists give presentations, and then finally the award is presented to the winner. Now, again, this is an overview of the process from the part where you issue the RFP to the time the contract is signed. But the issue is that the process we're talking about digital projects, and digital projects are creative endeavors. And their creative endeavors are really collaborative. And this process is a game of telephone where the client and vendor have to work through a procurement officer. And so the RFP process really has some serious issues because of this. And there's a quote from Brian Pullen, co-founder of Playground, and he says, the RFP, 50-page document, little information, the process wastes time, it doesn't produce great outcomes. Now, it's worth noting that this statement has two separate clauses, right? The first is about the dreadful 50-page document, and that's the thing we can fix versus the process. Which is oftentimes we might be able to push back, but oftentimes if we're working at a large organization, we rarely have the authority to just sidestep it altogether. And so even though we may have a lot of stuff that we need to put in this RFP, and maybe it will be a 50-page document in the end, and that's fine. But I think that what we need to be is really concise with the information we share. And it reminds me of the quote attributed to Mark Twain, "I apologize for such a long letter. I didn't have time to write a short one." We need to be concise about what we're talking about. And I really want to talk about, the process is, and at the risk of sort of harping on this is not like a Joe Crespo hates the RFP process or all agencies hate the RFP process, because Forbes really hates the process. And they have a bunch of articles about why organizations should really rethink how they approach this. And because there's some valid criticism. The first piece of criticism is that the process is inefficient. There's a great talk by Cal Harrison, 5 billion reasons to change the RFP. If you have 20 minutes, it's totally worth your time. One of the big takeaways from his talk is that the RFP process, an inefficient RFP process, adds expense to every project because the cost of acquisition no matter who you work with, the cost of acquisition is baked into the price of the project you buy. So the more inefficient the process, the more money is going toward the process and not the project. And this kind of makes sense in some ways because the RFP process is meant to be impersonal. It's meant to drive a wedge between cronyism and nepotism and favoritism. It's supposed to allow an organization to pick a partner based on the best possible value. Now, the challenge, though, is that my values and your values may be different. And the issue is that there's one shared value that most of us, most people have, which is we understand the value of $1. And so because RFPs are meant to select on the best possible value, RFP process tends to value price above quality and innovation. And there's a great example I like to think of, which is, if I issue the world's worst RFP, and it's build a blog. It's no other information. I know it's a straw argument, but it's a bit of it helps set up a mental model. Because when we talk about building a blog, we have about 20 some odd people on the Zoom right now. If we all were asked to describe a blog, there'd be a huge overlap in functionality. But I would imagine that when we start getting into the details, the functionality would start differing. And so when we're thinking about scoping this really, really esoteric RFP, 3-word RFP. I personally, as I'm thinking about putting together a project plan, I start thinking in terms of scale of small to large. And when we're talking about creating a blog, the scale of small to large is really a scale, in my mind, of medium to snowfall. What do I mean by this? Well, if we're talking about building a blog, and the fastest way to do it, the least expensive way to do it, is to just go medium.com and create an account in 15 minutes. Now, there's use cases where this is a really valid approach. This makes a lot of sense, right? It's less expensive. It's the time to market is virtually nil. But the challenge is that this blog's not going to support your brand. It supports Medium's brand. You don't really control the content. Medium controls the content. And you don't own the platform. Medium owns the platform. But there are times when this makes sense. This is a very practical approach to building a blog. Now, that's the small end of the scale when you think about it. On the large end of the scale is snowfall. Now, if you're not familiar with Snowfall, Snowfall was a blog post, I believe in 2014 from the New York Times, a single blog post. They spent 1,000 hours on this one blog post. Why? Because New York Times wanted to flex their muscles. They wanted to show the world what you could do with long form content online. Now, it's really hard to gauge the impact of Snowfall through modern eyes because so much that came out of this blog post, this one blog post, has worked its way into the lexicon. And so what we're talking about here, we're talking about a scale of medium to Snowfall, is really, we're talking not really a scale of small to large, but we're talking about a scale of practical to innovative. And because the RFP process values price over innovation, the RFP process values the practical over the innovative. Now, there are times when you have to be practical, times when medium makes perfect sense for you. But all organizations have to innovate. And we have to and innovation takes on some risk. And so since the RFP process, is really about eliminating risk altogether, it's not really a great fit for innovation. So the first rule of Fight Club when talking about overcoming an RFP process is just avoid it if you can, if it's possible. And that sometimes it's just a question of pushing back a little bit, but sometimes it can't be avoided. But regardless of whether you can or cannot avoid the process, write a great document. And to write a great RFP document, I think it's really important to think about the purpose of this document. Because it's not just about selecting a great partner. Of course it is. It's about inspiring, making sure that your content is discoverable to great partners and inspires them to convert. But your RFP document also helps you codify the issues you need to solve. The worst place to keep an idea is in your head. And writing it down gives you an opportunity to think about second and third order issues that will come up on any particular feature that you're planning. But it also gives you an artifact to discuss and really think through with your stakeholders. And it's a great way of getting your stakeholders into alignment. Stakeholder buy-in on your project is going to be critical to your project. And for two reasons. One is that there's a great quote from Mike Montero, as the co-founder of Mule Design. And he said, there's no design so great. I might be paraphrasing, but there's no design so great that makes you feel good about being left out of the process. And this is true of any digital project. You want to make sure that you're getting your stakeholder input and collecting their feedback, because that is a very simple equation to get their buy-in. Collect feedback, collect input, respond to their feedback, get their buy-in. It reduces risk on your project. It makes your project more prominent within your organization, and it'll give you more resources within the organization to think through it. I also want to just mention that tomorrow, my colleague, Ali Shaughnessy, and our clients over at City of Raleigh are co-presenting a session on stakeholder management. I absolutely invite you to go see that. It's a fantastic talk tomorrow at 5. It's called Nothing About Us Without Us, and it's all about managing a huge stakeholder group within the City of Raleigh. So just getting back to the RFP document, selecting a great partner, codifying your issues, getting stakeholders into alignment, and all of this is about setting your project up for success. And one thing just an example of what I mean. I'm sort of a recipe person, a meat and potatoes person. So I think in terms of, it helps me to get examples to put my mind around something. And in this instance, I want to talk about Van Halen and M&Ms. And yes, I mean this Van Halen, the super group hair metal band from the 1980s. Now, I'm not a huge fan, but I do know enough about them to know that back in the 80s, their show was a spectacle. Lasers and lights and smoke machines and pyrotechnics and walls of amplifiers. And this guy just getting, I guess, hoisted around the arena. All of this was a part of their show. And this required a lot of planning from the promoter. This required, making sure that the circuits can handle the amount of equipment they were going to bring, and that there was safety protocols and rigging in place to make sure everything that this spectacle could go on without a hitch. And so Van Halen had this 80, 90-page writer which would specify all of the things that needed to be done for the venue. And they had a brilliant idea. And the idea was somewhere in their writer, buried on page 68 or whatever, they would specify that in every dressing room, there would be a bowl of M&Ms with the brown M&Ms removed. Now, here's the idea. The idea is that the musicians would show up to the venue. The first place they would go is to go to the dressing room to drop off their stuff. They'd look around the dressing room. If there wasn't a bowl of M&Ms, or if the M&Ms, there were brown M&Ms in that bowl, it was DEFCON 1. They knew that the rider had been violated, that they didn't have to play the show. And they knew that if they wanted to play the show, they should probably run around and check all the rigging to make sure it was safe and it could be done. Now, I would argue this was not a super brilliant idea. And for a variety of reasons. One, I want you to picture yourself as a Van Halen superfan, standing on the floor of Madison Square Garden in 1989. The opening band has just finished. You're really excited about Van Halen coming up there and playing Panama or whatever. And the promoter comes over the loudspeaker and says, ladies and gentlemen, Van Halen will not be performing tonight. They didn't have the right M&Ms. You'd stop being a fan instantly. This is a bad idea. Also, they made this guy the decision maker. Now, let's set aside the fact that, he might have been on the road for 6 months or 9 months and exhausted. Let's set aside the fact that he has a 2-hour show, a spectacle that he has to really high energy thing that he has to really gear up for. And let's focus on the fact that the chyron on this slide is covering the fact that his chaps do not cover him entirely. That the mirror on this slide is obscuring the fact, I don't know if it's 6 or 7 bottles of whiskey in front of him. This is the decision maker. This is the person who is determining whether or not this venue is safe. This is a bad idea. And so I want to just say, was this a brilliant idea or a clever trick? Now, I would, you might be saying, hey, Joe, I thought this was an RFP talk. I work at a, nonprofit. I work at a public sector organization. I'm not a rock star in the 80s. I don't have that problem. I want to write a great RFP. But I would say that this was a clever trick from Van Halen that buried essential requirements for the show. Now, that might not be you, but in your instance, when you work with your procurement officer and they say, hey, you know what? We need to put in the sample contract. Well, maybe legalese is going to bury your essential requirements. Or, you have to put in the insurance requirements, or there are certain forms that every vendor who's applying needs to fill out. And now boilerplate is burying your essential requirements. And these are the things. And then, or maybe you've met with stakeholders and, you collected a lot of feedback and, you just throw all of that feedback into the RFP. And now non-essential requirements are burying essential requirements. The point being is that 50-page document that was described earlier, that is the way that you can do that. There's a way to do that in a way that you describe your project and organization in a concise manner and include all of this other stuff that has to be included. So let's get to writing this RFP. But I guess we're almost there. Before you write the RFP, you have to do homework. And what do I mean by homework? First, and I can't stress this enough, getting input from key stakeholders. Getting input after kickoff is too late. You have to get the input before you pick the partner. Make sure that they feel heard before this thing starts. And by the way, it also gives you a great line of sight on this stakeholder over here is really engaged. They have great ideas. I'm definitely going to keep bending their ear in this project. And versus, hey, this other stakeholder over here is really hard to chase down and I need to get their feedback. So I'm going to make sure I have a little extra lead time for that. That's something that's going to really help you make sure you keep to your timeline. The next piece of homework before you write the RFP is to pre-qualify vendors. If you work at some organizations may have, approved vendor agreements, and it's great to talk to them before you start the RFP process. Because once you start the RFP process, oftentimes you can't have the conversation. The procurement officer you're working with determines whether or not you can have it. So if you start the conversation before the process, you can see, not only find vendors that you'd be interested in working with, but also, bending their ear a little bit and listening to what they have to say, because it'll help inform some of your scope and timeline considerations, and also talk about budget with them. Just to be really clear, I want you to avoid writing the document and then just putting it out in the universe. It's called spray and pray, just the ideas that I hope somebody will respond to this. Have a few people that you're interested in working with, that you want to have their eyes on your RFP. Another thing is you're going to collect input from stakeholders. You're going to talk to vendors. You might hear that this project is huge, and huge projects carry risk. And so if the project is a monolith, break it up into small pieces. A really common something really common practice is, if you need to build like a huge website, you might break that into 2 phases, where the first phase is strategy and design, and the second phase is development. I would invite you to do that, even if you think you're going to work with the same vendor on both. If you're talking about a huge project like that, and it's just cost control, it also gives you options as you go. Just something to think about. That's the end of homework. Let's start talking about what needs to be in this RFP. What do I need as a vendor who reads RFPs all the time? What do I need to see to understand your project? Well, first, share your project background. And it starts with your organization's mission. And why do you exist? Why is it, what benefit are you bringing to the world? This is really helpful, surprisingly. The other is the history of the project, not the history of the organization. That might be helpful, but the history of the project is really helpful. Is this a new project? Is it greenfield? We're just starting fresh. Is this a re-platform or redesign? If it is, when was it last re-platformed? When was it last redesigned? What kind of analytics are we talking about? A lot of RFPs focus on prospective without any retrospective. And one of the things I need to do with my team is understand how complex is the current system, and that gives me a sense of how complex the next system needs to be. The next is, why is this project important to your organization? This is really important because it helps us understand, what are your goals? What are the metrics, the measurable metrics? How do you know this is going to be successful? And then, finally, who are your users and why are they going to care about this project? I don't need a full persona workup, but I do want to have a sense of your users. So, we work with Stanford University on a number of projects, and sometimes their users are prospective students, sometimes it's current students, sometimes it's faculty, sometimes it's staff, sometimes it's alumni. Knowing who your primary, secondary audiences are is really helpful to understand, how we might be able to engage them. The next is, make your requirements clear. And what I mean by clarity is not being super dogmatic about everything. There are places, and the first part I just want to say is, prescriptive solutions are limiting. And I think that there are some designers who say, "Oh, don't ever give me prescriptive solutions. That's, I want to make sure I can go all over the place with my ideas." Sure, but at the same time, sometimes prescriptive solutions make sense. If you're going to be hosted on Pantheon, share that, because that's going to eliminate some choices on the project. It's also going to open up some opportunities. And someone like Atten, who works with Pantheon, we would know what to talk about and how to leverage that. And it also just is something that we don't need to think about during the project. We already know where that's going. It's the same thing with, like, if you're using a particular tool like Optimizely, share that kind of thing. That's absolutely something important. But prescriptive solutions can also be limiting in the sense that if you're hiring an agency for their expertise and their subject matter experts, then if you say, "Hey, okay, this RFP, this is what my navigation is going to, this is what my main navigation is going to look like, and my utility navigation is my footer navigation. These are the layouts of all the pages. I need to have these 6 different types of templates and components." That is limiting. And I'll give you an example. I was talking with a client before we started working with them, and their RFP was described exactly that way. And one of these requirements, very, very prescriptive requirement, was they needed a slideshow on the homepage, 5 images, supported text, and it could link anywhere in the internet. And that's I asked them some questions about that, because I said, are you familiar with the user experience and the analytics on slideshows? Because they don't have greater user engagement. A lot of slideshow libraries have accessibility issues. If you have a slideshow with 5 images, you're opening up the possibility that your Marcom people will load up 5 3-megabyte images, and now you'll have that slideshow has a 15-megabyte payload. There's a lot, and so that prescriptive solution sort of shut down a conversation, could have shut down a conversation, but because we explored it a little bit, what we learned was they had 5 programs that all needed to be on the homepage. There's a different solution to that. And in being able to be creative opens up those possibilities. So again, prescriptive solutions help contain budget and scope, but they also contain ideation. And that's something you need to think about. The next part is sharing your project outcomes, and not just the functional requirements, but like, these are the things that these are the goals that we need to hit. These are the KPIs that we're looking for. And then what are your priorities? Sometimes you'll describe a number of different features. And those features, some of them are really important, some of them are somewhat important, and some of them are like, hey, you know what, I heard this from a stakeholder and the stakeholder's important. It's not a great idea, but let's put it in here for like the phase 2 development. It's really helpful for me to understand, like, this is must have, this is nice to have. And then if you are going through like a formal RFP process with a rubric, share your scoring metrics. If you share your metrics and it's 80% experience and 20% budget, or vice versa, that tells me a lot about what I need to say. The next thing is, what is your timeline and why? Now, first, be clear about the submission deadlines. 99% of the time, every RFP I read has very clear submission deadlines. The questions are due on this date, the vendor call is on that date, the proposal is due on this date. We're thinking about presentations the week of X. I've seen them miss this, and it becomes really confusing. Just be clear about your submission deadlines. But at the same time, share what you think the project timeline is. I know a lot of people I talk to will say, oh, the vendor I'm working with or I want to work with, I'll let them inform the timeline. That's great. That's really helpful. But the flip side is, internally, you're talking about when you think this thing's going to launch. You're having some idea of it. Share that. And what's driving that timeline? Is it being driven by an upcoming campaign or fiscal year end or a grant deadline? It's really helpful for me when I'm putting a project plan together. And then, is this timeline informed by the level of effort? I have seen projects that have had a 9-week, that should have been 5 months with a 9-week timeline. And I've seen 18-month projects that should have had a 10-month timeline. And because they were informed not by what the amount of work that needed to go into this project. So from kickoff to launch, it's going to take 18 months, but it was informed by a grant deadline. So it's really important to have the timeline, a desired timeline, informed by the level of effort, right-sized. The next piece is that boilerplate I mentioned earlier. Separate it out. And what do I mean by managing this boilerplate? You're working with a procurement officer. The procurement officer has 30 pages of boilerplate that they need to put put alongside your scope, timeline, and budget. So first, don't assume it's necessary. Eliminating boilerplate can be done. Just to be really clear, as a vendor, like the sample contract and insurance requirements are not necessarily the first thing I read. I'm reading about the scope. And so what's really helpful is to get that boilerplate out of the way. And what I would recommend is to make liberal use of appendices. So if your procurement officer says, yeah, no, we have to have that sample contract in there. Yeah, we have these 6 forms. They absolutely must be filled out. That's fine. But put them in put that sample contract in as Appendix A. Put those forms in as Appendix B. Put the insurance requirements in as Appendix C. That just gets it out of the way of your project. Now, on the flip side, some procurement officers, many teams, will have a template for an RFP. And in that instance, they'll say, well, we can't do that. Your scope goes on page 6, your timeline goes on page 18, your team information goes on page 26. In that instance, flip the script. Make the RFP body the boilerplate. And when on page 6, say, see scope at Appendix A. On page 18, say, see timeline at Appendix B. as a vendor, I will pick up on this very quickly, that the appendices are where the action is. The next is make the RFP a searchable document. This is a lot of RFPs are submitted as a PDF or a Word document. And Word documents are searchable, that's great. But PDFs come in two different flavors. They come in text-based and image-based. And image-based PDFs, like if you were to scan a document to PDF, those are images. Those are not, that's not text, that's not searchable, which means that when I first qualify an RFP, I don't read it end to end. I'll get, in my role, I will read somewhere between half a dozen and a dozen RFPs a week. Well, I receive that many. I scan and qualify that many. And I do that by just Control F Drupal, Control F $, Control F timeline, Control F. I am looking for things that make sense to me and jumping to the parts that make sense to me. It's the same thing with my proposal. I know that my clients don't read my proposals end to end. They jump to the case studies and then they go to budget and then they talk about, and then they think about the scope and the project vision. It's never in sequence. So I just want to be clear that when I receive a PDF that is an image-based PDF, it really just drops right down to the bottom of my priority list, because I don't have time to read 600 pages a week to absorb all of the RFPs. I really need to spend 5 to 10 minutes qualifying it and seeing if this is something I want to spend time on. And the next thing is, the last thing I would say on this point is the proposals you receive will mirror the tone of your RFP. Salespeople are told to mirror their clients all the time. And so, if your RFP is wacky, you're going to get wacky proposals. But on the flip side, if your RFP is like a jumble of copy pasta, and I've seen this where on page 1, it says it needs 3 months support after launch. And on page 10, it says 6 months support after launch. And on page 20, it says 12 months of support after launch. Clearly, when I was reading this RFP, I was just like, oh, this is 3 different projects that have been pasted together to make this RFP. If the RFP is thrown together, the proposals you receive will be thrown together. So make sure that the tone of your RFP matches the tone that you want to see. The next is talk about your team. A lot of RFPs miss this one. And that is, we want to make sure, I want to know who's on the team. Who are the people that will comprise the core project team? What are their superpowers? What abilities do they bring to the table? If I know that you have a copywriter and a designer and they're going to be involved, I can fold them into my plan. And in order for me to fold them into my plan, I need to know how much of their time is going to be dedicated to the project. If I see an RFP that says, a project manager so-and-so, 10% of their time's on this project, I know to not bid on it because it's not enough time for a large scale enterprise project. It's just too much risk. Conversely, if I see 100% of their time is going to be on this project, I know this is going to be this is a really important project, a high priority, and is going to be a highway to success. The next piece is never share your budget. No, I'm kidding. Totally share your budget. There's a really common misconception that if you share your budget, this project's going to get more expensive. This is really not the case. If you share your budget range, it allows someone like me to create the iron triangle of project management. There's a scope, budget, and timeline. And I can determine what kind of quality of a project we're talking about. Is this the quality and complexity of this project? Now, if I'm not shared the budget, I could propose a snowfall solution when a medium solution is what is affordable. Versus I could be proposing a medium solution, which is not advisable if the budget can support snowfall. So always share the budget, because otherwise you don't know what the size of the project is going to be. Now, why share the budget? First, it's going to right size the project plans in your proposals. You're not going to see medium when you have snowfall money. Second, is that it allows you to, that whole RFP process, where the RFP process values money over innovation, by sharing your budget, you now have an apples to apples comparison. And you can compare on the quality of the plan, the experience of the team, because everybody's price is about the same. Some will come in at the low end, some will come in at the high end, maybe a little under low, a little over high, but mostly they will be grouped together. And then finally, and this is not, the last reason is that this is not about me. It's not about making my job easier. I've been doing this for 3 years. One of the things I do after every proposal, whether I win or lose, I get on the phone with the client and I ask questions. And one of the questions I ask is, how many responses did you get? How many people were we up against? And I can tell you time and again, budgets that are RFPs that share budgets are highly competitive environments versus RFPs that don't share budgets. It is really disappointing to learn I've won a project and I'm like bouncing off the walls with excitement and then learn I was just one of 2 people that responded. So really share your budget. So I promise the takeaways, we're here. First, don't use the RFP process if you can avoid it. But if you must, let's write the amazing documents. So let's talk about these prescriptive solutions that I have, and that is the RFP sections. First, the summary and the overview. What's the purpose of this RFP? This is a good opportunity this is typically on the first page. Just the quick 1 paragraph, what we're trying to accomplish with this RFP. Second is organizational background. Who are you? What purpose is your organization serve? What is your mission? The next is project background, including goals, what you know about your audience, the history of your project, your analytics. This is helpful. If you're going through a formal process, the submission requirements, deadlines, contacts, scoring metrics. This is really helpful. The next is team information. Who's on your team? How much of their time is on the project? What are their superpowers? What abilities? What are you bringing to the table? And the scope of work. What are the expected deliverables? What is your desired timeline? What is the budget we're working with? And then finally, with the boilerplate, skip it or separate it out. Again, either make your RFP, the body of your RFP, just these sections and all of the boilerplate as appendices, or the body of your RFP or all the boilerplate and all of these sections are your appendices. In any event, it makes all of your content really discoverable. It presents it in a way that makes sense to someone like me who has no context on the project or organization. And it will give you more responses and give you an opportunity to work with a better partner. That is the entirety of my presentation. We have a few more minutes if anybody has any questions. Super excited to answer them. I'm going to stop sharing my screen and I'm going to stop sharing my screen and start taking on some questions. So stop share, start my video, and awesome. I see there's a question just about what does it cost in time and effort to respond to a federal government RFP, RFQ? That's a great question. I mentioned earlier that our client, the city of Raleigh, is co-presenting next week. I know this is not a Fed government thing, but I think in that instance, that took about 3 days of my time, another 4 hours of about 4 people on our team for consulting me, and then about 5 months of contracting. It was probably the most complex SOW I've ever worked on. With respect to the federal government, I would say that oftentimes you're looking at when you're looking at an RFQ situation, you're typically looking at an IDIQ, which is an indefinite quantity, indefinite delivery. It's also indefinite delivery and indefinite quantity. I had that backwards. But it's also just basically becoming a preferred vendor. Okay. I think I just realized I still have that really wicked echo, so I can't hear anybody if they're talking. Please put it in any questions you have in the chat. I'm just gonna, I guess if I'm not seeing any more questions in the next 30 seconds, I'm just gonna wrap up. I wanna thank everybody for making time to be here today. My name is Joe Crespo. I work at Atten Design Group. If you have a project you wanna talk about, I'm available at joe@atten.io. I'd love to talk about it. This is the kind of thing I live for. So if without any further ado, if you're anything, by the way, and if you're anything like me, maybe in 15 minutes you'll have questions. So thank you so much for reaching out and attending this conference. I look forward to seeing all of you next year. Bye.
Hello, has the speaker arrived yet?
I don't think so. That might be why my Zoom looks different from all the others.
Okay.
Hey, Nika, I just looked up and the speaker is Mauricio. I think he just
Yeah.
posted something. He might have had trouble getting the link to this.
Okay. In what channel do you know?
I think it was general. I'm gonna re-find it and reply to him with the link. So don't worry about it.
Thank you. Thank you.
No problem. Hey, Mauricio thought it started in an hour, but I just cleared it up with him, so he should be coming here very shortly. We had a time zone confusion.
That's happened multiple times today.
Oh yeah, it's hard. We got people from everywhere.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, Mauricio.
Hey, sorry.
So
Times are
that's
so
okay.
confusing.
That's okay. So glad to have you here.
Yeah.
I'm going to make you the co-host, okay? So that you can share your screen.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Give me a second. I was pretty certain this was in an hour. I will share my screen shortly.
Okay. Take your time. Glad to have you here. And once you share your screen, I'll begin recording this session.
Okay. Yeah, I should be starting in 1 minute. Let me get my correct screen. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to share my screen now. Can you see the screen?
Yes. Understanding Drupal, yeah.
Yep, thank you very much. Well, thanks everyone for being here. This is Understanding Drupal. My name is Mauricio Dinarte. I go by Dinarcon online, and that is my email if you want to reach out to me later. I am from Nicaragua, beautiful country, between 80 and 90 degrees all year round. So if you ever need to escape the cold from, the north, you're more than welcome here. And that is a website that you can visit to actually have a virtual tour of a volcano in Nicaragua. I collaborate with Agaric. We're a Boston-based company, but distributed all over the place. Quick announcement, we have some upcoming trainings actually in October, not July. Sorry for the missed dates there. I am also very passionate about Drupal, and I started this website where I blog about site building material like what we're going to cover today, but also Drupal migration and other topics. So if you are wanting to know more about general site building concepts or evaluating, coming into Drupal, this is a great resource. So I invite you to visit. This is an outline of what we're going to cover today, but let's dive in. One thing that I want to mention, even like stepping back from Drupal, like when we think of websites, it is important to understand that a website is not the same as a web page. Many times I have heard those terms to be used interchangeably, but that is not the case. One website is a collection of multiple individual web pages. For example, a newspaper can have, the front page can have the section for politics, for economics, and each individual article by itself is going to be its own page as well. So in today's session, we're going to learn about how to assemble pages that ultimately is going to make up your whole Drupal website. I'm talking specifically about a web page. We can identify different sections like a header, sidebars, a footer, the main content region. And the idea is that at the end of this session, we are going to understand, like in Drupal, what each of these elements represents. You might be wondering, why Drupal in the first place? And Drupal has a lot of benefits. For example, it can scale to a lot of traffic. This is the biggest Drupal website in the world, and it serves about 1 billion visits per month. So, if that's a lot of traffic. The gram is also built in Drupal, and the interesting part about this is that the night of the event, they actually have a lot of content of multimedia content streaming to millions of people at the same time. So not only being able to manage multimedia content, but also like to stream it and have a lot of people participating, commenting, rating, voting at the same time. Naranja Tradicional de Gandia is a website in Spain, relatively a small shop. They sell oranges, tangerines, sweets, honey, marmalade, and lemons. And if it is true that Drupal can serve high profile, high demand websites, but they can also serve your small business. And the same tools are very powerful and flexible to accommodate to all of these needs. Tesla Motors is also built in Drupal. The cars themselves don't run Drupal yet, but hopefully one day that will be the case. This is kind of a summary. Like, in addition to what I mentioned, like Drupal is also very secure. There is a team of about 40 people around the world that make sure that Drupal is as secure as it can be. And if something comes up, like a vulnerability is discovered, they work diligently to fix the issues and announce it to the community so we can apply the corresponding patches. Drupal is also very friendly with translations. You can have your site translated to many different contents, and there are tools to help you organize, and decide what content is presented to who based on different conditions. You can do online business, you can scale to high traffic, you can have a site that responds to different screen sizes, like the content itself will accommodate to the screen real estate from the person visiting. And this is something that works out of the box starting in Drupal 8. And you can also have multimedia content. So these are some of the benefits that Drupal gives us. And now that we know why we want to use it, like what is Drupal anyways? Drupal, for the most part, and the focus of this session is a CMS, content management system. And as such, it allows multiple people to participate in the creation of content. This allows the establishing a publication workflow. For example, if you are working in a newspaper, you can have the journalist who has permission on the website to create articles. But the workflow dictates that before the article goes live to the world, there needs to be an editor who reviews and approves the content. And this second person, they only have permission to modify existing articles, but they cannot create new ones because that is not their responsibility. And in addition to that, let's say that they should get like a final approval from the department chief. And if that is the case, this last person, they cannot add content, they cannot edit content, they just can switch the publication status from unpublished to published. So what I'm trying to describe here is that Drupal gives you granular tools to, Drupal gives you tools to have a very fine-grained control on who authored the content, and that you can have a simple or a complicated workflow as you want. In addition to all of this, in when you are making changes, it is possible to tell Drupal that those changes should be kept track of, like keep a history of everything that happens. And if at some point, something wrong goes to the website, either by mistake or intentionally, you can instruct Drupal to restore to a previous version of the content. And as I mentioned before, the access control is not only about creating content and the workflow about creating content, but also about who can see what. For example, you can have a Drupal site like Drupal GovCon, the event itself, that they have information about the different sessions that they are happening. But you might notice that the links to the Zoom room and to the YouTube channel, they only appear for people who are registered. So the same piece of content, but individual pieces of information show to different people depending on different criteria. Are they anonymous users? Are they registered users? Are they people who registered to my event? And so on. So the granular control is not only about creation of content, but also like once the content is created, you can limit what pieces of information each individual is going to see. In addition to Drupal, as a content management system, it is also a framework. So if for some reason Drupal doesn't do exactly what you need out of the box, you can write some custom code to extend Drupal and match your specific business case. In addition to that, and this is probably one of the most important, Drupal is a community. It is, people around the globe literally speaking hundreds of languages, and it's a lot of people contributing code, contributing documentation, contributing translations, and so on. And, making a community global and being able to access people like, in an event like this, that they can give you support. This is one of the biggest strengths of the project, in my opinion. With that, we're going to start covering some of the basic concepts to see how Drupal assemble pages. The first one that you need to know about is Drupal core. And Drupal core is the minimum piece of software that is needed to start a Drupal project. It is a collection of modules and themes, and it is the framework that you are going to build on top of if you need to extend Drupal to meet your specific requirements. Now, if you're wondering what is a module and what is a theme, modules are responsible to add functionality to the website, and themes are responsible to control the appearance of the website. Let's say that you want that every time that you create a new article, a new blog post, a tweet is going to be sent automatically, or something is going to be posted to your Facebook page, for example. That is functionality. So that is something that would be provided by a module. But let's say that for some reason you want to change the color scheme of your website or the fonts that are being used. That is the responsibility of the theme. So in Drupal, we have this very clear delineation between who is responsible for what, and modules and themes allows to control different part of the website. In addition to Drupal core, we also have something that is the contrib repository. And this is a collection of modules, themes, and distributions that are added by community members like you and me. Let's say that I have a particular need that Drupal doesn't solve. So I do the programming, I do the coding, but I want to make it available to everyone else so they can also benefit if they have a similar need. And one of the beneficial aspects of being part of the community and contributing back your code is that now it is available for everyone else, not only to use, but also to improve. And that is what the contrib repository is about, like people posting solutions to their individual problems and trying to do it in a generalized manner so that everybody can benefit. And I haven't mentioned distributions so far, but distributions are a special version of Drupal tailored to a specific need. For example, if you want to build a website for an e-commerce solution, there is a distribution for that. for a restaurant, there is a distribution for that. For a church, for a newspaper, for a government site, and so on, there is a distribution for that. And the idea of a distribution is that it is a prepackaged version of Drupal with a specific set of configurations already in place. For example, if you are building a restaurant, it might have already some settings so that you can indicate easily the opening hours, the menu, and so on. Distributions are, version of Drupal thought specifically for a use case, for a business case. In addition to those basic concepts, this is probably the one that you're going to hear the most when we talk about content. A node in Drupal uses this word a lot, and in Drupal, a node is just a piece of information that can tell a story by itself. It's kind of an abstract definition, but itself that is what a node is. Let's say that you have a car. What can you tell about the car? You can say that it is red, it has 2 doors, it has no windows, it is electric, and so on. You can describe the characteristic of the cars. So that is what you can do with a node. You can take an object, either tangible or intangible, and describe its properties and characteristics. So for example, for a session like this, you can describe the title, who is the speaker, the description, how many people can attend, like if it is in a physical location, how many seats are available for this particular session, and so on. So that is a node. It's basically a container of information. And this is an example. In a Drupal website, the node can be any page. But something to remember is that every node has a set of common characteristics. They all have a title. They all have a user who created the node. They all have store a reference to the date and the time. They have a URL alias. For example, /blogs/artelin views results in this case. The alias is another way to reach the node. The second way to reach the node is by typing your domain /node/a number. That number is another characteristic that every node has. It is an internal identifier. And that internal identifier it starts with 1, 2, 3, and 4, and so on. So any piece of content on the website can be, your domain /node/37. But because we are humans, it is easier for us to remember a phrase than a specific number, especially when they start getting very high. And that is why we have these aliases for the URL. And as you can see, a node it can be as abstract or as concrete as you want. But the idea is that they are the building blocks of pages in a Drupal site. So we gave an example of describing a car, but can we have more wheels? Can we describe other things in our Drupal site? Yes, we can do it. For example, we can describe cars, motorcycles, tricycles, bicycles, and anything basically that you want. But the point is, in real life, each of these objects have properties that are intrinsic to them and that they are not shared with objects of a different type. For example, the motorcycle doesn't have windows. So it doesn't make sense that when you are describing a motorcycle to include how many windows it has. Contrary, a car do have windows. Well, some of them. And this idea is also translated into Drupal, into the content model of Drupal, using content types. So a content type is an abstraction that allows you to group nodes that share a similar idea or describe the same, it's a group of nodes that share the similar characteristics or describe the same idea. And the purpose of a content type is to serve as a template to collect information. And once the information is collected, it is easier to manage that information. Something important to understand, especially at the beginning, is the relationship between a node and a content type. A node can only be of one content type. So node 1 can be article, node 2 can be basic page, node 3 can be car. But one content type can host 1, 2, 3, any amount of nodes. So keeping that in mind, like the relationship between those two words is important. And again, like once you have this system in place, you can say, hey, Drupal, I only want to list nodes of type car. I only want to list nodes of type article. I only want to list nodes of type basic pages. And that is why having this separation is beneficial. Let's say that, with this analogy of cars in the real life, you have a business that sell used cars, and a potential client comes looking for a red Toyota Yaris from 2010. In the website, you now have a mechanism to say, Drupal, I want to give me all the nodes that are of type car. So you will get something like this, all the cars. But then the client is looking for something specific. They are looking for the year, the make, the model, and so on. They might have other criteria to look for as well. So this is where fields come into place. And fields are awesome. Why? We're going to see now. Maybe some of us have used Facebook or Twitter. And if you are familiar with these social networks, they allow you to, write whatever you want, to put your thoughts in written form. And some of them even, they allow you to add images or text or audio or something else. But the point is that the box that they give you is a white canvas where you can put anything that you want. And sometimes that backfires, but that is the reality. The point being, this is something that is called free text. And when you have free text, that is not easily searchable. Imagine that, this business has a Twitter page or a Facebook page, and this client comes looking for something. If they are forced to use the search feature between, looking among 1,000 posts, it's going to be really hard because there is no structure to the content itself. People can write whatever they want. And in general, free text is not easily searchable. Also, when you have free text, you can have inconsistent data. Let's say that you want to specify a date. You can say November 19, 2015. Or you can, instead of having the month fully spelled out, you have an abbreviation. Or instead of using letters for the month, you use a number. For the year, you might use a 2 or 4 digit format. For the separator of the parts, you can use a slash or a dash. Or for example, if you are from Nicaragua, like myself, we put the day before the month. So if you have an open text field, people can enter data in so many ways, and that is difficult to find. Also, you can enter invalid data. For example, how old are you? I am minus 10 years old. When is your birthday? February 31st, 2020. What is the price of this item? 1.5 euros, but the symbol is from US dollar. Email, not a real email. You are missing an at sign. What is your phone number? Hi, I'm beautiful, happy face. There's not even a number there. The point here is that when you have free text, when you have inconsistent data, when you have invalid data, Drupal just wants to cry, because after the fact, when visitors to the website try to look for content, it is going to be really, really, really hard to find. So what is the solution for all of these problems? The solution is fields. And we're going to give a different description of fields so we can understand why are they beneficial. For one, fields can enforce validation. You can say that a piece of content is required or not. For example, a card cannot go on the website if there is no image associated with it. An event cannot go published without a date, for example. In addition to having, validation based on requirement or not requirement, you can also, depending on the type of field, you can have contextual validation. For example, if you have a number, you can say it cannot be less than 0, for example. Event can be free, but I am not going to pay you to come to my event. So the minimum value that can be entered in the price is going to be 0. And we're going to include a prefix and a suffix around the input element so that people are clear that we're supposed to be entering US dollars and not a different currency. If you are uploading images, you can specify and restrict which formats are available. You can specify what dimensions need to be matched, or the maximum size of the image itself. You can also enforce that all images on the site have an alt attribute that is used for accessibility purpose. So you can do that at a field level. And when you start doing this, Drupal becomes to be happy. And if you really want to make Drupal love you, this is the recipe. You have one field per piece of data that you want to store. In our example about a car, that would be one field for the year, for the make, for the model, for the color, and so on. And in addition to having one field per type of data, you also need to select the right type: integer, decimal, image, phone, email URL, and so on. Because as we saw before, selecting the proper type of field allows us to define the proper validation criteria. And the other benefit with fields is that they allow you to collect data in many different ways. Let's say that we have a physical event, something that is not happening very often lately, but let's, for the sake of the example, think that we need to ask for a physical address. You can say, have a regular text field and let people enter the address, or let people enter the latitude and longitude if they for some reason know that out of pocket. You also might have a map show on the website and ask people to click on the map so a pointer is there indicating the location. And you might have a file upload widget, and it's similar to PDF document, Excel document, and so on. There are specific file formats that allow you to store geographical information. So you can have that as an option, like upload a KML file that is going to collect the data for me. So for one, the field will allow you to collect the data in different ways, but also once the information is collected, they allow you to show the same data in a different format. So maybe you collected an address in text version, but when you present it in a map. So again, this is something that fields give you the flexibility. And for the record, in Drupal, there is no one individual field for addresses that will give you these 4 options, but it is it is possible in theory. And if you combine different modules, you can achieve a functionality just like what I described. In addition to that, once the information has been stored on the Drupal side, you can aggregate the data and present it in a unified form. And this is a Drupal website called Drupical that shows events happening all over the place. And one interesting part of this website is that not only you are able to plot the different event locations, but also you can color code them based on field data. For example, you can have in your event 2 fields, one for the address and one for the event type. And you can combine the data from both to show a color-coded map with different pins. And the last part that I want to mention about fields is that you can show or hide them individually. So, basically you can cherry pick what data you want to present to your users at a field level, like from, some content type collects 10 fields. I just want to show 3 to the general users. I want to show 5 to the people who have an account. I want to show 7 to the people who have a premium account. And I want to show everything to my site administrators, for example. And you can do that on a field per field basis. And this is an example of fields in Drupal. The one at the top is a regular text field. We have an image. We have a date for the year where it says established in. That is actually a number field, but it has a prefix. But why do we want to make it a number? Because we might have some restriction in place. For example, We only want to collect information about organizations that were established in 2000 or onwards. So having that number field will allow us to have that restriction in place. We can also have dates with time or without time. We can have phone numbers, email address. We can have long text field with rich content like HTML tags and so on. And then the very bottom on the right, we have taxonomy terms that we're going to mention in a moment. So all of this is why fields are awesome. They allow you to have structured content. And once the information is collected on a site, you can modify, filter out based on the individual fields. And what we have covered so far is the building block of the main content of the website. You can have a node that is of type news article, and that news article has an image, has a text, has taxonomy, and so on. So those three concepts in Drupal, for the most part, are going to talk about the main content of the website. But what about everything else? Any other part surrounding the center of this image? Let's talk about those as well. Blocks. So blocks are containers of extra information to display along the main content of your website, and they are placed in a theme region. So what is a theme region anyway? When you install Drupal, it will come by default with a theme, and that theme is going to have like boxes or placeholders where you can put content, maybe a header, a footer, a sidebar, and so on. So those placeholders for content that are provided by the theme, that is where you can put blocks. And once you have found a place where you want to put them, the blocks themselves have different characteristics. For example, they can be static or dynamic. A static content will be a block that shows the same information every time or almost every time. For example, a copyright text at the bottom of your website, that is going to change very likely once a year. Or if you have an event like this one that have sponsors, throughout the course of the whole event, you want to show the banners for the sponsors in every page on the website. And the specific banner is going to be the same. An example of dynamic content can be, the latest blog post. If you have a page that shows your 5 latest articles, if you publish one article every day, that is going to be changing daily. If you publish an article every week, that is going to be changing weekly. If you publish an article every hour, that is going to be changing many times in a single day. And you can configure Drupal to do that automatically for you, so you don't have to go every hour, every minute, every week to make the change for you. Blocks can also enforce visibility rules. For example, if you have an article on the website, you can have a block that says more articles written by the same person. But more articles written by the same person only makes sense when you have an article in the first place. If you are seeing information about an event, it doesn't make sense to have more articles by the same event. So because of that, you can have different criteria to determine when a particular block is going to be shown or not. Part of that criteria can be per content type, per language. For example, some things might be useful in the English version of the site, others might be useful in the Spanish version of the site. You can also do it by pages, and this refers to like URL or URL patterns. For example, in the front page, in the contact page, in the articles page, and so on. You can also do it by roles, like everyone, authenticated users, administrators, editors, and so on. Blogs can also be aware of their environment and change the content that it is displayed according to that environment. For example, what I mentioned before, more articles from the same author, the blog itself is going to see, okay, who created this piece of content, and I'm going to load more posts by the same person. Another example, in the car dealership business, more articles on sale in the same city, for example, assuming that our business serves, different cities across the country. And one of the very nice things about Drupal is that once you learn something, that is very likely be useful for something else. In particular, I just gave a description of fields and how they apply to nodes. Well, everything that I mentioned about fields, they also apply to blocks. So you can attach fields to blocks, and you can combine the powers of block visibility rules with the flexibility of field for content entering. For instance, you can have a special offer block that is going to show a promotion on your website, let's say on the right sidebar, every time until the expiration date that is defined in one of the fields happens. After that date, the block is going to automatically disappear. We also have views. This is probably one of the biggest assets of Drupal, and definitely we could spend the whole camp talking about this because they are super powerful and super flexible, but I'm going to try to resume what a view is in 2 slides. First, a view is a listing of information. Anything that you can store in Drupal, notes, user, comments, taxonomy terms, files, anything like that can be displayed as a list using a view. And what is the job of a view? They are going to scan the content of your website following the criteria that you define. And once it finds all the pieces of content that match that criteria, they give you the flexibility to present it in different ways. It can be an HTML table, an RSS feed, a PDF document, a CDS document, an interactive map, an image slideshow, a JSON representation. The same piece of content, you can display it in all these formats if you want. And this is an example, piggybacking on the cars example before. Let's say that we have a content type, cars, and we have 4 nodes of that type, each of them representing one individual car in real life. We have different fields like the plate, the year, the make, the model, the photo, the color, the transmission, the type of fuel. So in addition to having all those fields, when you have a view, you can combine many fields in one presentation. For example, we have one column that says ID, and we are showing that column 4 different fields: year, make, model, and the plate. It doesn't mean that internally it is put together. It's just like because we have them in separate location, in separate fields, when we assemble the view, we can mix and match as needed. Something else is that views can have a feature called exposed filters. The thing that you see at the above, like the form controls, where you can filter by year, by make, by model, that is another benefit of using fields, because you have that information separate. Then you can not only show a listing of that content, but also allow the end user, the visitor of the website, to filter based on the criteria that they want. And the criteria, each field can be set as a filter criteria, for example. And when you apply a filter like this, the structure of the table is going to remain the same. What is going to happen is the content is going to be filtered. And as you can see, a view can occupy the main content of the page, like the center, but also a view can occupy a block. And this might be a little bit confusing. Again, we are mixing different concepts together, but the top left section, that is a block, and the block itself was created using a view. And what we're seeing there is a listing of only one element. And when I hear the word listing, I usually think of 2, 3, 4, more than one usually. But in this case, we're only seeing one. In this case, this view was configured to show one random car. So that is another use case for a view. If you want to show one thing at random, or 2 or 3 things at random, you can create a view and configure it to have that behavior. So why so much theory? Why do we need to learn all these concepts to be able to use a Drupal site in the first place? The reason is that Drupal loves nesting. And one of the things that Drupal loves to nest is the different concepts that you have. So in order to be able to not only assemble a website, but also know where to go when you want to make a modification, is that you need to know what piece of element or what piece of the puzzle are you dealing with. And this is probably the most important slide in the whole presentation. Because this is where you learn how everything is combined. Let's say that you want to show more articles from the same author in the right sidebar. So that piece of content is going to be at least 5 different concepts. For one, you have the theme region. The theme region determines where the content is going to appear. In this case, the right sidebar. Then you have the blog itself, more articles by the same author. The blog was created using a view because we are showing a listing of content. So to benefit from the features that Drupal provides, we used a view to create a listing. Then each of those elements that we are showing is a node. So you have a view that is comprised by several nodes. And for each of those nodes, you might show the title, the author, the publication date, a short summary. So you are going to be displaying different fields of those individual nodes. So it might seem, relatively simple to have more articles from the same author on my sidebar, but internally Drupal is working at different levels to produce that piece of content. And why do you need to know which piece of content it is? Let's say that you want to change how many elements are rendered. Instead of showing 5, I only want to show 3. That is something that is going to be configured at the view level. If let's say that I no longer want to show the content on the right sidebar, I want to show it on the left sidebar, then you will have to make that change at the block level and so on. The point is that at any point, you're going to be interacting with different concepts in Drupal, and understanding what each of them is will allow you to make the specific changes that you need.
Mauricio, I just want to give you a heads up. You have about 5 more minutes.
Okay, so I just want to show this slide, and then I will open it up for questions. What I mentioned before, now we have a full picture of what a Drupal page is. We have the main content in the middle. That can be a node, or that can, in some occasions, be a view. But also we have everything around it. Everything around it is going to be a blog. And those blogs can be assembled in different ways. As I said before, they can be created using a view, or it can be a custom blog that the user just enter a specific content, or you can show, different fields in those blogs. So the idea is that you know the concepts and you know how they relate to each other. And with that information, you are able to assemble different pages on a Drupal website. And with that, I would like to open it up for questions. I am seeing a question in the chat. Will you reuse a field between content types, for example, a date field, or have a separate field for each content type? It is possible and many times recommended to reuse field across content types. There are, a few things that you need to take into account. Fields can have configuration that apply to all of them. So if you, like in every part of your website, you want to show the dates in the same format, for example, then you can reuse it. But if you need to show the dates in different formats, or for example, in one particular case, you want to save the date, and in another particular case, you want to save the date and the time, then that is a different setting. So in that case, you will have to store, you will have to create two different fields. There are a couple of other implications at the database level, but for the most part, an end user only needs to care about if the configuration is going to be shared across different content types. And if that is the case, it is perfectly fine to reuse the same field. Will the slides be available for download? Yes, I'm going to share it in, with the team and Twitter, and yeah, it will be available. I will
Okay, and yeah, and Mauricio, I also tagged you in the site-building-using-drupal Slack channel. You can either upload them there, and you can also upload them to your session.
Yes. I think there are no more questions, at least in the chat, and the slides are going to be available. I'm going to put them right after the session.
Any more questions? Thank you so much.
Well, thanks everyone for joining us today, and enjoy the rest of the camp.
Hi, Nika. It's Danielle.
Hi, Danielle. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that you're
yes,
here.
yes. I'm sorry. I was in another meeting, so I was trying to get it as soon as I could. I promise I do not forget. Everybody here will get to hear me speak if they are here for my session, so no worries. But thank you for checking in.
Okay. Glad. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
All right. Should I be set as the co-host?
Yes. So let me do that.
Okay. Want to make sure that everything is working as expected.
Okay.
All right. Let me just close one or two more windows and make sure that I am.
Yes, you have some time.
Yeah. Sorry, it's clearly been a little bit of a hectic day.
Yeah. It's been a zoomy day.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, okay. All right. That should be good then. All right, everyone, good afternoon. Welcome to How to Build a Trusting Mentor-Mentee Relationship. My name is Danielle Sheffler. I work at Booz Allen. I am a deputy program manager in our digital health sector. And I have been in the Drupal community since around 2008. I may know some of you. I used to actually organize the DC Drupal meetup. Been organizing or did organize and have been around Capital Camp, Gov Days, Drupal GovCon for a long time. So really excited to be back and excited to have you with me today. Please feel free to use the chat while we're going on. I'd love for you all to engage with each other and to go back and read what you have to say. So really looking forward to having you take part in this presentation. So just a little bit more background is I've been a manager for about 3 years now, off and on, but also have been a mentor for about 10 years and really never had anybody teach me that much about how to be a mentor or why I needed a mentor. I just kind of fell into it. And given that there's so much mentorship, I feel like that happens within the Drupal community. Just really wanted to share that. And, you know, it doesn't matter if you're new to the Drupal community, if you've been around for a while, it doesn't matter if you're a developer, it's just something that I think is very important and wanted to share with you all. So if we go into what we're going to talk about today. So we'll talk about the foundation. So what does it mean to be a mentor or mentee? If you want to become a mentor, how do you go about doing that? How do you find a mentor if you want one? And then just understanding some things like what maybe makes a good quality or what are some good qualities of a mentor, and just getting into a little bit more information there. Understanding how to actually build and grow the relationship. So what kinds of topics could you discuss? How do you put into practice what you've actually gone to learn? And then we're going to do something that I call the extras. So for example, what about the frequency of sessions? What are some of the resources? You know, how do you really get started and off the ground? And then I definitely want to leave some room for questions as well. So diving right in. So these are the dictionary definitions of a mentor and a mentee. So a mentor is somebody that is a trusted advisor, and we'll get into what that means in more depth in a little bit. But also a mentee, so that's somebody who's advised or who's trained, you know, somebody that gets counsel from a mentor. So some of this might be a little bit obvious, but one of the things that I wanted to point out is I feel like there are a lot of preconceived notions about, you know, having a mentor or being a mentor. You know, you have to have or you are, you know, at the absolute top of your field. You've had tons of experience, you know, you're a certain age, all of these different things. And notice that in the true definition, that isn't true. And we can go beyond the true definition, and I will say it is also not true. Everybody has experience that they can offer. For example, you know, you could have 2 years of experience and you could still mentor somebody. You know, there's always going to be somebody that's more junior than you. For example, there might be someone that has a summer internship and wants to understand what kinds of companies that you considered applying to or that you did apply to. How do they conduct some of their, you know, first interviews for a job out of college, you know, or out of a training program, whatever it might be. So they might look to you. So just know that you do not have to, you know, be in a, you know, manager position, or you don't have to have a certain certain number of years of experience in order to, you know, fit that mentor definition. So why is having a mentor important? You know, obviously it's not like you will not be able to make it through your career, right, without having a mentor. But why is it something that keeps getting talked about? So it's somebody that has a different point of view. You know, and in all this, I do want to say, you know, I am a manager. Like, we're not like bad people, right? It's not like you can't get this out of a manager, but right, sometimes as a manager, you have to look at things, you know, in a certain view, right? Of course, you know, even if we skip to the second point, right, like I might be looking at somebody's career path, but they could be looking at wanting a promotion. I might need to be looking at something, you know, with them in regards to a specific project, right? It might be a little bit more granular, whereas that would not be the case with a mentor, unless if you as the mentee really want to focus on those points. So we kind of look at that piece, going back to a different point of view. I think most of us have experience, right, that when we get a lot of different viewpoints, we're able to really start to pick and choose what works for us. Then obviously doesn't mean, you know, your manager told you, okay, I really do need you to follow this path, that you go, okay, well, my mentor said something else, so I'm going to do that. obviously not what we mean, right? But the more points of view that you have from people that have expertise, the more you're going to learn about, different approaches, what works best with your personality, how to handle, maybe a difficult client situation. Let's say it's a coding problem, something that's very specific. There might be different paths that you could choose. You might be able to learn more about different training opportunities. So there's a lot there that you can get from people based off of, having all those different points of view. That person might challenge you to push outside of your comfort zone. So again, like I said, manager most likely going to do that as well. But with a mentor situation, really there's a lot more possibility in terms of all the career goals. They might be able to help you in a completely different area than what you're focused on for your job at that point in time. And they're really somebody who's going to push you. That being said, they're also going to, a good mentor is going to make sure that they balance that out. So they want to encourage you and they want to say, try something new. I really think you can do this. I want to empower you. But at the same time, I don't think that that's really the best way to go. I think it's going to cause problems for you in your career. If you've brought a situation with a coworker, for instance, I think that could ruffle some feathers. Really just making sure that they're making you think about things, but not being afraid to tell you that really probably isn't going to work. Again, you might get that from your manager as well, but sometimes we have to think about that relationship. If you know that your manager might be the one who is, talking to senior executives about your performance, good things, right? It could be, or it might be areas of improvement. It might just sound different to you based off of a manager saying it versus a mentor saying it. Manager, I'm sure, has the absolute best intentions, but at the same time, sometimes people get, I'll use the word prickly, right? People get a little bit more prickly when their manager might say something that has a little bit more tough love than maybe somebody who they've, specifically chosen as their mentor. They can provide encouragement when things get really rough. And then, also means in situations where maybe you wouldn't want to talk to your manager or want to talk to a colleague. For example, honestly, maybe the issue is with your manager, right? And you're just not sure why they reacted to something a certain way, or, you really feel like you aren't, making headway with a colleague or a coworker. You're not making headway with a client. You don't necessarily want to talk to somebody who is involved in that. You can go to your mentor and have somebody where you might feel like you have a little bit of a freer space. And then you might also learn skills you didn't realize that you had an interest in, or even that were valuable, right? So we'll talk about how you go and find a good mentor for you. But at the same time, it might be in course of conversation with them that you go, oh, wow, I didn't even think about how that would be helpful for my career. I just didn't think, as a usability person that I might need to know about the specifics of something, related to development, whatever it might be. So just really a few things to think about as you think about whether having a mentor is right for you or not. And I did find this graph that I just thought was really great. And sorry, cannot talk today, not graph, sorry, image that I found. Just talking about all the different things that you can get out of mentoring. It doesn't mean that you'll get all of them during every single session. It doesn't mean that, you'll necessarily want to touch on all of them. Maybe, in all honesty, you don't have a mentor to talk about training. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But there is a possibility to get all of these out of your training sessions or out of your mentoring sessions. So becoming a mentor. So we already touched on this a little bit, but you don't have to be a manager, right, or be in a leadership position in order to have the knowledge that you need. So we already talked about that, but I'm probably going to say it a few more times because I think it's super important to make sure that everybody feels empowered, that you can be a mentor. You have value, you have experience, you have information that is really important to other people, and to be able to share it. The other thing to think about is, why do you want to be a mentor, and what will you get out of the experience? So that isn't meant, right, in a selfish way, but it can be rewarding. It can also be, how am I sharing this knowledge? So for instance, in the past when I've done mentoring, and sometimes it still happens, I've done a lot of mentoring in accessibility. I have over 10 years of accessibility experience, and I found that I'm so happy also that there are sessions on accessibility related to many different topics within Drupal. But it's the fact that, even though accessibility is really coming to the forefront, that we do still have, a lot of people that aren't sure how to bake it into their process, exactly how to do testing. And there's nothing wrong with that. But that's a place where I feel like I've found some great success in mentoring other people. And it makes me feel good to know that once I've, been mentoring somebody for a while, they can then take that back to their team, to their organization, whoever they're helping, and be able to spread that accessibility knowledge. And what I get out of it is knowing that there are a lot more, platforms, sites, apps, whatever it might be, that are going to be accessible to everyone. And so that's my personal kind of value and my personal reason. You might have something different, and there's no wrong answer. I will say, except other than wanting to make your resume look better. That is not really a good way or reason to be a mentor. You want to make sure that it's really about helping other people and figuring out how you can share that knowledge and why you want to. The other piece is analyzing your areas of improvement and honing your skills. So none of us are perfect, thankfully. But as you look at what you think it means to become a mentor, you might do some more reading, because obviously I cannot give you everything that you need to know in a 45-minute session. But figure out, and do some self-reflection, write some things down about what you feel like you could improve on. It might be that you have a fairly small network of people. Not a bad thing, but maybe, you feel like in order to be a little bit more successful as a mentor, or to somebody, right, that might want somebody that has a bigger network, then you need to start building some of those new relationships, which goes down to, the next piece is, in my mind, you can never know like too many people in a way, because you really, as I've stated before, you learn a lot more, you get a lot of different viewpoints, right? Especially as we continue to grow in our careers, we end up, sort of, instead of just gaining like one hard skill, for the year, right? We really start to understand more about soft skills and building our toolkits and understanding what it means for the nuances of communication, et cetera. And so it's really making sure that you can build those new relationships, not just for your mentee, but for yourself as well. And then in addition, if you want to become a mentor, think about people that you already know, or maybe it's somebody who you can get connected to because it's a friend of a friend, et cetera. And so just thinking about that network and who you might be able to assist, even if it's a really small bit just for the start, at least it's, again, a start. So we'll go into finding a mentor. So it's a little bit opposite of what I said of becoming a mentor, but there are a little bit of differences as well. But the first one is doing some self-reflection on what you want and what you need. So what's important to you personally, or what's, important to you professionally, right? Sometimes, there's somebody that feels like their, sexual orientation, right? Maybe they want a mentor that has some lived experiences, in terms of, the same sexual orientation, just in terms of feeling more comfortable with somebody. There might be somebody that you feel has a lived experience in another way. You might have a specific skill that you want to develop. So for instance, for me, I've worked on plenty of proposals and some business development, but I really want to understand more about how you even start that, building the relationship to even get to the proposal stage, right? There's a lot that goes in before you end up actually getting to proposal writing. And so for me, it's really learning more about growing business and what that looks like. So, and again, it doesn't just have to be one thing either. There's no rule that says, you have to have this hard and fast, one thing that you're looking for. But again, you need to do that evaluation to figure out exactly, what you want and what you need out of a mentor. So make a list of who you know. It's obviously, if you do already have a big network, I'm not like, go make your list of 100 people, right? But just start to think of who you know who might have some of the the skills or the experiences, or, like I said, some of the background maybe that you're looking for. And then to point number 3, asking friends, family, coworkers, managers, it doesn't mean that they have to be your mentor, but you could say, I'm looking for somebody that has skills A, B, C, D. Do you know anybody? Maybe they don't have all of them, maybe they have one, and I can start with that person as a mentor. And then once I feel like I've succeeded there, then maybe I find somebody else. And that's perfectly okay. The other piece is don't be afraid to meet with several different people. It's not like you meet one person and you go, okay, that's my mentor. Now, you might have it. I mean, maybe, right? The first person that you meet is the person that, you click with and it seems like it's good. Or maybe somebody suggested you to somebody and you think, okay, that they probably are like a really awesome person, but they're just not, for me. That's just not what I'm looking for. So it's okay to kind of shop around, I should say, for your mentor, because this is somebody you're going to trust, and you're going to, open up to that person. You're going to be talking about your goals, maybe your dreams, whatever it is. You really need to feel like you have the right person. And so that then gets to the next point, which is trust your gut. There might be somebody who you heard like 5 or 6 different recommendations from, and you maybe can't even put your, can't put your finger on it. It just seems like it's not right. And that's okay. Trust your gut. Don't think because the person came recommended by, 5 or 6 different people, that means that you have to go and, be with that, be that person's mentee. That's not true. Do what you feel is right and trust your gut. So some qualities of a good mentor. And I will tell you, I actually laughed when I put this slide together. And the reason is, let's say, I can't see, I'm sorry, the number of participants, but let's say we had like 15 to 20 people, right? If I asked everybody, and I probably would have done this, right, if we were live, and actually, even though we're not live, I'd love in the chat for you all to, engage with each other and kind of answer this question of what you think some qualities of a good mentor are. And I say I laughed because we could all have different answers. I mean, everybody's list is going to be different. And in all honesty, I probably have more than 10, but knowing that no one is perfect and that everybody, has different skills and qualities, et cetera, that's why I named this slide Some Qualities, because there are always going to be, more things that we want, or, even depending on the day or where you are in your career and what you want, those qualities that you are really looking for in somebody might change. But with that being said, I will point out the reason why I chose all of these. So trustworthy. So we talked about this a little bit, in another slide or two, but really the reason why I ended up bringing up trustworthy is because you are going to be telling somebody something that's really personal. And, maybe your career goals, you haven't shared them with anyone. Maybe it's something about, I talked about lived experiences, right? Maybe you share with someone something that happened to you in your past, maybe in your career, but also personally, that has shaped who you are, that you wouldn't normally tell a lot of people. And so you want somebody who's going to really keep that close to the chest, and that you don't feel like they're going to, go tell their friends, or, if they know your manager, they know people that you work with, that they're going to go, tell them. Just really needing to be, somebody who you can trust. You want somebody who can provide candid feedback. I always use the example of radical candor. And that's really where you care deeply about somebody, but at the same time, you're willing to be able to be very honest with them. You fostered that kind of relationship where you can, really give that constructive criticism that sometimes if it was given to somebody you didn't know, they'd be like, oh, wow, that was kind of mean. But really it's because it's in your best interest and you've developed that relationship where you can be that honest. On the flip side, they have to be willing to receive that, candid feedback, to know that, as a mentor, you're not perfect. And there are going to be times where you haven't hit the mark with the mentee, or the mentee maybe tried something that you gave them and it fell flat and it did not work for them. And you have to, kind of go back to the drawing board and figure out exactly, what went wrong, or, was it the implementation of the suggestion? Was it because it didn't work in the situation? Really just trying to figure that out, but being open to the fact that you're not always going to be right, and that, you know, you might need to change something that you've done. Somebody who's supportive. So that's supportive in goals, it's supportive in what the mentee, you know, wants out of the relationship. Of course, it does go both ways. You know, you need somebody, again, that you connect with, but really just making sure that that support system is there. Of course, hopefully this is a given, but that doesn't mean blindly being supportive. If somebody, I'm just going to make up this example, you know, right now manages a contract that is worth $5 million, right? And it might be fairly complex, you know, but it's a budget that they can deal with. And they come to you and say, you know what, my goal for 6 months from now is that I'm able to manage a program of $100 million that has, you know, 80 people on it. And, you know, they've never done that before, not even close. You know, they've only, and I say only in quotes, you know, had a program that was, you know, 10 people. Okay, so you're not going to be like, that sounds like a great idea. Yes, it will happen. And that will happen in 6 months, right? That is the encouragement / tough love. But on the flip side, of course, you could say, you know what, that's an amazing goal if that's what you want to do. So let's talk about how we can do that, you know, incrementally and get you there eventually. You know, of course, I'm not personally responsible for that, but I can at least help you based off of my experiences. Or if you've never, you know, had that experience, you can say, I've never had that experience, but I can, you know, have you go talk to my friend, you know, Jonathan, and he can help you. And so that's really a way to make sure that you're being supportive, but also, you know, being realistic too. You want somebody that's kind. So again, it kind of goes back to the example that I just gave. You know, you might hear that big jump of like, you know, the 5 million 10-person project to the, you know, 100 million 80-person project and think, what is going on? Like, how could this person ever think they could do this, right? You need to like reel that back in your mind and realize that big dreams sometimes are really good, and help them out. You know, you don't want to be discouraging. You want to be kind and you want to be caring. Honesty, you know, we've sort of gone into that already. Somebody obviously who's knowledgeable. You don't necessarily want to pick your and I will say, you know, you could find somebody that's knowledgeable, but they might not be knowledgeable in the way that you want to grow. So for instance, for me, if I am looking at understanding relationship building around proposals, I'm not going to go have a mentor who's never worked on a proposal ever, right? So you need to make sure that the person who you are choosing as your mentor is somebody that's knowledgeable, you know, in the subject that you have. And again, as I said before, you know, the example I had just given is that you might find somebody who has a lot of what you want, but maybe you're starting to look into something new, or there's a small piece that your mentor doesn't know, and then they can say, you know, Jennifer knows this. So having somebody that can also connect you to people. Somebody who's patient, right? There's going to be a lot of ups and downs as you figure out what the relationship looks like. Again, you know, around the implementation of what you all have talked about, there's a lot there. So just making sure that you're all patient. You know, you can step back if you feel like you're getting impatient with each other. You can say, you know what, I feel like we might just need to take a break and reschedule this session. You know, I want to come back with a clear head. Just making sure that you have that available to you. Somebody that's a good listener, and then somebody who is respectful. And so that's respectful, right? Not just in terms of your goals and what you want out of the relationship, but also of your time. Because obviously we are all busy. And so what ends up happening is if you have somebody that says, yes, I want to be your mentor and this relationship is great, but you feel like you're rescheduling all the time because they don't have, you know, the time for you, then they're not being respectful to you. So I put in this word cloud that I found, and you know, I know word clouds are a little old school for sure, but I thought that this was a really good example of what I had touched on when I got to the last slide. Is that this was a word cloud based off of what people in the family medicine, I guess, program at UW had said they think of when you mention mentor or good mentorship, right, in leadership. And so there are things in here, right, like nurturing, somebody who's resourceful, right, so they can help connect you, somebody who's effective. I think there was self-realization, you know, somebody who has energy, right? So all of these different things can come into play. And I just think it's really important to remember that what you want might change, again, as I said, based off of what you're looking for in terms of your role, based off of the day and how you're feeling. It might even change with the same person, right, that you're being mentored by. So just please don't think that the qualities that I gave in the last slide are the be all end all. And when you go look for a mentor, those are all the things that you have to find, right? This is very individual, just like any relationship, between two people or a small group of people. Find what works for you. But those are just some that I think really help form a good foundation for a strong mentor-mentee relationship. So here's from the same group. I promise I will not read all of this to you. You can do that on your own time when I share the slides. But something that I had wanted to share, right, is that it talks about role modeling, it talks about nurturing, it talks about ethical standards. Again, remember that this is, related to a family medicine practice, but it really goes to show that having a mentor-mentee relationship within, the Drupal community or right within your digital organization or wherever you happen to work, that it can be used like these same definitions or, these same type of relationships can span across many different industries, across many different roles. It's not something that is specific to what you're doing now. So if you decided in 5 years that you were going to leave the career that you're in and do something totally different, you could still apply everything that we're talking about in your new role. So just something to think about there, as well as the fact that, if I was talking, for example, let's say about building business, right? Like for me, it's important that I have somebody, within my organization or somebody that is similar, in my organization. But there might be certain skills that you're looking for where it doesn't matter what type of industry that person is in. And so you can cross those boundaries too. So I would just want to make sure that's very clear that you don't have to say, I work at this place, it has to be somebody, from this organization, or I work in Drupal, it has to be somebody in the Drupal community. I mean, obviously, right, if you're a developer and you want to learn more about D9 development, probably should be somebody right in the Drupal community, but it just depends on the skills, right, that you're looking to grow. So I love to be positive, but I'm going to be honest, sometimes you have to think about what happens of what isn't, working so well, and how do I kind of get myself out of this? Because you want this to be positive, right? You don't want to be in a relationship, right, of any kind that's not working. So the first one is lack of consistency. So that can be in terms of touch points. If you've said, I want to schedule something every month, and your mentee or the mentor is like, oh, it's actually not working. Let's do every 3 months. Okay, so that's probably not, the best thing for you, right? The best relationship for you. And so you need to think, okay, maybe this is not something that I should be a part of. I should find another mentor, etc. Of course, you wouldn't want to have a conversation with them, right? Going back to that radical candor and candid feedback. But, if they say, no, this is how it has to be, or they meet with you once a month, and then once every 3 months, and then once a month, and every 2 months, you all understand this. You just need somebody who's consistent. And that might go for communication channels too. If it's okay, well, sometimes I want to meet in person, and this time I want to meet on Zoom, and this time I want to do this and this. If you're okay with that and that works for your schedule, I'm not going to tell you oh, well, that's a reason to get rid of a mentor, right? But if that's something that doesn't work for you, then that's not good, right? It needs to work for both people, and it really needs to be a two-way street. So I had talked about this a little bit earlier. You don't want to feel like your mentor is in it for the recognition, right? You don't want a mentor that says, okay, well, I just want to look really good on my resume, or, oh, if I'm a mentor, maybe I'll get a promotion, or, hey, everybody's going to know that I'm a mentor. This is great, and everybody's going to know me, right? That doesn't help anybody. So just making sure that, again, goes back to what I said before, you want to make sure that everybody is in this for the right reason. You want to make sure that you care about each other and that you trust each other. Sometimes people think this sounds so odd because they're like, I'm just looking for somebody for a business relationship. But, if you do have a true mentor that you think is really going to help you, or if you have a mentee that you really think, has what it takes to meet their goals and is super passionate about what they, want to do, or they have a great idea, or, whatever connected you right in the first place, you need to make sure that you're really respectful and caring and trusting of each other. And so if that rips apart, that can really destroy, the relationship. Not challenging each other, right? It is so boring. Like, this is my opinion, but I think it is so boring if I am constantly talking to, say, the same person, and they're always like, yeah, I totally agree with that. Or, yeah, okay, yeah, absolutely. Like, okay, I don't think I'm that good, right? That I can be right all the time. Like, I just don't believe it. I want somebody to, come at me a little bit, and I want somebody to have a different opinion and to push me, right? That's how I grow. That's how I look at different, viewpoints, and how I learn, right? And so if you don't have that, and you always have each other like agreeing with each other, neither person is going to grow, and it really does not help. Doesn't mean obviously that you have to disagree with everything, but you do at least want some sort of challenge there to make sure that you're, both learning something and figuring things out together. From the mentor perspective, right, I think I had mentioned earlier the word empowerment. You want to make sure that, of course, you are giving your expertise to your mentee, but you don't want to like give them all the answers. Like, if they come to you and say, I'm having this problem, I have this client, I have no idea what to do, I'm so frustrated, I don't know, right? Let them vent, like, that's okay, but then start asking questions, right? Like, so, okay, I'm hearing you say this. So if that's the case, what exactly do you think, they want? Like, if you were on the other side, why do you think you'd be frustrated with the situation? What do you think, would make you feel better? And really just kind of guiding them and shaping that. Doesn't mean that you're going to, give them all, give them the solution, or that you both are going to figure it out, but at least it helps them figure out, how to work through situations, and really helps them see the other side. And so they can start applying that, right, to different situations. And so it's really helping with that shaping. And then the other piece, again, it depends on the relationship, but if you are not really able to help the mentee connect or if you are the mentee, right, your mentor is helping you do this. If you're not able to connect what you all are talking about with some of your day-to-day goals or your long-term goals or what have you, that can be really difficult too. It doesn't mean that the relationship is bad and it needs to end. It just means that it's something to really think through together. And so these, again, not saying that this is all set in stone, but this is from me, what I think makes a relationship difficult. And of course, you need to be talking to each other when these issues happen instead of just walking away. Of course, unless if there might be something egregious that happens. So building and growing the relationship. And I know I don't have too much time, so I will go through this. But in terms of sample topics to discuss, and I will actually talk through a resource that is very specific and a guideline that you can use. But for the mentee, you might want to analyze a recent accomplishment. Yes, it will make you feel good, but why was it an accomplishment? Why exactly did what you did, how you acted, et cetera, work? So you can figure out, was it that particular situation? Is it something where it was great and you should use it for other situations? Really thinking through that. Discussing your lessons learned on a project. So maybe something's not gone so well, right? Or maybe you're at the end. What have you learned, and figuring out, how you can document it for the future. Role-playing scenarios. I always think these are super helpful because, right, sometimes we get into situations and we're like, oh, I don't know how that person's going to react if I say X, Y, Z. I don't know. I'd love to figure out what I'll say if things go really well and what I'll say if things do not go so well. So just being able to come up with some scenarios or working with your mentor, right, to come up with some of those items. Walking through one example of leading by trust. And basically there is a book that I will, or I have referenced in the resources section called Trusted Advisor, right? And we said mentors are considered trusted advisors. So it talks about leading by trust, right, through transparency, through communication, knowing yourself, listening. So, and there are a lot of different examples in there. So just taking one of those and really kind of building on that soft skill and just starting to practice that. And then if you have a goal, obviously this might not happen in one session, right? But talking about that goal and talking about it from the very beginning, why you came up with that goal, what you think, what that long-term plan might look like. So then on the mentor side, right, you can walk through a failure on a past project, in your career, what you learned. You want to make sure that you're giving as much information, right, to your mentee as possible. That's also why I said there's a lot of trust in both of these, because there's a lot of information that's being shared. How did you become an expert in your field? The most important lesson that you've ever learned, work-life balance, which we all struggle with. And your mentor might even say, I struggle with work-life balance. How do you handle work-life balance, right? Just kind of talking through those different things, or like, as I've gotten more work, I've been able to handle my work-life balance by doing X. It's not perfect, but here are some ideas. And then there might be one on how career goals have changed over the course of their career, right? I had career goals 5 years ago even, and I think about them now, and it's not like they weren't valid, but I've kind of gone in a little bit of a different direction and figured out more. And if we talked in another 5 years, I might have different goals than I have now. So that's the great thing, right? We're always growing and doing something different. So putting it into practice. So I found this, and I think it's very true. It's how to eat an elephant, right, one bite at a time. You might hear all these things from your mentor and be like, oh my gosh, how do I do this? This sounds like a lot. It's okay. Little by little by little, right? That's why we call it a mentor-mentee relationship, not a mentor-mentee one session. So it's really just taking very small steps one at a time. I've talked again about empowerment. Feel empowered to try something different, right? It's scary. It can be really scary because you are getting out of your comfort zone. But at the same time, really try to feel like you can, do something different and that it's okay. So be empowered, depending on what it is, you might want to tell your manager, your coworker, your clients, whatever it is, give them a heads up, but be okay to try something new. Ask for help if you need it. Just because you've learned something new doesn't mean you're going to be able to take it and, just run with it, right? You might say, let's say to a colleague, I've been working with my mentor on doing a better job of figuring out exactly how to present to executives. And I think I've got it, but would you be willing to take a look at my presentation, or do you have any advice? Or you can go back to your mentor, right, and ask for advice. So just ask for help. I know that we don't always have a lot of time, but document what you've done. Right, we know what works, what doesn't work, especially as maybe you're starting out in a skill. Figure out what worked well and why, and what didn't, and write it down and go back to it. And the last is, at first you don't succeed. Hopefully everybody said, try again. You're going to fail sometimes, and failure isn't bad, right? Failure is how we grow. Failure is how we learn. I always used to say, granted when I taught fitness, is that in some cases, if you fail, that means that you succeeded, right? Because you pushed yourself so hard into a certain level that in a way that was sort of your success, because you tried something new. And so don't be afraid to try that. So in terms of the extras, because I also want to leave some time for questions, what else to consider? Your frequency of meetings, I'm going to give the consultative answer. It depends, because you need to figure out, what your goals are. You need to figure out, with your mentor or mentee, how often you want to meet. Maybe once every 2 weeks is good to get started, and then you go to once a month. Whatever you need, you can figure that out, but that's really important. Communication method, again, decide what you want to do there, especially now, right? It's probably going to be virtual, but once we get back potentially to our new normal, figure out what's going to work for you. Is it going to be going over coffee? Is it still going to be virtual? Is it going to be, a walking meeting? Is it going to be something more formal? Totally up to you. And then how to get the ball rolling, right? Do you want something that's more formal? Do you want something that's informal, where maybe, as a mentee, you send your mentor like 1 or 2 topics and they come back and say, yeah, that sounds great. I can prepare. Do you want questionnaires every time? Totally up to you as to what you want to do, but those are some things to think about. And so with that, I do have some resources. I'll show you the PDF very quickly, just so you know what I'm looking at. Also put in, Radical Candor, the Trusted Advisor, and then the handbook associated with it. And yes, I did put in some of my past GovCon presentations, because I did do one on Radical Candor. If you want something a little bit shorter than reading the book. And then the last one does take some of the principles from Trusted Advisor and is really about leading by trust. So very quickly, hopefully you can see this. Let me actually stop sharing really quickly, team, and then share again, because I want to make sure that you can see what I have. So just really quickly, this is a really good questionnaire. Granted, it comes from BU, so it might be something where a little bit more, school oriented, but there are still a lot of good resources here. So I recommend that you check it out. So I've been speaking now for like 40 minutes, so I'm gonna stop. Nika, do we have any questions from anybody listening?
More of dialogue
Okay.
between Taryn and I. And so Taryn said, mentoring is one of the things that has helped me grow the most as a professional. Having the wrong mentor can be very detrimental. Sometimes someone is great for some people, but not for you.
Yeah.
And she says, some of my best mentors have been people not in the same field. Has anyone else had this experience?
Yeah, great.
And then and then I mentioned, I sometimes I find it hard to find a mentor. I guess early on, it's a lot easier when you're early in beginning in your career, but as you move up, I just find that it's a little more difficult to find a mentor because you find yourself being one more than being mentored.
It's true, yeah, and I've definitely found that I've sort of like accidentally found mentors, if that makes sense. Like you'll be in a conversation with somebody and you're like, oh my gosh, I didn't know that you had that expertise. Like that's fantastic. Maybe we should talk a little bit more. And so, but yes, I hear you that sometimes you end up taking on that mentor role and then you're like, well, wait a second, like I want a mentor too, because that is something to mention. Like you could be a CEO and you could still need a mentor, right? Like, so Absolutely. It isn't something, right, that just stops right when you get to a certain point in your career. Like, okay, you have 15 years of experience, you're done. It doesn't work like that. So yeah. All right. Does anybody have any questions maybe that they haven't typed in? It's totally okay if you don't. I just want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to ask and to engage while we're here.
Someone said, great job on the natural extemporaneous speech. Not just reading the notes. Is there somewhere we can download the slides?
I will be putting them up on the GovCon on my session right after this. So I will put that up. And you're welcome. Yes, I know that you all know how to read, so I did not need to read anything out to you.
Okay, I have another comment. My mentor is great. He literally mentored me into his job after he departed for another agency. And the great thing is that he continues to be someone who I can reach out to. Great discussion.
Oh, great. All right, that is so fantastic to hear. All right, team. One really quick thing that I wanted to go back to, of course, I need to go back to Zoom and just share very quickly, is I wanted to make sure again that if you want to contact me, and again, like I said, the slides will be up, but feel free to reach out to me at Sheffler_Danielle@ba.com. And I would love to be engaged and to talk more. So please feel free to reach out. But thank you so much. I know that it's getting late in the day and really appreciate you being here. So thank you all so much.
No, thank you. Great presentation.
Thanks, everyone. Hope you have a great rest of the conference. Bye.
Bye. Hi, are any of the speakers here yet? I'm just wondering if I need to go look. I need to search for them. Let me start my search. Hello, have the speakers arrived yet?
Hey, Nika, I'm here if you want me to take over, if you need to go take care of the kiddos and whatnot.
Okay, so I think on Slack we need to figure out where they are. I just sent one of them a message.
Okay.
So I'll follow up. I'm gonna drop, but I'll continue the search.
Okay, can you make me the speaker? I mean the host?
I absolutely can.
And once you make me host, I'll run downstairs and get my dinner out of the oven so I don't set the house on fire.
So, Laura. Now I'm having technical difficulties. Of course, I'm having technical difficulties. Hold on.
Hey, Laura, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Let me.
Yeah, because
Yep, okay.
I can't. I closed my other laptop and that was.
You're okay. Okay.
You're good.
Okay, cool.
Yep, you should be host now.
Okay, I'm gonna go grab my dinner while Nika tracks down the speakers.
Yes.
Wait, hold on. I see an Andrew Malice.
Yes.
I think that's one of our speakers.
Ah, great.
Everyone's coming.
Okay, awesome.
Okay. And I think our captioners are here, which is good. So I will just stick here around here.
Okay, Laura, I'm leaving.
Yep. So let me just show subtitles. So Andrew, which one of you is going to be sharing screens so I can make you co-host?
I will be sharing and William will be sharing.
So I will, and my co-host and William, last name is Rescue?
Rushell, yep.
Hey. Rushell, okay. So both of you are now co-hosts, and then Crispin, you do not need co-hosts, correct? Okay, and just a heads up, you're on mute still, Crispin.
Thank
Cool.
you. I just need to speak, and we have one more member coming.
Okay, does that extra member need?
No.
Okay, let me get out of full screen so I can be helpful, and let me give captioner captioning rights. So, and then hello. Oh, I just realized you're the Federation for the Blind, so you're up in Baltimore in Fed Hill.
That is the other federation. We're the
Federation
American
for the
Foundation
Blind.
for the Blind, right?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. We like them too.
Yes. I'm like, more Baltimore people. That's awesome.
Tanner's here.
Yeah.
And does Tanner need co-host?
No.
Okay. So without further ado, is everyone ready? Captioner, are we ready? Cool, I can see captions. So I'm gonna go ahead and hit record.
One second. I just want to make sure. Can you guys hear my screen reader right now?
Nope.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're good.
We're good to go. I think we're
We're
going.
good?
Yes.
Okay, I'm hitting record.
Great. Hello. Thank you so much for being here. We're here today to talk about inclusion, about digital inclusion. And this is going to be a little bit of a discussion, a lively discussion, hopefully. We'll be demonstrating the approach that, an approach to usability and accessibility. We hope you enjoy the show. We'll be, before we jump into introductions though, I just want to let you know what we intend to talk about. We'll first define a little bit the problem that we're trying to solve. I think that's always valuable. And we'll jump into some introductions. We won't make you wait till the end for a demo. We'll start really early with that so we have some greater context around methodologies and problem space. And then we'll have a bit of a fireside chat, if you will. We'll focus on different areas of compliance and usability. We'll talk a little bit about how accessibility and usability can be addressed in the design phase, of kind of cultural fabric that is so beneficial to ensuring that we're meeting user goals and organizational goals both. And last, we have some resources and shares to keep in touch with you and help you out along the way. All right. Well, what are we talking about? Well, we're talking about inclusion. What is inclusion? Crispin, you've given this a little bit of thought. I think we think about it every day. Can you define inclusion for the audience?
Thanks, Andrew. Well, if you go to the next slide, I came prepared. I found this great definition on the Global Diversity Practice website, and I'll read it out because I think it's salient. Inclusion is an organizational effort and practices in which different groups or individuals having different backgrounds are culturally and socially accepted and welcomed and equally treated. So what does this mean? Really, this is, saying that everyone, regardless of race, religion, age, or ability, is treated respectfully and equitably. And I think equity is really the key here. First, we have to recognize that not everyone is equal in terms of their abilities. And then we can take steps to ensure that everyone is accommodated appropriately so that they can contribute and participate and accomplish their goals to the best of their abilities and feel like they matter as much as everyone else. So an example in the physical world might be, having a wheelchair ramp at the entrance to a building that has several steps to get up. Or it could be an auditory indicator at a crossing signal to indicate that the light has turned green. So really, being inclusive means thinking about how we can accommodate everyone and giving that the attention and the energy required to ensure that people are treated equitably and so that they can feel included in society and have rich, full lives like everyone else.
So well said. When we talk about digital inclusion, there's a bit of nuance here. Tanner, can you help us get a little bit more specific about what digital inclusion is?
Yeah, definitely. I thought Crispin's inclusion explanation was great. And I would like to break it down even a little bit more simpler, which is like, if inclusion is to include, what's the opposite of that? Which would be exclude someone from, whatever the situation be. And then when we apply that to digital exclusion, that would be preventing someone from engaging with a website or a mobile app or any type of electronic communication, whatever it might be digitally. If we're excluding someone, we're preventing them from engaging with something as designed and intended, then that's what that is. And so if we're talking about digital inclusion, that means that we are, to Crispin's point, taking an active effort in making sure that our websites, our mobile apps, communications, all digital assets include, and that includes people with disabilities who might be using assistive technology, like myself, who uses a screen reader to access content on my computer, through my smartphone, and to do all different types of.
Very good. Thanks so much. Wow. I mean, who are we? I think now's the time to let people know how we came together. We're here representing two different organizations. Calamuna is a digital agency, which I'm the CEO of, and Calamuna and AFB worked together on the latest website redesign, and we continue to build a great partnership here. I first got very interested in accessibility 15 or so years ago. There's a beautiful lab at the base of the University of Toronto, Robarts Library, which has, which had at the time so many assistive devices. My eyes were really opened at this conference at what was possible and how we could code the web to improve accessibility and inclusion. Crispin.
Hi, everyone. My name is Crispin Bailey. I'm the Director of Design and User Experience at Calamuna. And yeah, I've been very interested and passionate and active in the web accessibility space for almost as long as I've been designing websites, which is, I don't want to age myself, but we're going back 2 decades or so. But the web accessibility aspect was really came surface for me when I was learning about the importance of semantic coding. As I was learning how to, going from a world at the very beginnings, if you all remember front page, building websites used to be kind of clicky and draggy droppy. But then I realized that there was stuff going on under the hood that I needed to understand. So when I started learning about how to code the pages by hand from scratch, I learned about the importance of semantics in building that into the web pages. And then that opened the door to understanding why it was so important to have well-structured, well-coded websites. And really ever since then, my mind and my eyes have been open to these challenges. And I've been going to meetup groups and conferences and just, subscribing to all the channels just to keep on top of it, because it's such a dynamic field and it's constantly changing, and it's really important that we stay up to date on it.
Great. So my name is William Rushell. I'm the Director of Client Services and Technical Development for the American Foundation for the Blind. And AFB it's a national nonprofit, and our mission is to create a world of no limits for people who are blind and visually impaired. And in the number of the types of activities we do, we work with great agencies like Calamuna, and we work with other companies to help guide them to digital inclusion like Tanner was describing. And so my introduction to accessibility into AFB was about 10 years ago when I started as an intern working on at AFB right in college, working on an optics lab, trying to measure the way that small displays had, the contrast that and usability problems that can come with not having sufficient contrast on the displays that are completely pervasive in today's world. So if you can't see the display, how do you access that information? And it's a fascinating field. There's so much, like Crispin was interested in understanding the semantics of how to structure information to make it accessible to everyone. It's a fascinating set of design problems and choices that we can make to have an impact on people's lives. And it's been a pleasure to work with AFB for 10 years exploring these, exploring inclusion. So I will go ahead and pass it over to Tanner, who is my counterpart at AFB.
Hey everybody, my name's Tanner Gears, and I think success in everybody's life and careers, families, relationships, finances is critical, depending upon what we do. But I really feel like true success is more dependent upon how and why we do what we do. Growing up, I was just a regular kid who didn't realize how great I had it. One day I woke up in the hospital as an adult, totally blind. And, growing up in the Deep South, there was a lot of diversity. And I volunteered. I remember volunteering in the mid-early 90s at Easter Seals, and when we would bring ramps on our outings because, they didn't have ramps. We'd have these wood ramps that would help get the kids and adults into buildings, and navigating bathrooms was a challenge. And I didn't understand or appreciate what that life was like until the day I woke up and I wasn't. I became that difference. And it was then when I really began to appreciate, the importance of, civil rights and equality with regards to disability, with regards to race, with regards to gender and sexual orientation, and how different things are for people that have these, that live a life that is different than you. And, one day you have no kind of societal or professional or educational struggles. And then the very next day, you're the same person, except for this one difference. And it is sad how different the outcomes in life, in your life becomes. And so that's why I lead sales and business for AFB. People with disabilities, especially in today's world, deserve the right to have access to digital experiences, websites, mobile apps, electronic communications. They can live life independently. That's what I do and why I do it.
Thanks so much, Tanner. Really appreciate you sharing. I think we're going to jump right into the demo at this point, and I'll pass the controls over to you, William, and let us know a little bit about what we're about to see and why this is important.
Absolutely. So hopefully we'll be able to see this in a second. And just to set this up, this is just a quick demo. So we say digital inclusion is not as hard as you think. And this demo is kind of to set up the fact that there are pretty simple things that we can do to test digital interfaces, the web, mobile devices. It's such an asset and a resource, and we can pretty easily, with a few key changes or key considerations, make all of these digital interfaces accessible to everyone. And so here's a quick demo that's going to find some problems that you may or may not expect on a website that we found. Vaccinefinder.org seemed relevant to today's world. And so we'll just go ahead and jump in, and not to be intimidated by what we're talking about here. And so hopefully we'll come to the end, we'll see the differences of what you may have heard with all of the word soup or all of the acronyms that you may have heard regarding accessibility, and we'll try to disambiguate that, because we want to focus on users and what the user experience is like, and the rest can come later. So this is a quick demo that I recorded earlier, because it's always a good idea to record demos. So hopefully this will work just fine.
I'm at vaccinefinder.org, and I'm going to step through this interface in a couple of different ways. So first, we'll just go through with a keyboard and mouse, and we'll see that we've got a form here for selecting a vaccine. And if I click on select the vaccine, it opens up a modal, and the modal has some filter radio buttons across the top for ages and a long list of checkboxes for the types of vaccines I might be interested in. So I'll go ahead and select some of those, click add for vaccines, and we'll see that we're back at the original form. We've got a location field that we fill in, so I'm going to type in Florida for that and go ahead and select that, and a search area for the number of miles away from the location I selected. Click search for a vaccine, and on the left we've got a list of results. On the right we've got a map with pins on it, as we would see pretty typically. And if I select one of these stores from the list here, I'm going to be taken into a details page with things like the location, the contact information, the hours. So very simple. It took me about 30 seconds to do it with a mouse primarily. And now let's try doing the same thing with just a keyboard, which is something you should be able to do with any website. So we'll go ahead and try the same thing, and we'll tab. We will use space, arrow up and down. Pretty simple controls for activating and interacting with a page with a keyboard. So at the top of this form, we can see that there's a faint focus indicator for vaccines, and if I keep tabbing through the interface, it works as expected until all of a sudden, after the near this location field, we have nothing. And if I tab again, I don't know where my focus has gone. Tab again, and then finally, it shows up at the end of the map. So there seems to be some non-focusable elements in here, but I don't really know because my focus was gone. So we'll go ahead and open select your vaccines and open that modal. I can tab through the radio buttons pretty well for selecting an age. And then once I get into this list of checkboxes, my focus disappears again. And I'm just going to hit space. And okay, so focus was in this list, but I didn't know where it was. So if I just keep tabbing through and pressing space, I can play guess and check with this to select my vaccines, but that's not advisable. So we'll go ahead and power through it with add for vaccines. Takes us back to the original form. Now we need to add our location with this location field. So I'm just going to start typing Florida and then tab a couple of times here, and then it just closed. So I did not press anything. I didn't press space or enter to confirm the location that I wanted from this autocomplete list, but it closed anyway. So I'll try that again because I really want to get to that fourth element there, and I tabbed through it, and this time it was kind and let me do it. So it's pretty unexpected. It seems to be based on the timing that I use. That time it collapsed again. So okay, that's not great, but we'll keep moving. The problem here with this search area combo box or drop down select control thing, and I can make an assumption that my focus is on it, and I will try it, and then I was correct. I've got the list of options here, and I would expect to be able to arrow up and down through these and change the option, and that doesn't seem to be happening as I arrow up and down here. But I'll go ahead and press space and see what happens. It's selected 50 miles. Great. Okay, so again, I can make some guesses here as to what's going on. It might be difficult to select exactly what I want, but at least I can make this thing work if I play around with it some. But I can't really do it accurately. So we'll go ahead and search for a vaccine. And on the left side, we're going to get a list of the results as we saw before. On the right side, we're going to get this map. So we will tab through the interface again. We're at the top of the page. And then I want to go into this list here. So I'm going to tab. Uh-oh, my focus has disappeared. Tab, yeah, now we're at the end of the map. So it looks like this entire list has been skipped and it's not in the focus order. So if I actually wanted to click on one of these results, one of these providers, to get hours or other kind of information like we saw on the details page, I can't do that with a keyboard. So it's a pretty simple example. It's not hard to test for keyboard accessibility like this, and it's really important to make sure that all the controls are functional, because The next use case I have is a screen reader user. And if you've never heard or used the screen reader before, it might be a little bit overwhelming, a little bit verbose, but the mechanisms are essentially the same. I'm just navigating the web page with a keyboard, but the screen reader is going to tell me things as I land on them. So each element needs to have useful information about it. So we'll go ahead and turn that on. I'm going to use non-visual desktop access, which is a Windows screen reader. It's free and open source, and there are built-in screen readers for all of the main operating systems. So that tone lets me know that NVDA is now running. And now I'm on the page, and NVDA is going to try to start talking. So as I tab through it, it's going to read, and we can hear things that it's
Banner
saying.
landmark list. Clickable find vaccine visited link.
Clickable list find vaccine.
Clickable FAQ link.
Clickable FAQ link. So that's pretty expected. It's going to tell me what the name of it is, what the role is, and the value that's selected.
Select your vaccines button.
So we'll go in here. We see that select your vaccines button is labeled effectively, and then I'll tab again. And I just have this element that just says button. So that's not great because I don't know what that button means. Let's go ahead and open the vaccine modal here.
Cancel button. All ages button. 03 MOS button. 4 MOS 6 YRS.
So as I tab through the interface here, it seems to make pretty good sense. And I will go ahead and go into the list of checkboxes.
60 DT checkbox not checked. DTOP checkbox not checked. Hepatitis A, 18 plus, checkbox not checked. Space, checked.
So I can tab through these, I get the label, and it tells me if it's checked or not checked. So everything is working pretty well, actually better with a screen reader running than if I was just using the keyboard alone, because at least I know what these checkboxes are. So I'll select a few of them.
Space, checked. Add 3 vaccines button.
And then I'll go ahead and go down to the button and add 3 vaccines.
Space. Hepatitis A, 18.
So it takes me back to the original form here.
Button.
So I'll tap through the interface.
Banner
and then
button.
Oh no.
Button. Button.
I hear a button. 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 I have no idea what these things are.
Button.
And even worse, it's different from what I saw before. The screen reader experience is pretty similar to the keyboard experience throughout this entire interface. So let's go ahead and take a look and see what an automated scan is going to tell us. Went ahead and refreshed the page. I'm going to open up the select vaccines modal again so that we have something interesting to scan. And if you remember, we had all of the problems with finding those checkboxes. And then we should also have everything behind this element as well open. So let's go to the Axe tool. And to be clear, I think the Axe accessibility checker is great because it finds real problems and problems that should be fixed and doesn't have a lot of or any false positives. But we'll see what it actually tells us about this experience, which I hope I've demonstrated is not optimal. So we have 54 issues. 49 of the issues are related directly to elements must have sufficient color contrast, which possibly is true, but looking through this and doing some testing beforehand, what we actually saw and experienced does not have any significant color contrast problems. So the accessibility checker struggles with that if it's complex CSS or if there's background images or hidden elements that just need to be cleaned up. So it's worth checking into, but I don't think that it impacted our actual experience any. We have ARIA hidden equals true must not be present on the document body. Documents must have one main landmark. Zooming and scaling must not be disabled. Page must contain one level 1 heading, and ARIA element must not contain focusable elements. All of those are true and good suggestions that should be fixed on the page, but none of them had anything to do with unlabeled buttons, had anything to do with the keyboard control not working on that autocomplete field, and the weirdness that we experience with the search area drop down as well. So the types of issues that this automated checker are finding are not issues that, as a user just now, I actually experienced any impact at all trying to accomplish selecting a vaccine and moving through the process to find details about a pharmacy.
So the point of this demonstration was not to say that automated checkers are useless, but it's to reemphasize what we're talking about when we're talking about inclusion. We're talking about the actual user experience. And I think we've got some more interesting stuff to talk about in this talk, but I'll go ahead and pass it back to Andrew. I think he's going to advance the slide.
I will. Thanks. Thanks so much. Now, we'll open it up and bounce around a little bit here. And we're starting to run a little bit short on time. So I think maybe we can kind of mash together some of our thoughts around these notions of compliance and the culture of organizations that we've seen and worked with, and what kind of works here. Now, I was so taken aback by the discrepancy here between the automated tests and what we actually saw from an end user perspective. So, how do those things like balance out? How do we approach this problem in the right order?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I mean, we've got all of these conformance standards, these guidelines for the web content accessibility guidelines, and that's all very important. But when it comes down to it, with the reality of what we should be focusing on for the next sprint, understanding what a user experience looks like, I think we've got this, disparity between all of the possible conformance problems we could fix with accessibility and technical violations, and then what we're really experiencing from our users who are just trying to accomplish something. And I think we've got a cool slide that that kind of has a graph of really what we're talking about here, the difference between an accessibility conformance issue and a user goal, and what really matters most is the intersection between those two. And that's where we want to spend our time, especially when we're getting started with this.
For sure. I want to jump ahead a little bit to some design considerations because, we talked a little bit about the kind of damage control approach to compliance. But at the earliest stages of a project, thinking about inclusivity is really key, so we can avoid some of these things. And Crispin, maybe you can tell us a little bit about how we can change our frame of reference to ensure we're not playing whack-a-mole later on fixing these kinds of issues.
All right, exactly. So incorporating accessibility considerations into your design process really starts at the beginning of the project. And note that this works best for new projects like site redesigns. If you have the luxury, it's you're starting fresh, right? But ideally, it even starts before the discovery phase, before the RFP goes out. But at this point, it's a good idea to define what the requirements are. Right? It's really important that everyone on the team as well, whether they're content producers, designers, or developers, all have a basic knowledge of accessibility, because it's a very multi-layered thing to consider. So during discovery, this is where we want to define our user types and their goals. This is, it really sets the stage for the entire project. And it's also really critical to incorporate those user goals that identify accessibility concerns. So for example, we might have a user type or types that represent people with disabilities. And that gets both the design and the dev team and the client all on the same page about ensuring that adequate accommodations will be considered later on in the project. And sometimes the client already has a mandate, and they come to us and they'll say, okay, it needs to be Section 508 compliant, and it needs to conform to WCAG 2.0 or 2.1 AA standards, and that's great. But sometimes they don't know that. So it's on us to educate and to see it as an opportunity to let them know about the importance of ensuring the site is accessible, and reassuring them that it doesn't mean that they can't have a beautiful website that's highly engaging and interactive, right? So then when we get into the design phase, which often includes content production, we begin to incorporate these considerations that we've previously defined. So for example, the content needs to be structured semantically, like I was talking about earlier, but you do this while it's still in Word or Gather Content or Google Docs, like thinking about it from the get-go. And then our wireframes are going to take into account things like menu structure and wayfinding. That's all part of it. And any important elements with interactivity. So obviously, once we get into the visual design, we're going to start looking at color contrast and UI elements, user interface elements, like inline links and active states or focus states, and progressive enhancement for any animations or transitions. And then, that's where we really work things out, right? We're prototyping our components, hopefully, That's another opportunity to test our designs. And whether it's a low fidelity clickable wireframe or a fully responsive HTML CSS prototype, we can test with users to flag any potential issues before building them into the CMS. So really, while we can address most concerns without any additional cost or impact on the project timeline or budget, that's not to say there won't be challenges during implementation, right? Sometimes we have to use a third-party widget or a plugin, and that might not be accessible. So that can bring some problems. So then it becomes a conversation with the client about, what are the options and how are we going to deal with this? Maybe we can do it a different way to accomplish the same goals for our users and for the organization. Or maybe we need to, make some code changes or fixes to that plugin and, hopefully work with the maintainer to improve it for other users or other agencies or people using that tool. But hopefully, you've been doing this all the way along, so it's not going to be a problem you have to deal with at the end of the site after you've shipped it, after you've launched it, and then somebody comes and says, hey, I can't use your website. It's not accessible. Because that's when it gets really expensive, really time consuming, and really challenging to fix, because you're having to undo everything that's been done potentially and rebuild. So hopefully, you've been thinking about it all the way through, so you don't have to fix it at the end.
I want to be sensitive to time as well. We've got about I think 13 minutes left. There's some Q&A options. I think if there are any questions, please type them into the chat. We'll try and get to them. In advance of that, we'll keep rolling here and talk through a little bit more, what some of the implications are for organizations that we've seen, or how we might think about promoting this kind of like consciousness around approaching usability first, and kind of compliance second. What kind of cultural fabric? What's a good healthy kind of cultural mix for an organization to be having? Policies, people, like how does this work out in your experience, Tanner, to create the most successful products and the most successful web projects?
Yeah, I think knowledge transfer is important, but also to transfer of ownership. So when the most successful organizations, the most successful development agencies, the most successful companies and municipalities really have at least one internal evangelist who's driving this, who's holding up the standards that we choose to live by and create digital assets for that are inclusive. I think then once that happens, then when we start to build the team, that becomes infectious. But backing up a little bit further, it's also about strategic leadership, right? When we create the policies and processes, when we create the things that are in stone, this is who we are, this is what we do here. That's when, if turnover happens or new people come in, new developers, when they come into the environment, the designers, the content creators, everybody, when they understand what we do here and why we do it, it just becomes a part of of the day-to-day. And so accessibility is no longer a back burner. It becomes integrated in the DNA of the process that we take every single day. That's I think how we do that.
So how do we get there? Like, what kind of steps need to be put in place to? You can't just like write a policy and be like, hey, we have an accessibility policy, right? There's a bit more to it than that, right? What other steps can organizations take to ensure that this is like a thoughtful and comprehensive approach?
Yeah, I think William does an incredible job at breaking things down and training teams on what they do. William, do you want to expand on that? Because you have a lot more experience within actually making what I say happen.
Right. I think what Crispin described is really where the core is, and we still have the the slide up. So once we have that, it's either corporate sponsorship or some leader, someone who's driving the policy that we have set up. It's just a matter of getting started and planning for the future that these good practices will be developed. And there's a starting point that you can have. You can start training your developers to start testing with a keyboard. And if everyone just made sure that their websites worked with a keyboard, we'd be in really good shape. The next is there's simple things that we can do. Ensure alternative text is correct, ensure labels are properly associated, and use the platform conventions whenever possible. It's great to be creative and do wonderful and exciting things, but the underlying semantics, as we started the conversation with, needs to be solid, and there are platform conventions that we can stick to from there. And then once we have that in place, we can start building more custom, more interesting accessibility solutions. But before that, getting the core concepts is not that difficult. There's tons of resources that are available.
Culture shift can be hard sometimes. Crispin, I don't know how do you deal with it when like someone's like, hey, we really want this like this amazing slideshow like that has all this flair, and they're the expectations are maybe not bias against accessibility in some cases. How do we have that conversation?
Oh, or like the auto playing full screen video, background video with no pause or play controls. Yeah, these are conversations, and we have to have frank discussions with the people who are asking for these things to, as I said earlier, educate them on the impacts, because people don't always know that there's a better way, or that there's a workaround, or that there's another way to accomplish that goal. So it's an opportunity, most of the way I see it, to be more creative, to think about how we can provide that experience that that marketing manager wants to get that flashy impact. But how can we accomplish the same goal in a way that everyone can gain the benefits of the message that's being put out there? Ultimately, websites are either about conveying information or about accomplishing a task. So let's try to steer the conversation back to that and doing the best job we can at that to achieve the goals for those users, which will ultimately achieve the goals for that institution or that organization.
And
yeah, I thought William said something really enlightening for me the other day, which is that digital inclusion doesn't have to be a thing that like limits creativity. Rather, digital inclusion is a way to maybe enhance or promote creativity. How did you say that, William?
Yeah, essentially, it's an opportunity to understand what is the best for users. And when we are thinking about all of our users, more often than not, everyone is going to benefit from being inclusive, right? So we are re-examining, like Crispin said, what are the actual goals we want here? Let's not get caught up in something that we think is cool or flashy or whatever. But in this, on the other hand, we also aren't limited by thinking that we have to have a website that is just black and white text and completely static, because we can think creatively about ways to solve for inclusion to ensure that assistive technologies can access the same information that we want everyone else to access as well. And good usability is good usability.
I think it's also important to recognize that there's no one way to do everything, like any given thing. So every client or every project we work on is a little different, even though effectively most of them are just websites. They do the same basic things, but it's a fresh challenge every time. And there are different ways to accomplish those goals. So, it might not be necessary to make everything black and white to be super high contrast. Or maybe there's a mode for some users that they can toggle to have that black and white high contrast experience. And there's a different version of the site, a different experience for those who want the full rich or subtle color palette. there's usually a way. It's just a question of, commitment to ensuring that we're providing an equitable experience. And hopefully, we're working with an organization who has that as part of their mandate, and it's one of their goals too.
Very interesting. We have I think a question. Reads a little bit like a statement. So we'll see. I'll throw it to the team and see if anyone wants to tackle it. So there's a comment about maybe it makes sense to develop a special page for people with disabilities instead of making a universal one. In this case, this page can have a fully different design.
I mean, how is that any different than blacks only, whites only? So that's not really inclusive, and why would you put forth the effort to create something that is accessible somewhere else when you could just create the original asset as accessible?
Yeah, as a practice, we don't recommend totally replacing an interface. We think about progressive enhancements to a site. I mean, what Tanner is saying is true, and that's how a completely separate interface that you set aside for blind people, for example, can be interpreted. So progressive enhancement to what is there is always the best decision, and then alternatives where absolutely necessary. But what happens when you want to make an update to your site and then you have to go and update the accessible version as well? So Amazon for a long time had an accessible version of their website, and it was horrible because it didn't keep up to date with the normal Amazon.com. And then finally, this was many years ago. Amazon is doing fine now, but finally they have eliminated that, and Amazon.com is now fully accessible. So people with disabilities who are using assistive technology get an equivalent experience.
Especially when resources are limited. There were a lot of like M. websites for a long time. Many of those have disappeared as mounting costs. So very, very cool. And just, this idea of compliance, which has become, firstly, I mean, we have to just commend the community generally for taking this more seriously. And that's all great. But I think just to kind of summarize a little bit, if I may, what we're really talking about here is, by not putting compliance first, we're focused on achieving greater outcomes, right? And automated tests are really fantastic for helping to identify things, but they don't give us the full picture. And if all we're looking to do are check some boxes and make sure that we're compliant, it doesn't guarantee that we're going to have a truly accessible and usable website, that we're going to achieve those ultimate goals of accessibility, which are to ensure that we have our message delivered to everyone. Organizations, sometimes they'll put these, the requirements are in there, the automated tests get passed, and then they feel like they're protected from a drive-by lawsuit. But at the end of the day, what we're advocating for here in this conceptual space and this process is to focus on usability. It's like they say, if you focus on the game, the score will kind of take care of itself, right? If you're focused on the clock and looking at the score, then maybe your game is just not going to be as great, right? Speaking of the clock, we're coming up at the time. I want to thank everyone. Provide some additional resources for any who are interested in learning more. William spoke about NVDA. There are other tools and processes. Oh, that was cool. We have a hard stop at 6:30, so we can go over a little bit. So we've put together a little guide if you like to gain some additional insight in resources that are available to you. It's available at bit.ly/A11y-tips.-s. Please connect with us. We have email and social media accounts. We'd love to continue this conversation as we move forward into the year. We would have loved to do a little bit more boffing on this topic. Perhaps we can find some other space. Come join us at a future conference. We'll be sure to keep talking about these issues. We have a little more time. I see people here. If you've got questions, please throw them into the Zoom chat, and we'll do our best to address them, or comments, if you will. But as we have a little more time, what kind of processes specifically, for developer and developer management, William, do you think can be reinforced or put in place? How does an organization, kind of start with developer education and work in these spaces?
That's an excellent question, and there's an organization called Teach Access, which is focused on ensuring that the education that developers receive and part of higher education includes topics like this, and so that when developers are prepared coming out of with their degree and they enter the workforce, the idea with this organization that we work with as well and contribute to is that people will be more prepared by default. But for people that are in the workforce now, we encourage people to try it. The demo that we did hopefully wasn't that scary. And there are things that you can do as a developer to just get started. And it's tough to say emulate what a user is having, because that might give you the wrong impression. But you can turn on a screen reader, you can hear what it's saying, you can do a quick tutorial and do a little bit of testing yourself. Give yourself an hour or two to do that. And if you get overwhelmed, there are resources. There are resources that you can connect with us, with Kalamuna, and with AFB, and other resources on the web to learn more about it. But just taking the first step and really getting the empathy of why we're making these subtle changes. And I say subtle changes because most of the time we don't need major visual redesigns to be accessible. Most of the time we're talking about keyboard accessibility. How does the focus move through the website? Are my labels properly associated? That sort of thing. And there's some pretty simple checklists we can start with, and then we can go all the way into a deep dive into the web content accessibility guidelines, which are very comprehensive if there are more questions. So I think just getting started.
I want to expand on that a little bit, William, because for people to take home and apply, understand exactly where they're at. Do you think it'd be beneficial for them to even just, two keystrokes, right? Start at the top of the website, tab,
yep.
and hit enter. Fill out a form, press enter. See what interactive elements sound like, feel like to someone who can't see them.
Absolutely. That's all it takes is to get started. And there's a couple keystrokes that you learn. And then, if you fix all of the keyboard accessibility issues, like we said earlier, then that's a whole domain of problems that someone is not going to have. And anybody can do that.
Really great.
I think one of the things about screen readers, like AFB, B stands for blind, right? But there's a purpose that William's hinting at for why we test with a screen reader, because it's not just for screen readers, right? It's for people who maybe have a mobility impairment or they use eye gaze technology. William, do you want to share briefly a little bit about that, why we would test with a screen reader?
Yeah, that's a great point, and I wish we had a lot more time to talk about all of this. But the screen reader use case is interesting because if you have all of the semantics, again, that's a great word, I love it, correct on the page, then assistive technologies, and assistive technology is a whole class of devices and software that people might be using. In fact, to the point where we need to know nothing about the user to make our product compatible with assistive technologies. So I don't need to know that you're using a screen reader, because a screen reader is one type of assistive technology. But if we follow platform conventions, we make our product keyboard accessible. We put the labels in the correct place. People who are using Braille, a refreshable Braille display, it's something that runs off of the screen reader. And so people who are deafblind can also then access your site. If you make it fully keyboard accessible, then someone who's using switches that don't have the mobility to use a keyboard or even a mouse can use that, because their assistive technology emulates a keyboard. So we use the screen reader as the case for accessibility, because it covers the most of those domains, where if it's working with the screen reader, it's also going to be working with a lot of other assistive technologies as well. So that's the reason why we start with the conversation with the keyboard and then move into the screen reader.
Fantastic. Well, we're at the end of the day. I'm thankful everyone is still here and hopefully paying attention. I know I've been very stimulated by this conversation and the possibility and an opportunity for change and improvement, in a fundamental way across our product teams. I just want to thank everyone for paying attention, for just doing the work that you do as well. I think if you're here today, it's because you care about this topic. You want to improve the way that you do things. You want to help other people improve the way that they're building things to be inclusive, and that is a really valuable task. And so I just want to thank everyone and keep doing the great work, and love to keep the conversation going.
It means the world to me.
Yes.
Cool. Well, thank you so much for your presentation and being the last one of the day. It doesn't look like we have any more questions, and thanks for those who decided to share in comments. So without further ado, have a good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for coming.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Take care.